FPO. Okay, yeah. So we've just been informed Mr. Thind would not be joining us in this session. And so, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome to the first session, which is a panel discussion, which is chaired by Dr. William Dar, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Philippines, Moderator Dr. KVSS Sairam, Chairman, Pratishtha Industries Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for this session is approximately about 1 hour plus. And with those words, I hand over to our moderator, Dr. KVSS Sairam. Over to you, sir, to carry forward the proceedings of the session.
Very good morning to one and all.
Sir, can you please switch on your mic?
Yeah, thank you. Very good morning to one and all. May I request Professor M.S. Reddy, Founder and Chairman for Asian PGPR Society, who is on the line, participating from Auburn, US. Sir, kindly welcome you here, and please share your views about the global perspectives of bioagriculture.
Recording in progress.
Please go ahead, sir. Professor M.S. Reddy, please go ahead, sir.
Recording stopped.
I mean, this is a panel discussion.
Recording in progress.
Nothing to provide a slide presentation, what I was told. Thank you, Dr. Dar, my friend Velagro, and Sairam, brother Sairam, and my friend from Maryland, Harsh Bais, is also joined. For this session, what I have very few remarks. I just briefly read a few minutes ago Dr. William Dar's vision and mission to this BioAg Asia. Everybody knows that the population is growing. Would need more than 70% more food to be produced in a healthy way and also in a nutritive way to the growing population. Having said that, a global perspective of for the organic or sustainable agriculture has several parallel lines. How do we look into it? Number one, mainly people like BioAg Asia or Agriculture Today Group and Dr. William Dar and my friend from Velagro, from a global industry, and also another global industry, Dr. Sairam of Telangana, India, of course, is locally there, but now is global everywhere, every day. So the idea is to collect information from the global perspective from this eminent industry or academic or government organization or NGOs and from progressive farmers. As Don mentioned, we need to collaborate, coordinate, exchange ideas. Even whatever I do research and publish hundreds of papers and books and book chapters and all is meaningless. So like this kind of forum, Agriculture Today group organizing BioAg Asia event collectively gather some important ideas and how do we implement them for the future sustainable agriculture. Number one, cooperate, coordinate, have MOUs, and dialogue with those MOUs from the industry, particularly every researcher in the world, globally, need an industry support, just like Dr. Saira, and government support, just like Dr. William Dorr from Philippines and our Indian Agriculture Minister and other Asian countries' agricultural bureaucrats. Having said that, what we need today, what we needed tomorrow, what we need 20 years from now for the growing population. There's so much information available online via research papers, book chapters and all. Leave it aside. We need hands-on experience. The hands-on experience is coming from the progressive farmers and the ultimate users. We as a researcher, we as a bureaucrats, we as a industry personnel, we need to bring those ultimate users to the group. Thus, I like it. As a farmer boy, grew up in India, in a village. Now, I have been here in the United States and, of course, prior to this in Canada. Learned something and researched something, implemented something, and released so many products, so many solutions to this product, how to use, when not to use. Biological agriculture is not only biological solutions, for example, biofertilizers, biofungicide, bioherbicide, bioinsecticide, or biostimulants. I like Dorr's balance from chemical fertilizers versus non-chemical fertilizers. We need to have a balance in between. I say that a reduced dose of non-chemical fertilizers and increase the use of more organic fertilizers in terms of biofertilizers, bioherbicides, bioinsecticides, and biostimulants. So we need a balance. How to do that balance? Group like this event, after this event, come up some solutions, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, stuff like that. Then put recommendation to the government bodies, particularly the Agriculture Minister of India, who joined your event at the inaugural session. Velagro is a big company. They joined with another mega company of United States. They're doing an excellent job. On Indian perspective, Dr. Sairam and Pratishtha Industry Limited of Telangana also doing an excellent research, and they have several products. How do we cooperate all this together, taking from Telangana to Philippines to Italy or to United States to Canada or to North America or Mexico or any Asian countries? Dr. Dar, you have to understand, you've been doing this a great way. You met our external affairs group from India, ministers and other ministers. You said 100 plus delegates from Asian continent. And you need to gather these kind of external affair ministers. Of course, there are bureaucrats. Of course, there are officials from the government side. You need to involve progressive farmers industry, researcher. Together, we all together develop a mission and a vision and put a program or a protocol how to do, when to do, bringing all the technologies together, just like IPM, integrated pest management strategies. So that is one thing, and green revolution, another thing. I am looking at least second green revolution for the future. Second, next generation green revolution for the future. Use some from the first green revolution, and if the technologies available right now, including biosolutions, including gene editing, including organic agriculture, and robots, drones, sophisticated technology. If somebody, Dr. Saram has a product, how to test that product universally in every Asian continent? For example, we're all Asians. Of course, I live here in the United States. I would like to test his product and his protocol and revised or accepted by our United States Department of Agriculture. Same likewise, without doing it cooperatively, jointly, mutually, nothing, no product can move forward. Everybody try to develop their own products. We don't need that. We need to have a universal, a protocol attached with the product, when to use, how to use, to produce more food for the growing population, and to combat the abiotic and biotic practice and the climatic changes and greenhouse emissions, all this in a perspective. We need to have a white paper on behalf of Asian PGPR Society for Sustainable Agriculture. We have been traveling entire globe. Now, this group is concentrating in Asian countries. Includes India, because I'm an Indian born, proud to be Indian. Indian soil educated me, gave me some all kind of avenues, come out from India to learn more and more, even though I live here for bread and butter. But my soul and my dreams all back how to help my own farmers in India. Once we succeed in India, because India is one of the largest democratic country in the world, with the sophisticated innovations going on day in, day out. I would like to mention one more thing here. A few months ago, I shared a dais with the Prime Minister Modi ji. It's called Vaibhav Summit. Prime Minister Modi ji looking for non-resident Indians' help to India. That's his mission. They have organized a beautiful summit, just like your summit, by Asia, by the agriculture group today. Every time we have these kind of summits and events, at the end, who is taking these summits remarks, recommendations? Who is going to implement them? Is it Dr. Dar is going to implement in the Philippines? Our agriculture minister may be implementing in India? Maybe, I'm not sure. Their term may be 2 years, 3 years, or maybe few more years. We need to have a consolidated a group devoted for this kind of innovations, bring the innovation to the table and distribute to various Asian countries, including India, constitute a group. I think agriculture today trying to do their best to appoint some board. We need to cooperate. So take a phone call and call Dr. Dar. I have an idea. I have innovation, but I could not get through Philippines. There's a problem here. There's a barrier. We need a trade, and we have a Canada and US and NAFTA trade. We need an international trade among the Asian countries for you to move from one country to the other country, from one researcher to the other researcher, from one progressive farmer to the other progressive farmer. Easy to move around and exchange ideas. So we need a government help. With that, with a cooperative effort, mutualistic agreements, and reducing the bureaucratic barriers on this earth, nothing we can do, my friends. Prem Warrior is a big scientist. I know him for the last 30 plus years. I know Dr. Sairam for 20 plus years. And many people I know in this group. For the few sessions I will be participating. At the end, I ask Miss Mamata and the agriculture group people put together a simple protocol. We need this. Lest you guys negotiate with the bureaucrats and move this the whole thing into perspective and to be utilized, to be implemented. That's all I have. I will be, as a panelist, nothing to do more than this, and crisscross with other panelists. If you have any questions, hey, you are Indian, but you're living in the United States. How do you want to help? Yeah, I would like to help. Is it Dr. Khan is going to take my idea into perspective with negotiate with Agriculture Minister or Prime Minister Modi, or Dr. William Dorr take my objective to be implemented in Philippines without any restrictions, or will Prem Warrior is going to take my idea or my product or my research product or my patent, take into his industry. Is Sairam going to my idea or my product or my innovation, take into his factory, manufacture, promote it, label it, distribute without any restriction among the borders. Thank you. Thank you all. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Reddy. I just like to introduce here, we have one great friend, Haji Khorakiwala. He is a managing director for Biostat. So I thought I forgot to mention to you. They are also a global company. Biostat, you must be aware of that. It was earlier Wockard. Now they made it as a Biostat company. So he is sitting on the dais as one of the panelists here. And I would like to request Dr. William Dar to give his deliverables about Professor M.S. Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, Professor M.S. Reddy, good friend, all these years on PGPR. Yeah, what Professor Reddy is manifesting is we now have a lot of these biological and natural solutions or products, but its use has to be properly managed in a way that there is wide-scale utilization of all of this in the light of all these global challenges, to start with the growing population of the world, the impacts of climate change, and even to include the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and compounded by the Ukraine crisis. So in all respect, yesterday in the panel discussion, it would be good to really have a big push on the use of these solutions that would consider a balance of what is needed by the growing population of the world and to preserve and conserve and maintain a resilient environment for the good of the world in general. So he was calling on various stakeholders, progressive farmers to show the way, of course, with the support of government, and hoping that at the policy level, where ministers of agriculture can really make those institutionalization of policies to make it possible for the wider use. And of course, for the industry having to utilize the products of research from academia and research institutions like ICAR to see to it that the products and the solutions that they provide forward are of high quality, there is consistency, because at the end of the day, if our products are not really of high quality and not consistent, then we will fail again. Will be a failure in regard to our relations with our farming community. So it's such a big challenge for all the stakeholders to play their part in making it possible that the food systems that we are trying to rehabilitate or rebuild must be both to feed the world and to preserve our environment. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Dr. Prem? There is no introduction required for Dr. Prem Warrior. He is a good friend, well-wisher, and I request you to kindly focus on this, your global perspective on the Indian markets and Asian markets. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Sairam. And I really want to thank the organizers here, starting with Dr. Khan and Ms. Mamta ji. Without their, and Dr. Sairam, without their influence and push, I would not have been here. So really appreciate pushing me to be here at this venue, and great opportunity to meet some of the excellent leaders in this field today. So yesterday, on the eve of the Earth Day, we heard from Dr. Lal about the importance of biologicals and why we are doing what we are doing now, especially from the soil perspective. That's a great message, great timing, and it couldn't have been better, especially in a context like that we are facing now. As for my background, I'm a biologist. Once a biologist, always a biologist. That doesn't change. I did my PhD right in the neighborhood here at IARA in Pusa, a long time back in history. Since then, I moved on to biological fermentation technologies, working with Abbott Laboratories in the US, developing microbial products for insecticide, fungicide, nematicide, and plant growth regulators. Then was part of a Sumitomo chemical company trying to use biologicals in combination with chemicals. And probably a midlife crisis, I got into the Gates Foundation. I had no idea why I'm working in a nonprofit world after 22 years in a corporate world, but I was wooed into that challenging task, quite an impressive organization with daunting tasks and amazing challenges. And great resources. I had the opportunity to meet and work with some of the best brains in development world in some of the most difficult countries. I also had the privilege of working with the richest man for the poorest people. It taught me a tremendous amount of things about why we do what we do. In other words, the importance of food, having basic food, makes you really feel humble and makes you realize why it's important to pay attention to what we do and what we eat on a daily basis. Moving further along, I stumbled into another brilliant group in Italy called BioAg, and that's where I learned more about this concept of biostimulants. About 10 years ago, biostimulants were essentially considered fake products. Nobody believed in that. Nobody knew what it was. It had absolutely no credibility at all. As somebody goes into a garage and mixes some materials and sells it as a biostimulant because they don't need to register it. That was the story of biostimulants. And I also believed it was a total fake product. But again, I ran into this company and was associated with them from a distance for about an year. Got a chance to learn more about how they do, and what they really have, and what they did not have. I joined the board of BioAg at that time and have been working with them in a non-executive position initially, then executive role, managing the R&D, marketing, and sales eventually, and still manage as the CEO of the company. Company is based in Italy. We are now in about 80 countries around the world. Since my joining the company, we have grown about 3 times over the last 8 years, so substantial growth, and across the globe, and essentially focusing on key projects and key priorities in key geographies. Our objective has always been to promote good science, and that has been the fundamental to what I was trying to bring into BioAg in the culture. When there's good science, products work. And when there's good products, people buy product, people use it, people reuse it, and there's a market opportunity. So the fundamental of good products is good science, and as long as we stay with that, nothing can go wrong. So at BioAg, what we have, just to simplify, bring the story a bit shorter, what we try to do with BioAg is bring in a concept called Gaia Power, which is just more of a marketing name, but what it essentially means is we know what do we put in the bottle. Simple way to say it. Maybe it may sound very simple, and everyone say, I know what is in the bottle, but that's not exactly the case. Why we say it is, we know what the source of the material, we are very, very particular about what the source of the active ingredient is. BioAg produces natural products based from plant extracts or natural resources or microbes, no chemicals, okay? So it's a natural product company. So we know what exactly we get the material and the composition of what we bring in every time. We also know how to extract what we want to extract at what time in the growth of the organism. So there is very specific conditions under which we extract a certain product. Only at that time the product gives activity that you're looking for. Thirdly, we do basic research through genomics, phenomics, transcriptomics, metabolomics, all the things required to make sure that the product you extracted does have an effect on the plant system. And that effect is what you're looking for. For example, if you want drought tolerance, there are certain genes that need to be triggered. So we make sure that the extraction from the particular source is done so correctly that it produces the same activity reproducibly. The final test that we subject our product to is take it to the field. Again, everyone says we do field tests, but many times all field tests are not the same. The chances of a successful field test is continuously happening around the globe is extremely slim. We aim for 70 to 80% of success rate in the field. That means if you do 100 trials in about 10 countries, if you can get 70, 80% success, we consider it a success. If it is not, we take it back to the lab and restart the process. So getting consistency across the globe on the crops we test on is an important attribute, and that makes or breaks biological products. And that is essentially a requirement. Why do we do all these things? The simple answer is to bring credibility to our biological component. In my opinion, the biggest problem that biologicals have always faced is credibility. Nobody believes that biologicals work. And I have also experienced that many of the biologicals do not work. At least in your hands, it doesn't work. Most every one of them work in the lab, absolutely no question. The science in the lab is good. But take it to the expanded scale and to the fields, they do not perform, they do not give the results you need, and it is rarely reproducible. And that has caused considerable disappointment, product failures, market failures, and complete rejection of the concept of biologicals, be it a biocontrol agent or be it a biostimulant. And that has been biggest problem in the promotion of biologicals. Having said all these things, I think still considering where we are now, we have been able to make good progress with Volagro, and likewise several other companies have also come along following good science practices. So I'm definitely say we are not the only one. There are several, at least I can count about a handful of companies who are following good science and bringing it together. And that is thanks to the academic scientists behind them and helping promote such good science there. So it's such a good time for that. Now, I can say the biologicals are sexy. It's come to the stage after 10, 15 years of struggling through. Now biologicals are sexy and people all love to have them. Don't ask them why. One of the big drivers is regulatory itself, because people have started hating chemicals. So there's a higher interest for using biologicals, and the markets are growing. The global biological business is estimated about $4 billion right now, and growing at a CAGR of at least 12 to 15%, expected to be $10 billion by 2028 or 2030. It's a huge growth. Nothing is growing at that pace. And this is not only in one continent, globally. The biggest growth that we see from a global perspective is primarily in the Americas, North and South America. US is one place, Brazil, and then of course some growth in Mexico and Canada and a few countries, followed by Asia Pacific. Interestingly, Asia Pacific is identified as one of the biggest opportunities, and within Asia Pacific, India and China stand out because of the demand for biologicals in these countries. Both these countries have excellent army of people who have been working on developing excellent leads. However, these both face different problems in terms of developing and promoting the product. So I think there's still more work to be done. But we see the tremendous future in countries in the Asia Pacific region, starting with India, China, and followed by countries like Pakistan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, a few countries like that. There's a huge opportunity, and with the 3 billion population to feed and the restrictions on chemical and looming climate change, this is the place for biologicals to explode, and so the opportunity is right here. Now, the last point I want to touch upon is what is the reason, what ails the biologicals? Why have they not been so popular? In my summary, based on all my observations, is the biggest challenge has always been credibility. It still remains credibility. People simply do not believe biologicals work. It can have the same effect as chemicals. Actually, they will not have the same effect as chemicals, thank God. I mean, I'm glad that it's not the same effect as chemicals. But they do work. Question is, what do you claim on the label? So I think what you claim on the label has to be very, very clear. If you put in a claim that it'll do 200 things, it probably will not do 200 things. It'll do only 10 things. So we have to be pretty specific as to what you do, and that involves good science. This problem doesn't happen for chemicals, chemical products typically, because if there's an insecticide, you see an insect sprayed, boom, it just falls down and it's dead. Or if you use for herbicides, it's a weed, you spray glyphosate, it is dead immediately. That is not what we want now. We are looking for a softer, safer chemical which can be used for the environment. So if you're really looking for a natural solution, you have to have different expectations. A biological is not going to kill immediately. Again, thank God, it does not kill immediately. That's exactly what we are choosing for. So we should have a practice or management practice whereby the time taken for a biological can be applied, can be incorporated in the management system. Also, there is really no problem in combining biologicals and chemicals as a integrated pest management. I have nothing against chemicals. The chemicals have helped us feed the world so far, and there is really no reason to say no to all chemicals. We can coexist with them. We can reduce the use of nasty chemicals. We can eliminate real nasty ones. We can reduce the use of chemicals and gradually change through a judicious use of chemicals and incorporation of biologicals into the systems. So I think that should be the change. So bringing on credibility to more and more biologicals should be the #1 challenge. The second problem is the cost, and that's typically associated with manufacturing. It's an area where there's been tremendously poor, really poor progress all over the world. Manufacturing organizations that focus on biologicals are very few and far between. Rarely have they been able to have a quality manufacturing, and I was quite pleased to see the initiative by Pratishtha in this document about commitment they're making with manufacturing. Manufacturing has to be quite contextual, and everything cannot be made everywhere. It has to be depending on the organism, and we need to make sure that it's produced with the highest quality control and make sure what you go in and what we bring out is very clearly monitored. Quality control is extremely essential. At the end of the day, you need to know what is in the bottle. Just like I said earlier, that is one of the hallmark of a good biological and what it can do. So I think then along with that quality control, the last point I would say is positioning also. Biologicals will not do everything. And if your expectation to have a total solution for everything, it will not do. And they are very contextual. So we need to be very sure about what you're asking a biological agent to do. You can use multiple agents to do multiple things, but they are expected to be specific, and that's exactly what they will do. So we have to understand that there is no single cure or a software glitch that we can be fixed with a software application. That is not biologicals. That is actually why many companies have failed. They want to have one solution for everything. In that case, go for glyphosate or DDT or something like that. So it's best if you want a biological, use something very different. I think that is pretty much, I want to stop on a global perspective. I think the opportunities are immense. There is so many centers of excellence that has evolved now, and the opportunity for us to work collaboratively is quite much there. I think we cannot have universal solutions. We need to have customized solutions. It may not be one solution, it may be a combination of solutions. But looking diligently across the globe, we should be able to form partnerships and help each other with technologies and processes, and including microorganisms and living materials that can essentially save the world. I hope I have not ruffled any feathers or hurt any feelings by saying some of the comments on the bad use of biologicals. That is not the intent. The fact is, it is the bad use of biologicals that have brought down the credibility of biologicals the world over. There have been many instances, I've noticed a lot in Africa, several in India, where biologicals have been combined with chemicals. That is the worst thing that you can do to destroy the reputation of a biological. And such acts should be completely banned and eliminated. We cannot afford to do such things. I think some of these things need to be fixed, and it's very important to have appropriate regulatory authorities that monitor and police these such activities to continue the credibility of biologicals. I think the future is bright, very bright, and this is the opportunity, and fora like this are the ones where I would look for developing new partnership, engaging relationships, and excellent new ideas and concepts to make the world a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With the request of chairman, I would like to brief little about Pratishtha, because I never got opportunity to talk about Pratishtha so far. So I just would like to mention, Mamta, I think I am not off tracking, but we started at 9:20, so I have time up to 10:20, so we will be in that time. See, the Pratishtha has been started in 1995. We started with two products, basically from waste to wealth concept, like converting cereal proteins into protein hydrolysate or amino acids as a protein hydrolysate powder for human nutraceuticals product, protein-based powder. Then we realized that when it is going as a human nutraceutical product, why can't be a nutrition for livestock or agriculture? Somehow the thought has come. We started with maybe $100,000 investment in-house R&D center in 1997. Today, I can proudly say that it is a one-stop shop of R&D with an investment of $5.5 million from lab scale technology to 10,000 liters fermentation scale technology. In the sense that we have two streams of 5,000 liters fermentation facilities from lab to land concept. In the sense that a scientist who has knowledge, who has technology, or who has his microorganism, they can come to Pratishtha, work with R&D and come out with the product and look for the market feasibility. That is the research and development we have created. Therefore, we call it Pratishtha is science, technology and research driven organization. Dr. Dar knows very well that Pratishtha is the first company in way back 2000, and Professor M.S. Reddy also knows very well that we were manufacturing, we started manufacturing organic salts through fermentation using plant-based carbohydrates, converting into glucose. Glucose to, we may make more than 200 products including penicillin G. So we selected organic salts production for pharmaceutical applications and nutraceutical applications. And the credit goes to Pratishtha that way back 2000, almost like 22 years back, we have introduced this organic salt, sir, for agriculture sector for replacing chemical fertilizers 22 years back. So you call it about potassic fertilizer, or we call about calcium, magnesium, zinc or NPK. So we got 8 President of India awards for the innovations for launching import substitutes. So I'm very happy that now the globe, including India, is realizing the importance of, as Dr. Prem has mentioned, that everybody are realizing about biologicals and their importance for the agricultural segment. But though it was too late, but at least people started realizing importance of these products. We made, when we were introducing the biopharmaceutical products or nutraceutical products, nutrition products which are used for human consumption for the agriculture segment, I was a visiting faculty in McGill University in Canada. So when I was giving a lecture for addressing around 400 students, somebody has raised the hand and said that, you are talking something rubbish. Pharmaceutical products cannot be given to the agriculture, nutraceutical products, very expensive, it cannot be competitive for agriculture, so on. Finally, he came out to be a dean of Kansas State University. So I told him, sir, this is not the form where I am addressing the students, let's have a separate meeting. So they have visited to Pratishtha and they realized that what I talked was not nonsense, it is sense. So therefore, it is almost like 27 years of journey that the biopharma and human nutraceutical products have been introduced to the agriculture segment and livestock segments by Pratishtha. Similarly, I think more than 32 years, Korakiwala, I think your company more than 35 years. Yeah. That company, the pioneers in the company name nobody knows. It is BioAg, they call it, because BioStart name will be recognized by the brand. That is what they have created, a global brand. Hats off to you, sir, that you have crossed the bridges across the globe. And handing over to you. Before that, I would like to request the chairman to have his deliverables against remarks against what what Prem told.
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Sairam. Yeah, Prem was alluding to, the very foundation with which we can say that, when you have good science, then you have good products. That's very basic, particularly in the field of biologicals and natural products development. So he has mentioned a number of challenges, but can be turned opportunities. The prospects for the future are bright, and that's why, there is time for everything, and now is the time for biologicals to really project, but to consider the reminders that have been mentioned by Dr. Prem, like credibility is foremost, to sustain consistency as you are projecting your levels. If you have to deliver 7, objectives of that product, then you should deliver 7. So again, it's your credibility has to really improve. I mean, that's almost the frame of mind when we do product development for biologicals and natural products. And with all this concern about the impact of climate change, about concern of one health, one planet, one health system, I think the time has come really for biologicals and natural products to be pushed properly forward, and with all those standards to be considered. Otherwise, there's no shortcut again in terms of the basic standards, the parameters with which you will always be evaluated. And the best evaluators will be the farmers themselves, At the end of the day, if your product does not work at their level, then they will not come back to you and buy the same product next time around. So it's really important to get wider, application and utilization of such products to really consider the whole environment, the whole stakeholdership. As I've said, this important part of science, microorganisms and the like, we are still starting, and there's so much yet to be learned, so much yet to be discovered, so that we can really have more of these natural products to have a healthier environment and healthier people, of course. We want that. At the end of the day, yes, we have to produce enough food, but food that is safer, food that is more nutritious, and food that is really will give sustenance. And there will be a better world at the end of the day. So let's consider those parameters that have been considered very important. The bottom line is good science always will bring you the good products. Thank you.
Now may I request Chief of Khurakiwala to deliver this.
Hi, good morning. First, I'd like to thank Agriculture Today for inviting me here today for this talk. Your Excellency, Dr. William Dar, Sairam, my fellow panelists, Mr. Prem. I think I'd start by resonating with what Mr. Prem and Dr. Dar have currently mentioned about the scope of biologicals and how they could benefit the farming community. Just a little background, I'm from Biostat. We pioneered this, the seaweed-based biostimulants in India with partnership with my fellow panelists here, with our organizations, having a very deep-rooted bond for over 30 years now, where we developed a product in India called Biozyme, where we have been marketing this, and primarily we would say we used our medium to educate the end consumer about the benefits of a biostimulant and to demonstrate the benefits of a biostimulant. coming on the Asian perspective, Asia, Southeast Asia is primarily, these are tropical zones. In tropical zones, there's a lot of diseases, a lot of insects, a lot of yield-related issues which takes place. And crop protection, yes, has always been there. It's always been a huge help to the farmers. But looking at certain perspectives that the overuse of chemicals, or the unjudicious use of chemicals, have caused certain issues. Today, biostimulants are not only playing that role in aiding the chemicals, but also helping the farmer realize a better value for their yields. Asia, India, our countries have very small land holdings, and to plug into a global supply chain of farm produce, right? We need a lot of regulations between our nations, so we could, for the small farm user to export his fruit or his vegetable or his rice or his wheat, a biological is quite important. And coming to, there's a growing demand for fruits and vegetables in this, today in the globe. And today it's not about any fruit or vegetable, or it's particularly on the nutrition part of the fruit, or the particular fruit and vegetable which is required. If you look into, our organization based in the Philippines for over about 20 years now, we work with a lot of plantations which send bananas, pineapples to Japan, Korea, China, some parts of the West. We can see that the growing regulatory pressures of MRLs, of these kind of issues, where the biological control products do tend to give a good amount of benefit to the farmer in terms of stress, in terms of insect management, in terms of integrated pest management. Now, how do we take all these benefits and eventually go to the end consumer who's going to use them? I think it first starts obviously from a regulatory angle, but from a culture angle, it also has to do with organizations and educational institutes which play a very important role out here. Students who come from an agri program, first, we talk about fertilizers, pesticides, the seeds, the genetics of the seeds. But today we need, from an education level, need to start talking about biostimulants and its use. Because this is where, once the seed is sown at a younger generation, or a younger stage, and how, people have their own ways of managing their own businesses on their farms, eventually this comes into the culture of using a biostimulant. And having said that, positively, regulators have also taken this view, especially the Philippines and India are now two countries in Asia which can boast of having a biostimulant regulation in place. So I think the future is definitely bright. It definitely comes, as Prem rightly said, from good science to good products, and they need to work. And if they work, you start creating a brand. You start creating a segment. And I think, having said that, in the interest of time, particularly I would like to go into the topic of amino acids and seaweeds. These two components have been primarily the dominating segment of the biostimulant industry in terms of the product mix. So, having said that, there will be a further growing demand for these kind of products, and on the perspective that we now need to look at our own, within the own country, for sources of biostimulants, from seaweeds, be it from any other botanicals which are grown. So once again, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kurakiwala. See, there is a statement from Professor M.S. Reddy that he has double digits or triple digits technologies available with him. Probably, we have almost 6.5 million liters fermentation capacity now. We started with 100,000, now 6.5 million liters. And then expanding to close to 10 million liters in India. Bhavnagar, we are planning 3.5 million liters. So, Professor M.S. Reddy, I am accepting your so-called, you have plenty of a Bible of technologies with you, and we have plans to set up again. 2005 we started our plant in US, and we gave up in 2009 because of various reasons. Now we are again exploring to set up in US with 100,000 liters fermentation capacity, and certainly I would like to collaborate with you, and with your permission I would like to invite Mr. Khorakiwala for 7th PGPR chapter at Malaysia, because he was never came to PGPR conference so far, and he is a global leader and certain product. So I take liberty of requesting him on your behalf to be part of Asian PGPR 7th chapter in Malaysia.
Thank you, I'd be honored.
Thank you, sir.
On this, Brother Sairam,
Yes, sir.
on this occasion, you invite all these BioAsia folks to come to Kuala Lumpur of Malaysia this August 23rd to 26th. And our chairman knows very well. He's also one of the VIP joining virtually, hopefully, but I want a non-virtual, William Dorr, to come to Kuala Lumpur. And him and I shared several conferences over the years, from ICRISAT to Philippines to all other countries.
China.
On this stage, Sir William Dorr, you have to come, you have to come. On this occasion, I'm asking one question directly to Dr. William Dorr and my friend Prem Warrior. One is a government, one is a big company, CFO or director, whatever it may be. And another side is a Sairam. As a researcher, as a poor researcher like me, I have a product, may do this, but I don't know how to produce in the fermenters. After that, the fermented produced product has to be tested in various soil zones around the globe. Dr. Dorr, you have a capacity, you have a power in you. Take a lead of Philippines. Hey, bring your product, test in my soil zones. Once I accept, once my government give the permission, give to Sairam or give to Prem Warrior. You take this product, you test by yourself, then you release wherever you want to. Sir, I need that kind of thing from the Indian government, agriculture minister. The Indian government give that kind of note. Many Asian countries like yours will be implemented with the help of Asian PGPR Society or Agriculture Today and the company and the Italian company and their big partner and the Sairam and many other companies. I would like to know from you, you joined from international non-profit organization, you worked in Philippines, you have done a lot of work, you have written textbook, you have given so many things over the years. Now you are sitting in a cheap chair. If Dr. Sairam brings a product to your country, whether researched by me or my colleagues in other countries, if it is efficacious, we think it is efficacious, tested by other researchers, can your government give the permission to test in our country? Please, you tell me. Your message will go to the agriculture mission we joined earlier from India. Even though Yeah, I'm not living in India. I don't care what they think about what my comments are. It is a barrier thing, sir, barrier. You take a lead, get all these Asian country agriculture ministers on to the podium. People like me, people like Warrior, people like me, Shairam, an agriculture today group. Get to the bottom out of it. So give me your perspective. How do you want to handle? After that, how you could recommend the other agriculture minister, at least within our Asian countries.
Thank you, Professor MS. Yeah, it's such a very important question. Yeah, sitting then from the research community here at ICRISAT and now managing the agriculture department or the agriculture sector in the Philippines, these are two, very challenging responsibilities. I would like to mention, while we have been proposing, for instance, previous years, we have been advocating the use use of biologicals, natural products. But not until we found ourselves with these impacts of the Ukraine war today, okay? We now have put in place a policy direction in the Philippines to really be guided and a balanced fertilizer and pesticide use strategy is now in place. And we are dead serious in terms of now upscaling in a big way the products that have been generated or developed by the university system, UP Los Baños, for example. They have developed this BioAg for rice and corn. And we have been giving agricultural interventions, inputs like fertilizers, fertilizer subsidy to our rice farmers. Now we will now include the corn farmers. But this time around, we now have included in our policy direction the use of biostimulants, biofertilizers, and other natural products, because we believe that when you are pushed to the wall, even if you have money now to buy, say, inorganic fertilizers, and Russia, Ukraine, and other countries are really the ones manufacturing fertilizers. Now you cannot buy. Of course, maybe India has a good line with Russia, but there are many problems that have arisen vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine. So we saw to it this time around in the Philippines that we now harness the power of biostimulants or biologicals in our effort to sustain, if not increase, the productivity of rice and corn, which are the two dominant cereal crops that we have in the country. And just to mention to the group as well, for the last 2 years that I've been there as the Secretary of Agriculture, we called ourselves Secretary of Agriculture, not Minister, but that is the equivalent of a minister. We are having a presidential system like the US. So I was there already for 2.5 years. And we really boosted the productivity of rice production and corn production. And we now have new record harvest in rice for 2 years now, consistently upping the game every now and then. And the same is true for corn. And it's because of the use of fertilizers, mostly inorganic. I have to accept that. But this time around, with the Ukraine war and the impacts of this war in Europe, you cannot buy so much fertilizer, even if you have money to buy. So we really have to harness the power now of biologicals. And we are even funding ourselves. The Department of Agriculture is funding the scaling up on the use of the BioAg. So because urea, you know pretty well, is very much needed in rice and corn. So we now have regulations in place. And part of the team here today is the Deputy Administrator of the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, who handles basically fertilizer registration and regulation. Can I introduce Dr. Mayor Mula, who worked with me in ICRISAT for 10 years. Can you please stand? Okay. So those who are intending to register your biostimulants, biofertilizers, and he will handle this. We have agreed during this course of the visit to India to now put in place what I call an emergency use permit for any biologicals coming from countries, but we need the data that you have used up, that you have generated in the course of the development of the product, so that we will use that to give you the emergency use permit while going through the normal process of getting the product registration. So by getting the product registration, the process is to also test again your product in various agro-ecozones in the country. So we are making it very, very flexible and not that too much regulation, because we want now the best of products, the best of biologicals, the best of natural products to come in and show their work. Again, as said by Prem, those who will withstand the test of the times would be those that have the consistency, the quality of products, because it will be the farmers who will come back to the Department of Agriculture to say, okay, we need these products because these have been shown on the ground that yes, the yields are good, and this is really going to be sustaining over years. So there are really times that you are compelled to bring all these various options to see to it that you still continue to boost your productivity because of the growing population. So, Professor Reddy, we are ready to
One question, Dr. Dar. Your comments well taken. You are pro to these biologicals or whatever biological solution. Did you convey your message to the Minister of Agriculture of India?
Come on.
Please, because
I will be having a bilateral meeting with the minister tomorrow this afternoon.
Okay.
Sir, Professor Reddy question was, again I'm repeating, that if the products are tested in different parts of the globe, I know I'm in Philippines for the past 14 years. We got tested our products in University of Philippines, and we have undergone all the things. And in fact, when you were as a Director General for ICRISAT, you arranged 5 million peso as a grant from DA, and then we have given around 10 million peso worth of products to conduct trials across Philippines, besides spending a lot of money for the universities. The question is that if the products are tested different parts of the globe other than the Philippines, if we have a track record history, would you allow us to come to your country for registration of our products?
As I've said, yes, you bring those data for emergency use permit clearance, while testing again those products in various ecosystems in the Philippines to get the final registration of those products.
On the same question, Dr. Dar, if I have a product to come and test in your country, would you give me some incentive to come to your country to test? Means incentive in the sense, some kind of a soft grant. Say, for example, Dr. Sairam just said, he spent his money, but as a researcher, I cannot spend. As a progressive farmer, I cannot spend. If I come to your country, sir, I have this so product. Can I test in your country? Would you give us some incentive money or facilities or something? Is your country is in a position to give out? I think India is giving us so many incentive packages to many people. Come to India, manufacture here, we'll give you incentives. Is your country is in a position? I read this morning in your brief remarks, you have the largest organic farmers in the world. That the greatest effort you did as the Secretary of Agriculture in Philippines, I salute you for that. In the same thing, you have anything to attract researcher, progressive farmer, industry, anything, you give incentives to them, come to our country.
Sir, I want to disturb you
Okay.
with the permission of chairman. I would
time
like to,
is-
Professor Reddy, somebody is waiting since 15 minutes, so kindly apologize me. So let me allow Dr. Harsh Bayas, Professor Plant, Professor
Oh,
for
he's in
Plant
this.
Soil
Oh, sorry.
Interface, University of Dalware is on the line. Sir, do apologies for the delay. I know that you are waiting. Kindly proceed, sir, please.
Yeah, Harsh is my great friend. Go ahead, Harsh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sairam, and thanks, Mamta, for bringing me on. It's 1 a.m. here, so if you hear me crackle a little bit, it's you can blame it on circadian rhythm. Just wanted to kind of give my 2 cents about where we are, where we are heading, mainly just because we are talking about global perspective here. Biologicals, as Prem pointed out, in the days when people have realized about biologicals, it was mainly for lack of better word, was limited to more of snake oil in terms of how it was just spray and pray kind of concept, and credibility was the main issue. But in the last 10 years, I would say that it has bounced back very strongly. And that was mainly because of good science and the depth of technologies that has come out to analyze the role of biologicals in plant health. And that is something which is of prime importance, with the technologies going cheap, in my opinion, in terms of how fast we can sequence things in soil, how fast we can sequence things on plant. It's easy to find who is there in soil helping plants. That is one very important trajectory that's going to help to increase the credibility as far as good science goes. So that is number one point, that we are in a position now, rather it's right in terms of finding it out, the role of not one inoculum, but many inoculums, in terms of how we will figure out the functional role of these microbes now. So biologicals, I'm mainly referring to microbes, and people have used that even in India. I actually grew up in India. I did my PhD from India and then moved to US, and have been working and have my own lab at the University of Delaware here for the last 18 years. And we've been working on this very simple understanding of this association of biologicals with plants. So the overall understanding that it is all random, meaning there was, obviously in 1 teaspoon of soil, you would find billions of microbes, billions of bacteria, Are they associated with plants in a random manner? But that's not true. The evolution has kind of moved towards how plants have recruited these microbes for itself. So with that very fact that plants need them and microbes need plants. And one very important example of biologicals, and rather a good, credible example of biologicals, is the use of cynorhizobium in legumes. That's been used for several years now, decades. And it's a very credible use of biologicals. People have been using that for a long, long time. Now, use of inorganic fertilizers, mainly nitrogen, has driven away that symbiosis naturally. So natural symbionts have all gone off because of extra usage of nitrogen in the world. So soil health, I would say, is the next perspective that you have to think about, where you're thinking about these biologicals. You're thinking for obvious reason, because we are discussing a lot of products here and a lot of biologicals that is going to come into the market. And Prem's point is probably head on, in my opinion, is just because it is the most important point in terms of credibility. And in my opinion, good science leading to good technology and cheap usage of technology, especially in the direction of microbiome research, will drive biologicals to better heights, in my opinion. And more people, even in India, we actually here at the University of Delaware, right before the pandemic, we actually had a Fulbright sponsored microbiome interaction with just IARI folks here at the University of Delaware. And at that point of time, I figured it out just by listening to people from India, especially IARI. There are a lot of good research going on in this direction. So I think it's pretty right in terms of what's going on. And it's just a matter of finding the right combination. As Prem pointed out, which is rightly so, is that if you list, or rather have a laundry list of things on your sachet, saying that this is kind of the silver bullet, which is going to do any number of things, which is not going to happen. Another point which Dr. Reddy pointed out is it's going to vary from soil to soil, from a rich soil to a marginal soil. So that you have to basically kind of, sing to a choir, but at the same time, you have to also figure out the real challenges of that particular area where the biological is going to be tried, utilized, and ultimately be accepted. So those are some very important aspects. And again, the real need, as Dr. Reddy was pointing it out, that you're probably looking at Green Revolution 2.0, where you are trying to look for more combinatorial sustainable approaches, where biologicals could be used with minimal usage of some of the nasty chemicals. And we have realized to a point where it started hurting us. That's where we are thinking about an alternatives here. So biologicals, in my opinion, is not anymore a snake oil business. It's a very, very strong area, which is now being tried out in plants. Plants are very complex, and it's not easy to target a trait. So when you're tailoring microbiome, when you're tailoring biologicals, you have to tailor per need of what plant actually is doing. So using combinatorial technology, understanding biologicals, and understanding plants at the same time, an association. For example, our work here is primarily looking at what are the genes which are involved in these biologicals, which are important for plant colonization, root colonization or phyllosphere or leaf colonization. So those are some of the very important aspects. We are trying to create a differential expression of those genes and those bacteria in these biologicals to see how the association may alter and how that changes the trait that they're looking for, such as drought tolerance, blast resistance, all those different aspects that you can think of. Even water or drought in general would be also a very big target, in my opinion, keeping in mind where India is moving, or where entire Southeast Asia is moving in terms of our potable water, lack of arable land, and all the water rights that's going to come into picture eventually. So these are some of the very important kind of, punctate questions that you can target as a quorum that it is. And it's a very, very ripe time, in my opinion, to talk about biologicals and basically talk about good science that's going to drive this to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harsh. And now I think I'm already taken 10 minutes more. This is the time for Madam
Yes.
to announce about launch of the...
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now request our chair, Dr. William Dar, to kindly do the honors of releasing the book which Basai has compiled with various government gadgets pertaining to the Biomutants Act since the day one of the announcement by the Government of India, and the compiled book consists of about 400 pages. So may I request you, sir, to kindly do the honors.
May I request Madam Mamata and Dr. Vipin to come on the dais for launching of the book. Kindly get the books. आप आ जाइए ममता मैडम के पास My dear friends, before launch of this book, I would like to mention to the chairman that this is the compiled data of various gadgets passed by Government of India pertaining to biofertilizers or biostimulants, FSO Act, products, natural farming, organic fertilizers, etc. Everything has been compiled. In fact, Mr. Sene has prepared 600 pages book. I requested him to make it a little lesser than that, so finally it made it 400 pages. So I request Honorable Chairman to on this book.
And let's put our hands together on the release of this book.
My dear friends, this book is more useful for the all industry people and policy makers, and the books are available with Madam Mamata to whoever is interested, particularly industry related people. It is a compiled data. You can take a copy from Madam Mamata. The books are lying with her.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very
And sir,
much.
may I request you to kindly present a small token of gratitude, mementos to our speakers.
Can
Yes.
I have a request?
Sure.
I'm handing over my new book to Dr.
Oh.
Sairam.
Okay,
thank
wow,
you.
thank
Honor,
you.
sir.
And to Dr. M.G. Khan through Mamta, please
Yeah.
have this copy.
Thank you, sir. Such an honor.
And to Prem, Dr. Warrior.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And may I request Dr. Sairam to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent speakers, to Dr. Prem Warrior and Mr. Josefa. So together you both can do.
I took my plant yesterday. Yeah.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now break for tea.
This is basically money plant, you know.
Yes.
So it gives you money. Mamata is giving us money.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of this session, breaking now for tea. The tea break is of 15 minutes only, once again served in the basement. And all those delegates who could not register in the morning may kindly do so in the tea break. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for my patience. And Mamta, I'm very sorry. Madam, very sorry. We took lot of time.
Thank you everyone. Namaskar. I'm taking off, signing off. Thank you.
चाय पी के आते हैं।
Where is available this book?
I will get it. It is my responsibility. Mamta is carrying the books. I'll make sure that it will be there. Sir, Dr. Prem, come.
No, just after 5 minutes. He doesn't want to have tea. He says, I'll be waiting there.
Hello, 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 hello.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. May I request all our student participants to kindly occupy the rows in the front. All the student participants would request you to kindly move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with our next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite on stage our distinguished and eminent chair for this session on policies and regulatory ecosystem for biologicals, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Project Director, DKMA, and the former Agriculture Commissioner. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Kindly grace the stage with your presence. Inviting our distinguished moderator, Mr. Vijay Sardana, Advocate, Supreme Court and Dispute Resolution, IPR. A warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him. Inviting our eminent speaker, Shri Radhesham Dikshit, Chairman, Ananda Dairy. A very warm welcome. Inviting Mr. Vipin Saini, CEO, Basai. A very warm welcome to you. Inviting Dr. Ashok Yadav, former Director, National Center for Organic Farming. And also inviting Dr. Gagnesh Sharma, Director, National Center for Organic and Natural Farming. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again a very warm welcome on day 2 of BioAgriculture Asia 2022 and to this panel discussion session on policies and regulatory ecosystem for biologicals, which is being chaired by Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Project Director, DKMA, and former Agriculture Commissioner, And our distinguished moderator for this session is Mr. Vijay Sardana, Advocate Supreme Court and Dispute Resolution IPR. Eminent speakers, Dr. Radhesham Dikshit, Chairman Ananda Dairy, Mr. Vipin Saini, CEO Basai, Dr. Ashok Yadav, former Director, National Center for Organic Farming, and Dr. Gagnesh Sharma, Director, National Center for Organic and Natural Farming. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in handing over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Vijay Sardana. Over to you, sir. And the time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour.
Okay.
And I'm very confident Mr. Vijay Sardana is one of my favorite moderators who always concludes in time. Over to you, sir.
Early morning, putting me in boiling water. Thank you very much. Friends, it's a great day for all of us because the issue which we are discussing is extremely important. We are talking about food security, and now with food security we are discussing about sustainability and how we can enhance the overall growing food security demand, plus also the demand for agriculture-based products in overall economy. Before I start the panel discussion, I will request our Honorable Chairman, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, to have opening statements, and then I'll take over as moderator. Sir.
Thank you so much, Vijay ji. Good morning, everybody here. I'm really very happy to be here with you all on the occasion of this program, especially customized to have a discussion exclusively on policies and regulatory ecosystems for biologicals. I take this opportunity to welcome all of panelists whosoever are available here, Vijay ji and other learned panelists, Dr. Ashok Yadav, Dr. Gagnesh Sharma, Mr. Vipin Saini, and Shri Radhesham Dikshit ji, and many of the esteemed friends who are available here from the industry sector. And yesterday we attended the program, and we could see that a lot of enthusiasm was there, and a good discussion took place. And in the morning session also we discussed many things. At the very outset, as our colleague he mentioned, that we used to speak about the food security, nutritional security, then we speak about income security also. These all are the trio, and this trio is always in discussion, but now we have surplus of the foods which are available with us. So now the time has come when we are thinking about the safe food, healthy food, and again the pandemic-like situation which was there due to COVID, it has also necessitated that yes, we need to now have a healthy food, and the demand for healthy food has increased. So whenever we say the safe and healthy food, then definitely we need to improve our production system. We need to include these biologicals into it. So biologicals has its own importance from that point of view. And here biologicals mostly these are used for as a topical in the topical as well as for seed treatment. There are different combinations. These all are made up of the natural materials. We all are aware about this. And then organic also, yesterday we discussed organic, natural farming. These all points were also discussed. So for organic production system as well as for the natural farming system, but in particular organic system, because natural farming system again it has its own kind of requirements. We need to fulfill the demand for inputs for organic production system. So there are several products which are available, biologicals. When we speak about, again we have a wide range. We have biopesticides, then biofertilizers, then biostimulants also. Now biostimulants have also come into the picture. So here policy and regulatory ecosystem is very favorable these days, and we are admitting such new products, and we are allowing for such new products for registration we are providing, and then further commercialization is now happening, and many companies, they have come forward, and such good products are now available. And these products are considered safe, but now we need to look into that, how we can align with the international announcements. Those have been made by FAO time and again, either it is a sustainable development goal, or it's an environmental safety point of view, or non-renewable natural resources aspect is required to be taken care of, greenhouse gas emissions. These all are the points which are discussed at the international level. So when we produce the biological, definitely we are going to reduce the greenhouse gases. Definitely we are going to, some kind of environmental hazard we are going to stop, and we are going to encourage safety, ecological safety. That aspect is required to be safeguarded. So the point is that demand of organic food, if it is increasing, then demand of biologicals will also, definitely it will travel together. So market segmentation have been made, different kind of products are available, different kind of crops are there, then some kind of specificity is there with relation to those crops. So here the new products are required to be brought here in the market. So policy and regulatory ecosystem is very favorable. We have two regulatory systems which are available. One is Insecticide Act 1968, where we have a Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee. So I look after that registration committee part, I am still looking after. So where biopesticides are also considered, and biopesticides, we have made some kind of changes that biopesticides should be encouraged, and we have made a separate category and separate queue is there for biopesticides. And biopesticide guidelines have been made, keeping in view the ease of business. Those have been refined, and those have been made easy. So just I wanted to mention that policy and regulatory environment and ecosystem is very much favorable, and government consider all those points. And then biofertilizers also we have in the picture, biostimulants as I mentioned. So both are governed under the fertilizer control order. So these are the two broad regulatory systems which are existing in the country. And as a chairman of the Central Fertilizer Committee and chairman of the Biostimulant Committee in the past, we have succeeded in setting the norms, guidelines, standard operating procedures, and then these all are the points just I wanted to mention here, and to set the tone before I pass on the floor to our panelists. Those so great panelists are available with us. They are the expert of their own area. So now I request our convener of this today's session, Vijay Sardana ji, no doubt about it. Everybody knows him. He's a renowned figure from that point of view, and he's a good friend of mine. And we used to discuss many points as and when we are stuck in the ministry. So I now request Vijay ji to further take over, and let us continue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for this interesting and wide-opening remarks, because this sector definitely is evolving sector. If I ask one single question to all of you, just think around. When it comes to about organic systems, we are talking about regulations. And if everything is so great in organic, why you need regulation? One has to think about it. If everything is so good, why you need regulation? Because regulation is generally to restrict something. So what we want to restrict in organic system, that's one way to look at it. Second important point we have to look at is, we all claim that we have a traditional system, and it is our historic understanding about organic system and so many things. My request to all of you, those who are interested in organic systems, please study what is happening in other parts of the world. Every month, because I monitor all SPS notifications around the world on a daily basis. Around the world, every country is coming with new set of regulations and guidelines for organic systems. Not only that, if we assume that what we are trying to do here and everything is neem and gobar, then I think that's not organic. Today, if you look into the systems available and the way countries are looking into, why I'm putting this background, because I don't want to make a typical routine discussion in this great forum. कि नहीं ऐसा ही होता है, we know everything and everything is great, then I think we don't understand what we are discussing. If I compare where we stand in an organic system today and how the world is changing, how the new regulations are coming, how the new technologies are coming in organic. Generally, we do not associate technology with organic. We always look at organic means traditional, conventional, what is, historic, जो मेरे grandfather करते थे, बस वही ठीक था, हमने तो सब बिगाड़ दिया. So I think that is where we have to relook into what organic system we are talking about in modern world of 21st century. Large number of new molecules, large number of new extracts, large number of new enzymes and hormones, large number of new microbes, large number of growth promoters, lot many things around the world are approved under organic system now. And that is where this session becomes extremely important, that what should be the regulation. Because if we don't regulate properly, then slowly, and one of the biggest concern in today's organic system is the reliability. And let me tell you my personal experience. I never purchased organic till date. You may find bad about it, but the fact is, as a consumer, where is the assurance that what is offered to me as organic is actually organic? Because when I read that organic products of India are facing rejection in the world market because of pesticide residues, after doing all the testings and all the surveillance, what as a citizen of India, as a consumer in India, I should feel comfortable that what is offered to me as organic is actually organic? Where is that assurance? Who should do it? Because it's an issue of confidence. And when we know in commercial world, all vested interests have a tendency to distort and bypass the laws, then should we leave organic without regulations? Where I am willing to pay premium because I consider them a safer option without regulation. Somebody should be made accountable for doing wrong things, and that's why you need regulations. Then issue comes up is at another level, what all technologies we should allow. Should we allow everything? One of the biggest concern if you go to the market, they say organic products, organic fertilizers, organic pesticides, all great. Why these are spiked? Why residues are coming in organic? It means someone in the game, there are always black sheeps. If all organic certifications are good in India, when Indian consignment reaches international ports, why they face rejection? Are certifications proper? If not, don't we need regulation to control those black sheeps? Are testing certificates, those who say it is safe and organic, again, we face rejection on residue side. Can we say that all laboratory test reports are authentic? Don't we need a regulation to control them? Again, fake quality certificates and testing certificates and fake registration and fake whole lot of auditings. So when there is a trust building, let's see what is important in this session, which in next 1 hour we will discuss, and I'll request all my panelists to answer it. I'm not going to do in a routine discussion, ki, okay, this is great and everything is great. No. As a consumer, I have no confidence. How to build consumer confidence if we have to build this sector? What regulations are required? How to eliminate black sheep from the game so that people, those who are doing good job, good work, must get full support of the market and consumer so that we continue to grow this sector. Unless we create filters for bad people to come into the system, it cannot be free for all. And we have seen across the platform, across the sectors, across the product category, it's very easy to distort and cheat the consumers. So this is the background why we need regulations and regulatory authorities in this country. So it's not that we are trying to give only approvals. It's not only that कि sir pesticide approve कर दीजिए, biopesticide approve कर दीजिए, growth promoter को approve कर दीजिए, and that's the role of no. I think in order to build good, reliable organic system, we need regulations starting from selection of seed till it is displayed in the retail market. And let me tell you one live example. In high-end market of Bombay, I was doing a survey of retail chains. I asked the person who was on the shelf, who was displaying on the shelf, the fresh fruits and vegetables. So there were conventional one and there's upper one, closer to the eyesight, was organics, organic product range. I called the boy who was doing it. This tray is empty of organic. Why don't you refill it? He says, okay, sir, I'll do it. And I deliberately went away from there, but keeping eye on him from distance. उसने नीचे से उठाया ऊपर रख दिया. तो organic हो गया जी. So if organic is only the game of stickers, thankfully I'm not wasting my money. That's what we have to look at it. So coming with this background, let me start by saying one by one, and I'll request panelists that I'm sure you must have thought through a lot of technicalities. Sir, regulations are not about technology, regulations are about building trust. So I will request all my fellow panelists that we know all the background, we all know the history, so let's not go into the history and what is happening and how great we are, we all know. How to reform and rectify this sector and to make it reliable for the consumers either in India or international market. So, Dr. Ashok Yadav is former director of NRC Organic Agriculture Systems. Dr. you have worked on so many technologies, you have worked on so many issues, you are working and you had worked on many, many things. My question to you, and I will be more interested if you just provide us the direction how to proceed on regulatory regimes. What should be done to eliminate bad players in organic input side? What should be the regulation? Because if you say everything is great, I don't trust. So point is that we have to have a regulation. So what is from your experience, what is your recommendation to the government of India and to the state government and including to the civil society, what should be the regulation to eliminate bad players from agri input side, those who claim it is organic? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sardaraji. Honorable Chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Sorry?
I will request all my panelists, let's have a 3 round of discussion. Okay, not one, I don't want long speeches. About 3 minutes each, so that we have 20 minutes, 2 rounds or 3 rounds, so that we cover more topics. So on this issue, in about 3 odd minutes, if you can suggest what should be the way forward, then I'll go to the next panelist. On the same question.
Okay. So thank you, Sardaraji, for the question. Abhi आवाज आ रही है? Thank you. We are talking about the regulations about organic inputs in a country where we produce 16 lakh liter of milk और बेचते हम 20 lakh liter of milk. Regulation and quality control comes from the trust from the people. What amount of regulations we put into place, people find out the ways. When the biofertilizers and biopesticides were launched long back, somewhere about 1991, biofertilizers were launched officially, and then after that, around 98, biopesticides came into the picture. For a long time, fairly long time has gone without regulation. And what I personally felt is that things were much better when there was no regulation. Things started distorting when the regulations came into the picture. because the regulations give the official seal on authenticity of the product. It gives a wider acceptability into the market. And then all the game starts. Regulations, government has drawn the standards practically for all the inputs now, whatever can be sold into the market now. Proper regulatory system is in place. Laboratories are there. But still, we find a lot of inconsistencies, especially the biofertilizer, biopesticides, so there is much more problem. I think the technology which is available today for the production is one of the major reasons of the default, still not mature. And things will improve only when we come up with a much better, wider, stable and long-lasting products in the biologicals. Come to the organic side. Organic side, there are a lot of problems. Some problems are related to the process. Some problems are related to the material when it moves from the manufacturer to the consumer. And some problems are related to the raw materials. Keeping all those things, standards were framed out. But still, the failure rate is practically pretty very high. I think Dr. Gagnesh Sharma can later on tell you how much amount of samples, percentage of the total received tested and how much of samples are failed. I think we also need to have lot of mechanization and the technology upgradation into the production system, then only the things will improve. One of the major problems in both the sectors, we have a lot of small players. And small players, they are basically distorting the scenarios, not following the proper protocols, cut short the methods, and then come to the laboratories. You know, whatever is the scenarios right now in the production and the manufacturing sector, same scenarios there in the laboratories. It's a very common phenomena that consistencies into the laboratories is also not there. I have got a lot of experiences, and sometimes though even in the food products also, even with the inputs also, I have seen the same product from the same bottle sent to the 3 different laboratories and you get 3 different results. Same product from the same bottle sent to the same laboratory at 3 occasions, you get 3 results. So sometimes we also feel baffled. You know, what type of regulations we are going to put. I think what we need more than the regulations is the integrity in our hearts and the systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the last word is one of the most interesting word, but I don't see any project of ICR or Government of India how to build integrity in the country. Have you ever seen any research project? So the problem is integrity, but nobody is working on it. So one thing as a consumer, I'm getting a message, boss, you have to live with this. Because nobody is working to solve the problem. Anyway, let's keep hopes alive. Now I will request our another very interesting panelist, Dr. Sharma, who is working on organic and natural farming. You know, sometimes it also adds to another confusion. What is better, organic or natural? Because when you listen to the speeches of zero budget agriculture, they say organic is bad. And then as a consumer, when somebody says organic is good, so are we adding more to confusion or more to solution? I think Dr. Sharma will be, in a position to guide us.
Very difficult question. From a person who is sitting on the chair.
Sir, my only way of, this is a fault of the organizers for keeping me as a moderator.
Yes, sir, no problem.
So, Dr. Sharma, please.
He can just
Thank you, sir.
Biologicals.
Basically, organic and natural farming, both are almost same. natural farming, as you all know, that it's a kind of a traditional farming kind of system. Previously, early when this fertilizers and chemicals were not there, then we were, our predecessors, ancestors, they were doing this kind of natural farming and cow dung based, cow urine based holistic system of production, and keeping all the agro ecosystem in mind. All the biological cycles are enhanced, biodiversity is maintained naturally, just like the forest, we can say. If you want to know a simple understanding on natural farming, I think all know it very well, but natural farming is just like the way, in forest or in jungle we say the plants are growing, and who is watering them, who is doing the seed management, seed, from where seeds are procured, seed nurseries, no seed nursery, no seed procurement. So the things are growing themselves naturally. Everything is, naturally managed in a forest. No fertilization, no field management, no manpower is required, no tilling. So that kind of thing is a kind of, we can say, natural farming. But yes, with science and innovation, if we think of, reaching some heights as far as natural farming is concerned, then it can be a big change. The way government is now thinking it to bring it in a form of a mission. Then, our R&D institutes like Indian Council of Agriculture Research, they have done a lot of research and they are doing it now, and lot of innovations and science can come and support this tradition, and it can be a big game changer as far as natural farming is concerned. And organic farming is going on quite good. All over world, people know that organic farming is a kind of farming where chemicals are avoided. But yes, we have to rely on the biological inputs. The way biological industry, today we are talking about the quality assurance of the biological inputs. So in case of organic farming, we can purchase seed, we can have that seed treatment. Yes, we can have the outside inputs, bring in this technology kind of things on farm, from outside farms, off farm also we have to bring in the inputs, and cost is a factor here as far as organic farming is concerned. So productions are the issues. Well, in natural farming also production are issues, but yes, if certain niche areas or certain kind of crops are targeted, then it can be a game changer, and the productions can also be, we can say, we cannot compromise with the production. But yes, in natural farming also, productions can be optimum if we have a good kind of traditional seeds and traditional varieties available for production. Because as you all know that hybrid and high yielding varieties, they require a lot of fertilizers and pesticides, and these are some of the critical things which can be taken care of. And yes, government is going to have a big mission as far as natural farming is concerned. Organic farming may, as you all know, government of India has very good scheme like Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana going on. Third-party certification, National Program for Organic Production is well placed, which is looking after the export aspects. Simultaneously, we need to have a standards also. In case of organic farming, we have a well-placed standards, that is third-party certification, which is taking care of the exports. And in case of for domestic trade, we have a participatory guarantee system of certification for small and marginal farmers. It's a low-cost, self kind of certification system. In case of natural farming, challenge is that we don't have the national or global standards available anywhere. So the committee has been formed by the Government of India, and that committee is deliberating, discussing on the preparation of the natural farming standards. Once these natural farming standards are prepared and finalized, after lot of stakeholder consultations are required, and once these standards are framed, then it will be easy for us to take up the natural farming goals in a proper manner. And this is what from my side, sir, as far as organic and natural farming is concerned, the difference. And what Dr. Yadav said, sir, as far as this biologicals are concerned, for taking care of quality assurance, you know, in our lab, we have a laboratory in our center, which, you know, analyze the biofertilizers, organic fertilizers, as per fertilizer control order. So the failure percentage, you will be surprised to know that it is more than 70%. So the big concern is that the count is not there as far as biofertilizers are concerned. And in case of organic fertilizers, the required organic carbon or nitrogen, we can say, which is specified as per the fertilizer control order, standards and specifications, that is not there in the product. So this is a matter of great concern for the biofertilizer industry. And biofertilizer industry, as far as, you know, what sir said, that we have to you know, define a kind of a goal, we have to suggest something today. According to me, the main concern is the technology. That is from where you are getting the culture bank is a main concern. From where you are getting the strain, the microorganism, we can say the mother culture, from where you are getting it. This is a matter of prime concern, according to me. So this need to be taken care of in a proper manner. Government also has to come forward. We are going to bring a solution for this also, that there should be a local, regional based resource centers available, like in North India for North, South India, keeping in mind the various agroclimatic zones, and we need to have a reliable, continuous source of culture bank for our biofertilizer industry. Though there are so many industries which are doing very well, they are very good as far as quality is concerned. They have their own isolations, they have well-characterized strains, and they are even exporting it. So that is there. But most of the biofertilizer units, they don't have this kind of system, and continuous field validations are required, field efficacy trials are required, and after every 3 to 6 months, like in Australia, you need to replace the culture of the microorganism, because it is sensitive. It is, you know, temperature sensitive also. So up to the end user, we need to take care of all these things. This is what from my side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. This was very interesting. A very important point in Dr. Sharma's deliberation emerged is that there are very limited regulations. Let me share some statistics with you. From 1st January 2000, since when the WTO came into existence, only in organic system, I'm not talking of everything else, only in organic related standards and regulations around the world emerged is 33,166. Just make a note. I am giving you a few more statistics, you will like it. That is one. Even in this year, 2022, 1st January till date, we had 714 regulations around the world related to organics. And this month in April, how many days? 20 days? 121 new regulations came in the world. How many came in India? Why I'm putting regulations? This issue is so important, but why regulations are emerging so fast in organic system in the world? If everything is so great, everything is so good, why governments around the world are so much worried about organic? Once we have seen what Dr. Yadav mentioned, the integrity of the players in the game. So government do not want that consumers should be cheated. That's one way of looking at it. Number two, in the name of organic, everything cannot be sold, then the whole mission is counterproductive. It means when anything we are trying to say that it is good, it is healthy, it is useful, it is sustainable, so there has to be clearly defined parameters, and that's why these regulations. It cannot be free for all. Very often people say that how a small farmer will manage all these regulations. I have a counter argument to it. Are you saying that pesticide residue of a small farmer is less toxic? Are you saying that a small farmer, if misusing pesticide, making food toxic, the people will not die? So there is no justification when we talk about small, big, rich, poor, when it comes to food safety. Because these are non-negotiable clauses in today's world. This cannot be negotiated in the name of because I'm small, I'm poor, I'm illiterate, so give me concession. Giving concession means what? Concession to kill people? To make consumers sick? Is this the concession? What concession we are asking for? And should we give? Now let me take this point to the person who has authored a book on regulations, Mr. Vipin Sani. Sir, guide kariye. What should be regulation in India?
Yeah, thanks, Vijay. Yeah, I'd first like to comment upon your suggestion on integration in the country. That is a huge, huge problem. Yeah, we do understand. Accordingly, as on date, some 7 government ministries, 18 legislations, 4 regulatory bodies, and 3 under consultation policy papers are under consultations at this point of time with respect to biologicals, or may I place it in a better sense, agriculture agri-inputs, which includes biofertilizers, biopesticides, biostimulants, and as you rightly said, what is the need of regulations? And the need has come across over the period of time for the past now 20, 30 years. I do remember that the first government notice to introduce Bacillus thuringiensis and Bacillus thuringiensis in the IPM program of the government of India way back in the early 1980s was there to promote biologicals in the sense. And now we've got quite a number of other biologicals. But then again, the question comes about spiking of such biologicals and what is the need. The need came out from what people could emphasize is that biologicals were slow. It is true. We have, biologicals have got a restriction. They have a separate pattern of working in the field. And that thing is not as any conventional agriculture, agri-input implication or application is there. Now, coming back to the integrating part, for biologicals, there's a very thin line, especially in biologicals, wherein you are able to classify a biological product or a biological agri-input product either as a biopesticide, a biofertilizer, or a biostimulant to that extent. And people normally across claim that, see, our product is a biological product, it is a biostimulant. Let me give you an example. However, it does also wonderfully control some fungal disease. Now that creates a conflict of interest, whether it is to be supposed to be governed under the Insecticides Act as it's got antifungal activities, or it should be treated as a biostimulant. Now, to this session, I would like to propose to the chair and to my moderator friend Vijay over here that it is time that there should be a separate biologicals legislation or regulatory authority wherein all kinds of biologicals, be it botanical or microbial in nature, need to be governed by one kind of an authority which can determine and give a cross-sectional label claim so that the biological can also be treated as a biostimulant, maybe working as a biofertilizer or as a biopesticide. So these are the major things that I emphasize in this regulatory system, that we are in need of a common biological legislation and also a post marketing of such products, quality control, because normally it is there that such products are also tested at the same laboratories where chemical products, chemical based agri inputs are tested, and the little bit of spiking of anything at the quality control level also, our analysis will give a bad name. But yes, I do agree, India does not have a definition of any biorational pesticide as it happens to be in the US, and such things need to be taken into consideration over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vipinji. So one thing is becoming clear that yes, this is as of today gray area where a lot has to be done, because unless we have clarity, then everything is good and everything is great. So we have to decide what is good and what is great in the whole process. As far as biologicals are concerned, there are already 660 regulations around the world when it comes to biologicals. And in this year itself, if I put it very clearly, from 2000 onwards, 2020 onwards, there are already 99 regulations emerged in the world. So it's not that word is not realized, because if we have aspiration as a country to become one of the big force in organic space, then we have to catch up. We can't be laggard. Then what will happen? We have to follow their guidelines. And if we have to follow their guidelines, and if we deviate from them under any pretext, as I mentioned to you, whether it is social reasons or political reasons or economic reasons, then it will be very difficult for us as a country to justify why we are deviating from the established norms. So either we have to be leader or we have to be follower. And when we follow the rules, then you play by the rules of the game established by others. And that is very, very difficult to win. So people, those who are serious about this sector, they must come together, form a seriousness, because every time I have seen in industry bodies, सब पे कानून बना दो, बस मुझे छोड़ दो. But don't allow me to wash hands. I ask everybody to come with, properly cleaned face, but don't ask my hand I should wash. That is the problem. We want to have very good regulation for everyone except me. And this is one of the reasons that why most of the regulation in India distort with time, or they become ineffective. And I'm sure those pulls and pressures are faced by Dr. Malhotra, because he chairs one of the most complicated decision-making body in the country. So, Dr. Saab, now in the second round, I will quickly request, what is the way forward if we all suggest, because time is running out, Mamta ji? We have 10, how many times? How many minutes? 15 minutes, okay. So 2 minutes each, let me put that way. If we have to hit, bullseye, bullet points, what should be done when it comes to regulations for biologicals? What are from your great experiences to all of you, because you all are highly experienced, so there's no need for me to give any background there. What should be done by Government of India to fix this serious gap, to build good organic systems in the country which is acceptable globally? Dr. Malhotra, to start with you.
Thank you. So, in fact, first round, it's very interesting round, and many good points have emerged out. I'll discuss at the end when I'll sum up. So here, the point which has been just flagged now, it's very important, and it's very sensitive point also. We need to first see from the integrity point of view. I think that the point which was raised, and really it's an important point, because this all depends upon our own seriousness we need to bring into, and we need to have a kind of clarity that yes, we need to stick to that one. So here the point is that how we can put our regulatory system in a strong way, so that quality assurance system, a well quality assurance system should be set. I know that there are many, I should say, constants also which we face. Sometimes we have a shortage of the inspectors even at state level, center level, to do a kind of sampling where we could promote the high level, good quality products which could be further tested. Then the point which I liked that was related to this separate biological legislation that should be there. It's a really very interesting. I'm telling because we have received a feedback and many proposals have come from the industry side that we have in broad sense 3 regulatory systems which are existing. One is related to this biopesticides, then another one is biofertilizers, and third one is biostimulants. So here there are some combination products. So what about those combination products? What about those formulation where bio as well as some chemicals are put into? So both in combination, if it could be done, that could only be done through a separate legislation system, but I don't know. It will come in because it further needs a kind of deliberation, because there are many points that do we have kind of apex system of legislation which can be put on these 3, or some kind of other things could be done. So here, no doubt about it, that regulatory system that's emerging very fast, and we have to learn from the experiences of globally also. But people are setting our examples also when we speak about the biostimulants. Yes. People say that country has come forward and India has set the guidelines for registration of the biostimulants, and now it is considered as a base for many other countries. And the point is really of great worry when we speak about this fly by night. Sometimes how we can eliminate that. The point was raised and we discussed from that point of view. So here we need to have a stringent guideline. Do we really need to have a stringency we need to bring? But good players, definitely they will do good. But for others, sometimes we are said that your guidelines are stringent. These are not favorable for a medium and small scale enterprise, and they will have to pay more for toxicological tests. So this is the point which has been raised time and again as per our experience, which I'm mentioning here. Suppose I'm just giving an example. Vijay was also with us. We insisted that there is a need of 5-batch analysis, and people were asking only 1 batch. So how we can compromise on safety aspects? So we should not compromise on safety aspects, parameters whatsoever have been fixed for this one. If 5-batch analysis, then 5-batch analysis. If we are asking for 1 batch, it's just a kind of relaxation that is. But till how long we will give the relaxation? So this kind of stringency is really needed where we can put these things in practice. We would like to listen others also. Then I'll give my final comments later because of shortage of the time. Yeah, we'll discuss at the end. I'll summarize.
Thank you, sir. Coming from you, some of the very important points, because that is precisely I was expecting as a regulator, as a chair of the committee. There are a lot of pressures on you and things which are concerned for the country. Dr. Yadav, I need your input from your experience. What should be done if I say the 3 important points immediately to, as you mentioned, when it comes to integrity? Sir, let me. सर मैं तो पूरा दिन बैठा हूँ मैडम आपके सामने, ये परमिशन दे दें, मुझे कोई टेंशन नहीं है. मेरे को देखिए 1 घंटा एलोकेट है, उसमें अगर देखिए ग्रेवल साहब, I'll come to that. That's what I'm asking. That is what I'm asking, sir. That's what I'm asking. So in those 3 points, how to improve the system.
I think, sir, one good suggestion. Sorry. One good suggestion came from our friend Vipinji. There should be an independent authority with a lot of understanding in the facilities for regulation. That is the one. Another thing, because the entire biological sector is evolving and multiplicity of the products are coming, I think we need slightly decentralized system of the controlling. One single authority at one point of time looks very good, but sometime it will be too much of the activity for the controlling authority. So single authority at the top then decentralization of the responsibilities even with the different type of products can be the another one. Third is that instead of because the sector is growing, instead we specify particular standard as we have done into the biofertilizers or the organic fertilizer, although biostimulant is on the other side. We should accept the formula which has been laid down under the biostimulant draft, which goes for the label approval. What you claim and what you do. And then after that, it is also necessary that whatever claims are made, we have proper testing standards and the laboratory facilities for that, which practically, if you see about the biostimulant, what I feel, there is a lot of inadequacy in our system. We need to strengthen that. Sardana ji.
Thank you, sir. Sharma ji, you are practicing and you have seen all the challenges and discussed by various speakers. What are the 3 suggestions you want to offer to address this challenge?
Sir, basically we are dealing with biofertilizers only. Biostimulants also it's coming out, and I am one of the member of the committee. It seems to be very, very difficult to come out for a biostimulant things in a quick way. But the thing is, my suggestion as far as biofertilizers are concerned, आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Biofertilizers की अगर हम बात करते हैं, we say about biofertilizers, my suggestion, sir, is that we should have a kind of a self-certification kind of system, self-regulatory kind of a system. Self-regulatory means simply the way we do in case of certification, we are implementing PGS India certification. It's a self-certification kind of a system for certification of organic products, organic things. So as far as biofertilizers are concerned, we should have a self quality assurance kind of a system where a group of units, they can have one source from where they can ask for the technology, and that technology should be a reliable one. Government has to support the technology provider, the resource center which is supplying the microorganisms or the strain, and here the support is required for establishment as well as for manpower of that particular resource center. And there should be a continuous connection between the biofertilizer unit and the resource and that resource center. And if that resource center is not asking for any, simply one idea, one example, if after 3 to 6 months they are not asking for any fresh strain kind of thing, and that kind of thing will lead to taking him out of the system. That means a self-regulatory kind of a system. So it should be in a form of a public-private partnership kind of mode, PPP mode. So strain accession number should be clear if we go deep into the things, and the resource center which is going to supply the culture bank, which is going to supply the strain or microorganism, the beneficial agriculture, they should come and monitor regularly the biofertilizer units. And it should be a win-win kind of a two-way kind of a relationship between the supplier, the culture bank supplier and manufacturer. So that kind of system is required up to the marketing thing, and it should be in a PPP mode. We are trying to have a quality assurance system, a self-certification kind of system, mobile app kind of a certification system in our natural farming things also. So this kind of system is required. And I'm not saying that government don't have to play any role in that. Yes, government has to play a very big role in that. So this is what is my suggestion for this system.
Sharmaji, thank you very much. I'm a little now confused. Self-regulation, we're discussing there's a serious issue of integrity. Will it work? I don't know, you have to think. Vipin, sir, please, disturb mat kariye. Now, issue is that, Vipinji, you have seen the suggestions which has emerged, and you have reviewed a whole lot of regulations, and you're working very closely in this domain. What are your 3 suggestions? What should be done by Government of India to address this concern?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Vijay. First of all, coming to the comments given by our chair regarding 5-batch analysis and things like that, decentralization and harmonization is one particular issue that I can suggest that, we need to harmonize our regulations if we want to survive and sustain in a global competitive market. That is one. Like Dr. Malhotra has very rightly said that we were asking for 5-batch analysis, people were saying 1-batch analysis, but then again, if we harmonize our standards to a certain extent, then obviously we do meet the global requirements which can be mutually acceptable across the globe. As far as Dr. Sharma was saying something about strains and all, we already have a National Bureau of Agriculturally Important Microorganisms, which initially till a year and a half back was a national repository, but now under the Budapest Treaty it has been also given a global status. So therefore this is one place, one organization from where pure mother culture strains which have been genetically sequenced and have been identified and have been posited by various organizations, public or private, are available. So I look towards harmonization of things, but yes, I do also agree to one point. Yesterday I was discussing certain issues with Sardar Grewal Saab over here, and he has got interesting views, and I have been following him on WhatsApp groups and a number of other farmers who've got good ideas of how to go into the organic sector, how to control, and if you see the kind of discussions and the deliberations that these people do on WhatsApp, it is mind-boggling. You really need to have an understanding for that to that particular level, because probably they have got a practical experience. Now this is here where I would, sir, very kindly to you propose that I would be wanting to listen to your views afterwards, whenever we can document, articulate it in an appropriate manner with an understanding which should be acceptable to be proposed at a higher authority through the organizers, and that will help us make a move forward. Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Vijay.
Thank you, Vipin. I think it's a very good suggestion that if practicing farmers and people, those who are in field and those who are sufferer of the inferior quality products, should come out with suggestions how to eliminate bad products and create a space for good products. So I think Vipin, take this initiative, please, and with the Grewal Sahib and other people, those who are in the field, they can be a good depository and guidelines for all of us. Now, before I hand over to Chairman, I'll take 3 questions, straight questions, no details. I'll start with Grewal Sahib. Another 2 questions. Anyone just raise the hand? 1. Another 1. I'll have a time only for 3. Others you can discuss during lunch time, and that will be interesting. Grewal Sahib, over to you.
जी, मैं questions नहीं करने, मैं तो अनु solutions देने ने, because questions जिंदगी.
सर लिख के दे दो, मैं इन्होंने कहूँगा कि publish करें Agriculture Today. Okay, please.
You see, the solution is, we are talking upar. We are not talking the base of it. The base of it is, what is organic? Organic is total transparency and total traceability. APIDA hasn't been able to achieve it. Simple solution, the money should go into the account of the farmer.
Okay.
Once you deposit the money into the account of the farmer, no businessman is able to take it out. Simple. It will cut at least 70 to 80% pilferage. I agree with Dr. Saab, because we've been very closely associated, Dr. Yadav and me, and discussing the problems. Because what he says is they find a solution. Solution is because the traceability and transparency is not maintained. Now coming back to this, your biofertilizers and then chemical fertilizers to be together, I don't agree with it. Does anybody know what organic is? In the shop, you cannot sell both the things together. How can you have the same regulation together? When you are not able to, according to the law of organic, you cannot sell that product in the same shop. How is it possible that you make the same law for under the same guidance? It's not possible. We are going to east, they are going to west. Absolutely opposite. The philosophy is different.
Correct.
Okay.
And there are...
पंजाब का चुनाव खत्म हो गया.
ਹੁਣ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਲਾਤੀ ਖਤਮ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਚ ਮਾਜਰਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲਾ Now coming to the consumer, do we have consumers association? I'm member of Organic Consumers Association of America, and on the same grounds I've requested, I've talked to people, nobody, it's as if I'm talking to the wall. I'm lucky that I'm listening. Sardana ji, I congratulate you today, not before that. I'm very blunt, you know my way of talking. Because it has been hurting me. It has hurted me directly. I have reached a stage. What is organic? Organic is when it becomes non-allergen. You take my products, they are non-allergen. And we have cancelled the theory of gluten intolerance and all that nonsense. It's a basic chemical which goes into the DNA of a product which creates a trouble. We have never used even
Any other suggestion? So my point is, Grewal sir, these are, I can understand you have a lot of insight to share with us. Any other suggestion so that I can move on?
I can read all these questions which I have written and...
Can I suggest one thing to all of you, especially to Grewal sir? Tomorrow 3 o'clock I am meeting Secretary Agriculture. Okay? If you send whatever thoughts you have, either WhatsApp.
Take me along with you.
No, I don't want to take it. There are some other issues to discuss. Why should disclose what I am discussing? Like you, when you meet Mr. Modi, you never take me. So, point is, anyway, jokes apart, point is that if there are any serious issues, at least I can start flagging it, and so that balls start rolling. Okay, thanks. Any other question? Yes, sir.
सर कल से हम सुन रहे हैं 3 वर्ड बायो एग्रीकल्चर, ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर, नेचुरल एग्रीकल्चर. Is there any difference among these or same? And organic agriculture permits the use of organics, and many times it has been observed that organic, like neem products, they are laced with synthetic products, and that spoils the game.
I think that's the first point was very interesting. We have n number of nomenclature in the name of organic.
Yes.
Is there any glossary where I can clear my doubts?
Sometimes we also feel baffled and confused. What should be the difference? But to my broad understanding, basically bio and organic is the same thing. No difference between the two. And whatever we call bio, organic or natural, these are the 3 systems which excludes the use of chemicals directly or indirectly, excludes the use of GMOs, and emphasize more on the practices which are sustainable and resource conserving. This is the basic commonality among all the 3 systems or 2 systems, whatever you say. Recently, because till few years ago we were thinking whatever is produced without the use of synthetic inputs, it is defined as organic. Natural farming was part of the organic. Now a new branch has come up as a natural farming. To my broad understanding is, in organic, if you exclude the use of purchased inputs, then it has become natural. Our natural, which is some of the promoters which are promoting like Subhash Palekar, etc., they always say, nothing is to be purchased from outside, that is why it is zero budget. So nowadays, natural farming is being promoted as a organic system, but excluding the industrial or purchased or industry produced inputs. That is the only difference.
Thank you, sir. मैं एक छोटी सी बात कहूँगा. Black is black, call by any name. As simple as that. अब अगर आप हर स्टेट में जाएंगे तो हर एक का अलग नाम है. मैं भी थोड़े दिन पहले किसानों से मिला था राजस्थान में. मैंने कहा आप क्या करते हैं? राम खेती. मैंने वो क्या होता है कि ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर. अब एक ये नया ट्रेंड. सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज ब्लैक, नेम कैन बी एनीथिंग, बट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट वी आर गोइंग इनटू. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
Yeah. Sir, hi, I'm Abhishek. It's to the chair. Sir, adding to what Mr. Grewal was saying and what the other person was saying.
Sir, कहाँ से बोल रहे हो? हाथ ऊपर करो यार. हाँ, please.
जी. Sir, organic का a lot of difference is how we are testing organic. So I would say that we are testing organic on the basis of carbon. कि इसमें इतना कार्बन है तो ये ऑर्गेनिक है, बट एसेंशियली दैट इज नॉट द टेस्ट. द ओनली टेस्ट दैट वी हैव फॉर ऑर्गेनिक इज द अमाउंट ऑफ कार्बन दैट द प्रोडक्ट हैज.
Are you saying, sir, I'm a little confused. Are you saying that organic wheat has a more carbon than
I'm talking about organic input, sir.
Okay.
Organic input. So the only test we have is amount of organic carbon that we have in a product. But essentially that is not true. Organic is the process the product is made. For example, I could source carbon from different other products and add it into my fertilizer and then give it and sell it. But so that would not be same as organic.
Sir, मेरा point बहुत simple है.
जी.
Whether organic is a product or organic is a process.
Organic is the process, sir. Organic is the process.
Now let me raise this issue. If I have a GM seed produced through organic system, what you will call it?
Sir, I am only talking about input, sir.
अरे अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं organic is a process.
See, I am talking about organic input as a process, sir. How are we making organic input?
I am not going into arguments. I am just flagging the issues which we have to handle in coming days.
Right.
I take a BT cotton and follow everything verbatim as a organic cotton production system. What you will call it? Can I say BT organic cotton?
Sir.
Can I call it a organic cotton? Will I call it a BT cotton? But I have adopted the organic system. So my point here is that, see, the science is going to be blurred as we go forward. So that's where we have to be very, very specific where we are going ahead. Anyway.
Science is not applied. I'm sorry for talking again. In cotton is tested, not the seed which is 2/3 and which has the base for the testing.
So that is what I asked, sir, कि organic is a process or a product. Now you are saying it is a product. Another person said it is a process. Anyway, see, there are going to be a lot of gray areas as we go into deeper. See, that's what I'm trying to say. If it is science, we have to define the parameters. That's what I'm trying to. Bringing those, definitely I'm bringing controversial issues so that we start thinking deeper. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can we...
Lady, who is the lady? Raise the hand, who is the lady voice?
Sir, can we wind up the session now, sir?
This is a women power, we have to abide by it. I will request all our rest of the questions, please handle directly with the panelist. For concluding remark, I'm handing over to chairperson.
Thank you so much. Interesting discussion. Yes, that discussion started with that what kind of policy changes we expect. Some suggestions we invited from panelists and others. Some suggestions have come. Then again, how globally we can compete and some kind of different kind of formulations are needed, good innovations are needed, how we can come forward from that point of view. Yes, good points were discussed, but the major point was that how we can take that integrity part of our industry, because integrity should happen from every year. From the producer, from the manufacturer, from the trader, and from
May
the
I request some
Bhai,
order in
bolo
the
mat
hall,
yaar, please maintain silence.
Product should, how it should remain long lasting. Long lasting products should be brought forward, and here the failure rate which they mentioned, that in our laboratories many of the products they fail because of the because of not conformity with the standards which we have fixed. So standards should be followed from that point of view. And here the point which was discussed related to this regional based, जिसमें ग्रेवाल साहब भी बोल रहे थे, वो हमारा कहना ये नहीं था कि हमें करना चाहिए. ये एक सजेशन सबकी तरफ से आता था कि उनको जो है अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट है, देयर आर मेनी प्रोडक्ट्स. अभी मैं देखूंगा कुछ और, देयर आर सेवरल प्रोडक्ट्स इन एट मल्टीनेशनल लेवल, दोज आर बीइंग ट्रेडेड. बायोस्टिमुलेंट्स plus nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, biostimulants plus micronutrients. I was discussing with our Velagra, our expert also. तो वो नहीं हो सकता, अगर आपने केमिकल मिला दिया तो वो बायो नहीं है. मैं आपकी बात से एग्री करता हूँ, वो भी बात, लेकिन रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी के सामने देयर इज वन चैलेंज दैट हाउ वी विल एंटरटेन सच प्रोडक्ट्स. सपोज इफ एनीबडी कम्स विद बायोस्टिमुलेंट प्लस बायो फर्टिलाइजर, कहेंगे अलग अलग रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी में जाता है, ये पॉइंट था. तो वो अलग अलग रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी, बायोपेस्टिसाइड प्लस बायोस्टिमुलेंट, दोनों अलग अलग रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी है, वो कोई दोनों के लिए परमिशन नहीं दे सकता है. तो ये कह रहे हैं कि एक अपेक्स एक ऐसा रहे जो दोनों को कंसीडर करे, उसका भी सजेशन, देन वी कैन इंट्रोड्यूस सच न्यू एंड नॉवल प्रोडक्ट्स इनटू इट. वी विल डिस्कस लेटर, हम बैठ के बात कर सकते हैं. और इसमें जो इनकरेज, वी नीड टू इनकरेज द ओरिजिनल बायोलॉजिकल्स, biologicals there should be, but anyway that suggestion we are taking forward, that there should be apex separate biological legislation that we will also put in our recommendation, that some kind of system should be there that could be later deliberated upon. And few new points I would like to add, because now there is a shortage of time. Many things have been already recorded, I am not going to repeat into it. One is there is the introduction of drones now. All these biologicals, these standards, some kind of testing protocols, testing procedure should be worked out for testing of these biologicals through this drone application that is required to be done. This should be one of the recommendations. And then organic nanos, for organic nano biostimulants, organic nano biologicals, there are some extractives and others. Those could also be considered. Those are required to be, new innovations should come. I know I discussed with Mr. Ram, he is sitting with us. So these are the few points, new points just I have added into it. And we need to align with our Vision 2047. Government is going to announce the Vision 2047, where the targets have been set that we need to reduce greenhouse gases. So present level is 12%. 12% of this contamination comes through greenhouse gases. Contribution is from agriculture sector. So from 12% we need to reduce to 9% by 2027, and we need to reduce it to 5% by 2032. And this is a kind of I should say targets which have been put before us. Then soil organic carbon, this was also mentioned into it. So through the application of these biologicals, we can increase the soil organic carbon. So soil organic carbon present level is 0.3, we need to increase to 0.4, and by 2032 we need to take it up to 1%. These are the targets which have been accepted at the very high level. And again this fertilizers consumption. So it's a fertilizer consumption which is for 25, it needs to be reduced to 25% in the next, by 2027, and we need to reduce to 35% by 2032, and this kind of agreement is there. These are the targets which have been set. So we need to align with all these such targets, that how we can take them forward. Thank you so much. I think I am not repeating those questions which have been already discussed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. And thanks to all my fellow panelists, and thanks to the audience. Back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that wonderful session that we had. And as I request Ms. Mamta Jain to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a small memento to all our eminent panelists here, we begin with our chair, Dr. S.K. Malhotra. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those valuable inputs. To our distinguished moderator, Mr. Vijay Sardana. Thank you once again, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. To Mr. Vipin Saini, CEO Basai. Thank you for all those valuable inputs, sir. To Dr. Ashok Yadav. And to Dr. Gagnesh Sharma, Director, National Center for Organic and Natural Farming. Thank you, Ms. Mamta Jain, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings of this session, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated as we straight away move to the next session. Give us few minutes while we arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the next session. And may I invite our chairperson for the session, Dr. Prem Warrior, Chief Operating Officer, Velagro. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting our distinguished chair, Dr. Prem Warrior, Chief Operating Officer, Velagro. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I invite our eminent speakers for this session, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. Dr. Nutan Kaushik, warm welcome to you, ma'am. May I invite Dr. S. Narayanan, Whole-Time Director, Green Star Fertilizers Limited. May I invite Ms. Vaishnavi Machiraju, MD Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited. Dr. Mukesh Patel, Founder Agriland Biotech. Dr. Shailendra Singh, he is Chief Operating Officer, Zydex. And Mr. Dev Bhardwaj, Founder, Festcorp.in. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to kindly take their seats. May I request everybody to kindly be seated? I would request all our delegates who need to discuss may kindly step out of the hall. We are ready to go ahead with our next session, which is on technological advances in biocontrol and biostimulants. I would request all of you to kindly put your hands together to welcome our eminent panelists on the stage. Our chair for this session is Dr. Prem Warrior, Chief Operating Officer, Velagro. Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. Dr. S. Narayanan, Whole-Time Director, Green Star Fertilizers Limited. Ms. Vaishnavi Machiraju, MD, Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited. Dr. Mukesh Patel, Founder, Agriland Biotech. Dr. Shailendra Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Zydex. And Mr. Dev Bhardwaj, Founder, Fescorp.in. May I request for some order inside the hall, please? Everybody to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect for our eminent speakers on the panel, I would request everybody to kindly take their seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the topic for the session is technological advances in biocontrol and biostimulants. The time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair, presentations or addresses by all our eminent speakers for about 7 to 8 minutes each, and we will have question and answers in the end after all the addresses are over, if the time permits. With those words, I hand over to our chairperson, Dr. Prem Warrior, for your opening remarks, sir, and to carry forward the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. My pleasure to be here once again at this podium and to have the opportunity to chair this session on technology. For background, I think I mentioned earlier in the earlier session, for those who heard it, I am a scientist, so I'm not disqualified. I'm qualified to be here. I had my PhD in agriculture, then went on to take a business degree, and then I managed the technology, R&D, marketing, and sales at Velagro, a company based in Italy. So when you talk about technology and technology advances, it can cover a broad spectrum of things. And so I think, first of all, we need to define the area we want to work about. In relation to biological agriculture, what I see as technology is either it could be a totally new organism, new plant extract, new plant, new natural resources, or it could be enablers of these agents for functional improvement of plant activity in agriculture, of course. It could also be formulations improvement. It could also be improvement of delivery itself and improving the performance per se, singly or in combination with other agents. So we have a tremendous flexibility and a huge arsenal of tools which we could be using to improve agriculture naturally. And that is exactly why the potential of bioagriculture is huge, because the source and resource are immense. And we still are discovering, we probably have discovered about 2% of microorganisms already, and there's probably 98% yet to be discovered. So I think the opportunities are really unfathomable. There's quite a few things which can be done. So in this arena, however, what we do in practical bioagriculture is still a challenge, because when I look at the agriculture in the last 40 years, which I've been exposed to, I see very few innovations in bioagriculture in general. Most of what we have seen today is the same old trichoderma, same old Bacillus subtilis, and same old, basically pretty much all subtilis would be there, Bacillus thuringiensis, and this is all that we have seen mostly. However, in the last decade, we have seen tremendous improvements by looking at other sources, including plant extracts, including protein hydrolysates, including amino acids, micropeptides. Also, the most important thing I'm seeing, which is almost revolutionizing, is the knowledge of the microbiome. And in that area, I think the potential is immense when you talk about the power of multiple microorganisms working together to achieve something which has not been done before. It does come with its own challenges in the sense that when microorganisms work together or multiple organisms work together, it'll be like this room when all the scientists are working together on one project, there will be chaos, there will be confusion, there will be a lot of areas of concern. So a similar thing will happen with microorganisms also when they are put together. Having said that, we are slowly starting to see the use of the microbiome as a concept in agriculture. A few companies have come together and they are having promoting such technologies. Definitely in the US and in Europe, we have seen some work. There's been some work already in India in this regard as well. One of the purposes of such a thing is how can you make the plant manipulate the microbes in the soil? That's another question that has been asked. Can we use ingredients or simple natural ingredients to promote the microbiome activity and thereby cause changes in the plant? These are all opportunities which need investigation. The challenge again is to have them done reproducibly, formulated them to commercializable product formats, put it in a package and sell it to a person and tell the person how to use it. So as an agricultural scientist or a practitioner of agriculture for the practical agriculture, we find it quite difficult to continue that. Given all these things, the bioag world is really expanding. It's really exploding is what I would say. We have seen double-digit growth in the marketplace. I mentioned some this morning. Much of the work has been done in European countries. We see a lot of work in India, in some other countries also, in Asia Pacific. Somehow these have not seen the light of the day. It's not been coming up strongly enough. It could be one of the reasons could be the lack of resources available to promote them, and also no one has actually taken it up to actually introduce into other geographies. What we need to be continuously aware of is whenever you use microorganisms, you have to be aware of the context in which it is working. So what works in India may or may not work in the United States context or in Spain or in Brazil. So the contextual nature of agriculture has become the biggest challenge in expansion of microbials, especially microbial or even natural products in general. That problem is not seen as much for chemicals because chemicals are able to overcome those challenges, and generally they work more broadly. And that is indeed the plus and minus of the chemical agent which we are trying to overcome. Given all these things, I really don't want to go into the challenges and advances specifically because I do have an excellent team here, and my job here is to introduce this team and let them speak and listen to them, to learn from them as to what are the opportunities that they have been working on, what have they been trying to promote. As a team, what I was hoping is once we listen to them, maybe we can encourage them with supportive questions or critical thinking approaches to engage them further and have them promote further. So without much further ado, I would like to get the first speaker, which I do not have a list. So, is that okay, sorry, I don't have this list. Okay. So I have Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Director General, MIT Food and Agriculture Foundation. Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prem Warrior, for nicely introducing the subject, that is the technological advances in biologicals. So when we talk about the biologicals, we include a whole lot of things like we include for the biopesticide, we include the biofertilizers, and we also include the diverse sources also, like as you rightly mentioned, about the plants, microbes, and so on. So when we are talking about the technological advances, now we have to move on from the traditional microbial based pesticides to the new dimensions, which is the microbial metabolite based biopesticides. This could be one as a dimension which can be given. Very less work has been done, particularly in India, when we talk about the microbial metabolites. We have developed some microbial metabolite based formulations. One was developed in collaboration with Spain, and that has been gone to company, added in the Spanish company, and it was very successful. So we have to optimize the condition like for the maximum production and so on. But microbial metabolites more stable as compared to the microbial per se, because the metabolites are coming from the microbes per se. But beauty of there could be two aspects also in the microbial metabolite based production. We can like classify the from the one production system. We can have two types of formulation. One is the macrospore based formulation, another could be the metabolite based formulation. That's one aspect. Second aspect is this, that when we talk about the botanicals, we have like botanicals see lot of sometimes criticism that sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. Like if we really go for back to the neem, like people used to apply it, some people used to say that it works, some people used to say it doesn't work, the extract, the neem extract per se. And when we investigated the whole problem, there was a network program which was initiated by Government of India long time back. And when we screened the whole germplasm which is available in India for the azaractin content per se, because azaractin was supposedly molecule responsible for the activity. And we found out that the variability of the azaractin in our population is from 0.002% to 1.5%. So in case we are taking the tree which is having 0.002% and prepare the extract from that tree, that is never going to work. It is going to fail in the field. But at the same time, if the person is working with the extract having 1.5% of the azaractin content, that is certainly going to work. So if something is not working, it doesn't mean the technology has a problem. It means we need to investigate and find out the right solution for it. Do screen. So chemotypes, particularly with the botanicals, we have seen that the chemotypes and ecotypes variability does impact the efficacy of the product. So we need to first not only identify the molecule, but also need to standardize the extract with respect to the azaractin content per se, and then based on that we can do this standardized. Based on the standardized extract, we can finalize the formulation. That's another aspect. We have very rich traditional knowledge system. We have not validated that. So for scientific validation of our traditional knowledge is another way by which we can find out many new aspects. Many new formulation can come forward with that, with the validation of the scientific knowledge. Another aspect which is now upcoming areas are the use of the molecular bioinformatics, use of the genome sequencing. We can do nowadays. It's very easy to get your microbes whole genome sequenced of your microbes, get it sequenced and then identified which are the metabolites which can be used for the as a biopesticide or biofertilizer. Then identify those genes and then identify those metabolites and develop the formulation. So that's a pretty much easier. And also identify the biosynthetic bioinformatics. What are the new pathways which we can target as far as the pest is concerned? We need to also identify the new pathways to target the new channel for getting the newer type of activity. So bioinformatics can really help in identification of the new targets, new mechanisms by which we can develop new type of formulation. Then we have like we mentioned about the nano in the previous session, nano fertilizer. Nano biopesticides are also coming up, but we need to have strong regulatory system along with it when we are dealing with the nano, because safety is an issue with this one. So nano is another aspect where we can take up the new type of technology, can come up from the nanotechnology also, nano biopesticide formulation. Then in the formulation itself, there's a whole lot of improvement is required. Like we started with the solid formulation, like the vegetable powders and so on, and which are still continuing to be registered, which is very like which is I would say like and now the vegetable powder should be discarded. We should go more for the liquid-based formulation with the higher shelf life of formulation, having at least 1 year of the 1 to 2 years of shelf life, because solid based formulation should not be promoted anymore. We should go for more for high orders formulation, new type of formulation, having the enhanced activity. So this is another aspect which I would like to say, and then we can have whole lot of adjuvants, UV protectors and so on, improved formulation. Formulation with the improved drift is another aspect which can be covered, which can be developed, can be taken up as a new area. And then when India is very biodiversity rich country, we have 4 biodiversity hotspots. And as you said, only 2% of the microbes have been investigated so far scientifically. Similarly, in the plant diversity also, only 3 to 4% plant diversity has been investigated so far scientifically. So we need to investigate more of this diversity and use that diversity as a source for new molecules, new approaches, new mechanism, and new biocontrol mechanisms. So with this, I would like to stop here, and then probably in the next round I can provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any burning questions for Dr. Kaushik? If not, we'll go on to the next presenter. And that better? Yes. Our next speaker is Dr. S. Narayanan, from whole-time director from Green Star Fertilizers Limited.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen here. It's a pleasure to be here after a very long time of 2 years of COVID and lockdown. And I am representing a company called Green Star Fertilizers. And we market synthesized fertilizers or synthetic fertilizers in the brand Spic, which is very popular and there in the market for more than 50 years now. And we do close to more than 1 million ton of synthetic fertilizers in a year. And of late, maybe during the last 8-9 years, we started introducing these organics, organic fertilizers and various other forms of organic inputs like humic acid formulations. Of late, we have introduced this protein hydrolysate based plant biostimulant. And the technology, the session being the technological advancements in the biostimulants and plant biocontrol agents. We are more into nutritional side. We are not into plant protection or biocontrol side. While talking about this plant biostimulants, we concentrate on utilizing the benefits of free amino acids as well as protein hydrolysate, as Mr. Sarah said, the peptides. The peptide bonds also we are found to be very useful to the crops, which are especially grown in situations which are prone to heat changes, either high temperature or low temperature, or erratic monsoon, or drought, or even in saline soil conditions. And the production technology has been improved over a period of time. Now we have come to a stage where the product can be formulated on a crop-specific or a soil-specific ways because of the flexibility available in the multi-level fermentation processes that we are using. And another important feature in this technology is the production of more number of L-amino acid radicals also, and the opportunity opens up for manufacturing chelated micronutrients in the same base material. And the extraction process of the fermentation is so well that the final formulation could be 15 to 16 times of the technical product that we manufacture. That brings down the cost by 1/10 or 1/15 of the cost of the product that is actually available in the market today. And the product has been tested across various farmer fields, and sponsored research is also happening in various research institutes like in Institute for Abiotic Stress Management, Baramati, as well as in pomegranate research institutes and Upasi tea gardens, and 17 locations. The product is under various levels and stages of testing. Once it gets completed, we'll get a formal registration as a plant biostimulant. And I would say that's one of the latest technologies wherein the extraction process is really quicker. Some of our competitors, mainly based in US and European manufacturers, when they take around 96 to 112 hours for extraction, we could able to complete in 48 hours. That could be due to the ambient temperature where it has been manufactured, that is in Chennai. And still the efficiency of this microbial colony on the substratum that we are using, we have two sources of substratum. One is of animal source, another one is plant source, mainly gluten. And the extraction process is so fast, and the assimilation is also very good, so that we can go for 15 to 16 times dilution to come to the formulation stage. So anything on the technological side or the benefits of these products and the crops we can discuss during the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Vaishnavi Machiraju from Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited.
Hello. Very good afternoon to respected Chairman, Dr. Prem Warrior, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So let me first introduce myself. I am M. Vaishnavi, Managing Director of Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited. We manufacture antimicrobial non-GMO products which are based on fermentation technology, especially in food ingredients. So when we are talking about this session about biostimulant, biocontrol, first thing, any product we manufacture or across the globe, it starts with agriculture. So the agriculture is the base for everything. So we take non-edible grade food grains which are of high value and are rich in carbohydrates. Then we segregate the carbohydrates and proteins. The carbohydrates are then converted into glucose, and then it is further produced around 200 plus products in biopharmaceutical. So when we talk about carbohydrates and proteins, so protein part is where it comes when we talk about agriculture. So agriculture, the protein is base where it strengthens and enhances the productivity, which is nothing but we all are talking amino acids, protein hydrolysis. So when we talk about bioagri, now everybody talks, like yesterday Dr. MJ Saxena has pointed out that along with production should not just be restricted to food safety, it should also include nutrition, so which is a prime and very base of agriculture. So along with food safety, now the importance and emphasis is on soil health, which is very important. So I think in agriculture, now that you see, I'll talk to farmers specifically, when they are producing, there are a lot of traders and brokers in between where they sell products at high cost, which is a loss to a farmer at the end. So what we do is directly take our food grains or our commodities, raw materials from the farmers, and then we take, even if it is at high price, directly from the farmers. In this way, we are creating value addition to the farmers in the end. And I also like to point out that biostimulants are not just productivity enhancers, but also are the nutrition content in the biostimulant is what enhances the productivity of the agriculture. So I would like to lastly, but not the least, to keep it very short, I want to point out that in this session, in the previous session also it was pointed out that quality parameters is very important across the globe. Now let's not talk across the globe, but in India, the quality testing parameters for organic content is very, very important. It has to be standardized across India first, and then we talk about global. And the next thing I want to tell about is, I believe that I am from commerce background, and I have chosen biotechnology field because I think it has a lot of scope and a lot of things that we can do together to achieve it. So we have signed a lot of, we as whole Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited have signed a lot of MOUs with various universities, wanting students to not lose the excitement that they are studying in the field of biotechnology and to continue in the field of biotechnology. So this is what I want to give a message to the youth, that we can do anything in the field of biotechnology if we continue in that field. And it is high time that in agriculture we have to start shifting towards biostimulant and organic content, because now it is too much of chemical residue has been come so far. It is high time we shift towards biostimulants. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Next on our lineup is Dr. Mukesh Patel, founder Agriland Biotech.
Respected Chairman, panelists, scientists, industrialists, and students. I introduce myself, Dr. Mukesh Patel. Basically, my doctorate in plant pathology, and I have started my company in 1994. And we are mainly working on biopesticides, biofertilizers, and insects experiments only. This is our core area. And we have separate dedicated R&D center. We have about 14 PhD and masters in science, particularly in microbiology, entomology, plant pathology, and biochemistry background. And we have a dedicated DSI approved R&D center, and we are working on various biologicals, biocontrol agents, and biofertilizers and biostimulants. And this is the journey of 18 years. We have developed various technology, particularly biocontrol agents. We have developed a technology, is the surface technology. Surface technology is particularly for fungal antagonistic, fungal biocontrol. And this is a system, it is a cozy system. It is a Japanese system. We have classified about 12,000 square feet area is under the classified class 10,000 area, where we are multiplying all these fungal biocontrol agents like Trichoderma, Beauveria, Verticillium, Metarhizium, Pochonia, Paecilomyces, and some of the Ectomycorrhiza species. So whatever the main reason, fungal, if we ferment in fermenters, in liquid fermentation, there is a lot of blastospores are production. And blastospores are short-lived, and their shelf life is very less, say 3 to 4 months, maximum is the 6 months. So particularly when we are multiplying on the solid surface, so their shelf life will increase. And when we incubate that from 4 degree to 45 degree centigrade temperature, so they become the hardened spore. So we got very good hardened spore. It is environmentally robust, then environmentally sound, and profuse spore population, because a lot of aeration is there. So it is a we got count 10 raised to 10, 10 raised to 11, 10 raised to 12 count particularly on that area. And so we have developed this technology particularly for biocontrol agent. More details is available on our website. And another technology we have developed with the collaboration of TERI, the Energy Research Institute, New Delhi. So it is a carrot hairy rot organ culture techniques, particularly for mass multiplication of the Endomycorrhiza glomus intraredis. So we have developed, we are doing root organ culture. So one Agrobacterium rhizogenesis is used, and we introduced 3 genes, particularly waterlogging condition, then drought conditions, and saline condition. So 3 genes introduced. We do daily 6,000 bottles tissue cultured, particularly for carrot tissue, and mass multiplying this Endomycorrhiza. And right now we are getting almost 1,60,000 to 1,90,000 spores per gram. And we are supplying this technical material to so many multinationals and national companies, and also supplying to TERI also. Another technology we have developed particularly for fruit fly control. So we have developed system, nomad lifetime system. Nomad lifetime, that means it is a complete crop life cycle of the crops. So particularly, initially we have targeted Q-lure based sex pheromones, particularly for Bactrocera cucurbita. Bactrocera cucurbita is a very notorious pest for all cucurbitaceae crops. Initially, we have taken as a research trial, particularly for Gherkin Industries in Karnataka. So they have sponsored one project, particularly for they have infestation of 8.5% when they export to Europe. And then we have undertaken this research project we have developed Culure. We are getting, Culure is a berry extract. It is a blueberry extract. We are we are getting this extract from US. And from there, we are isolating 5 compounds, different compounds. And other 4 compounds we are giving to these flavor industries, and one Culure. It is a sex pheromones for Bactrocera cucurbitae. So Bactrocera cucurbitae female contains Culure, and we developed one 2 each by 2 each wooden block, and we impregnate this Culure compound in this block. And we have to install at the 5 traps in 1 acre area at the time of flowering, so it remains effective up to the harvesting of the crops. Same way, we have also developed particularly for methylusinol. Methylusinol is a clove leaves extract, and this is very helpful, particularly Bactrocera dorsalis, Bactrocera correcta, and Bactrocera jonata, normally occurring all fruit crops. And another system, we have developed the Lepidopteran pheromones system. So we have developed almost 18 insect sex pheromones, particularly for all are notorious pests like American bollworm, Helicore parmigera, then Spodoptera litura, Spodoptera exiguia, then fall armyworm, Spodoptera frigipeda. Then we have pheromones particularly for brinjal, Lucinetus urbanales. We have pheromones for particularly Plutella, Xylostella, diamondback moth, and almost all sugarcane borer, all rice borer. Then we have lure for Tuta absoluta. This is normally occurring in tomato crops. So these are the important pheromones. We have developed a very good impregnation techniques, which is slow releasing and help the organic farming. Another technology we have developed particularly for this decomposting microbes. So we have a very good tie-up with BARC, Bioatomic Research Center, and we have taken some isolates from there and some of the from IRI, and developed the technology for degradation of lignin, cellulose and hemicellulose. So they're decomposing very fast. So these are the technology, and right now we are also developing working on various metabolites working, and we are also working on chitosan based biostimulant, particularly to induce the systemic resistance in the plants. So these are the technology we have developed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Quite a few technologies there. Our next speaker is Dr. Shailendra Singh. He's the Chief Operating Officer for Zydex.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Warrior. We have heard a lot of technologies being talked about here, and over the last few hours, we have also been looking at different challenges which are there in adoption of the organic farming. I represent Zydex Industries, and we have actually focused on the other part, which is the application and the adoption of the organic farming by the farmer, and how to reduce the challenge. As in the previous session, Dr. Sharma was saying that all the organic farmers, they are facing the problem of yield penalty which is being faced by them. Now we have developed an application methodology and a complete system of organic or biofarming, where we have enabled the situation, because we all know that organic farming requires living microbes. And when you are applying living microbes, you need the environment, you need the situation, the climate, where they can perform best. So what we have done, we have clubbed our technology of soil improvement. We have added the bio fertilizers, and we have also looked at adding up the organic content in the soil, and that holistically we have looked at the adoption of the biological farming or the organic farming. Now one of the question remains, is it possible? We claim, and we have almost 35,000 farmers who are using it. We claim that you can move from a chemical farming to chemical-free farming in just one session. Just one session, just one season, one crop cycle. You might find this as a unrealistic claim, unrealistic challenge, but we are here and we can prove that. This has a combination of a lot of things. It is not just one particular microbe or one particular formulation which is there. This is the complete agronomy. This requires the action at different levels, the preparation of the farmer even before the crop is started, and it goes through. So we have found this successful with our farmers, and we are looking forward to showcase, demonstrate this particular technology to everyone, and we are very proud to be associated with the organic farming sector, and we see a lot of future and a lot of benefit for the farmers in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shailen Singh. Quite a daunting task, challenging, so well done. Our next speaker is Mr. Dev Bharadwaj, founder, FAS Corp.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dev Bharadwaj, and I am representing Kisan Manch and FAS Corp. These are two portals which we have. We started Kisan Manch in 2012 when I resigned from job and went back to Himachal Pradesh. I belong to Himachal, and at that time we could see products of Biostimulants India, especially Biozyme was being used around in 2012 in Himachal Pradesh, and Pratishta's products was introduced by Adani AgriFresh in Himachal Pradesh, and our farmers are using it very well. And recently after COVID, I again switched to Shimla, and I could see Velagro's products are also being used by our farmer. There are a lot of good products in Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir and Uttarakhand. I have 50% farmer which are producing apple. So in apple crop, we have very huge number of products, but we were looking for a quality PGR because environment you saw it is very erratic, and this year the temperature has been around 35 degrees Celsius in the month of April when fruit setting and flowering take place. So this year the flower drop has been in huge amount in Himachal Pradesh, especially at lower elevation, and PGR plays a very important role in bringing good bloom and fruit set and fruit growth. Not only we are aggregating farmer demands for input supplies, but we are also aggregating output through FAS Corp and are supplying fresh apple to Waycool, Absolute Food, Deal Share, and many other organized retailers. So when we talk about PGR, as of now in India, I would like to highlight GAs. GA3 is being used mostly, but when we talk about technological advancement, I think we should move ahead from GA3, and we require GA4 and GA7 as well. Worldwide, if you see the production of apple, we are at lowest level. In India, we are producing approximately 7.5 tons per hectare, but if you see Chile, they are producing 50 tons per hectare, and US is around 49 tons. Even China is producing 21 tons per hectare, but we are at the lowest level, 7.5, which doesn't make our farmer profitable because the input cost is increasing every year. So GA4, GA7, the problem is that it is not even listed in CIB in India. That is the biggest problem. Though farmers are purchasing these products, which are being, imported by companies in India illegally as of now, because it is not in the CIB list, but it is being sold. And if you see the pricing, it is skyrocketing, like 18,000 rupees a liter or 30,000 rupees liter. Valiant Biosciences of US is producing Promelin, which consists GA4 and GA7 in it, and Fine America produces Perlan, and there are other products like Blush and Fresco as well. But in India, we don't see these kind of products available. I am not academically qualified to be here because I am neither from science nor from agriculture background. I am from IT background. I am a database professional. But it's been 10 years working in agriculture, and my experience and my studies are also equivalent to a PhD student. I started research on GA4 and GA7 in 2016. And worked with many partners in India, but we failed. Approximately there are 10 failed attempts which we did, but finally this year there was a success, and we could develop a product which has GA4 and GA7 in it. So that is the product which we have done this year, and the product is named after a very famous place for Himachal apple. You know that Kinnaur apple has a good brand name in all over India, but in Kinnaur as well there is a very small village called Chango, which produce excellent quality of apple. If you throw it away, but the pressure will never reduce, and it has the highest shelf life in India so far. So this PGR we do have produced, and we have been successful in putting trials with approximately 100 farmers in Himachal Pradesh, J&K and Uttarakhand. But as of now, we are still facing a regulation problem, because GA4 and GA7 is still yet to approved or to be enlisted in the CIB list. So that is the problem which we have, and we need to move from GA3 to GA4 and GA7. So, so that we could also match the productivity level of our global counterparts like US, China, Turkey, Iran. You see that Iran apple is just reaching 50 rupees kg at our dock in Mumbai, and our farmer are selling apple at 80 rupees at farm. Kinnaur apple is never less than 80 rupees or 100 rupees at farm level even. So in order to match the volume, because agriculture is entirely a business driven with volume, so if we produce large amount of apples per hectare, I think the cost will come down for a farmer as well. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you. So we have some time, I believe. Right. So this can be open for discussion. Maybe I'll start with a couple of questions, if I may, and with some. Let me start off the first one with Dr. Bharadwaj himself, because this is the one fresh on my mind. I had some experience with GA47. I came from Valiant Biosciences once upon a time, and in that world, we could not produce apple without GA47 and GA3. These are must-have. So I can understand the problem quite well, and why the productivity here is that low because of lack of availability. I'm still surprised that you don't have that in India. So the products are quite old. So even the patents may have been expired, more than expired, and. To the best of my knowledge, there are many sources of GA47 available, even quality ones, especially from China. But if you are able to access, or you can make it here, or ferment it here, or you can get it from China. But the problem you will face is the regulatory barriers to get it approved because it is a chemical after all. So it is going to go through a chemical registration unless you can get some Me Too registrations in this country. I do not know how that process works, how smooth that is.
Currently, I think few companies are finding a way to add GA4 and GA7 in biostimulant, and product are being sold under biostimulant category.
Is that right?
That's not right, but that is the way people have found in India. And there are few SMEs, those who are importing synthetic GA4 and GA7 from China and formulating here in India and selling in the market. Because GA4, GA7 are very important for apple, not only for apple production, even for other other crops as well. And since I have been not only selling to farmer, I am also buying from farmer. So last year, what I have noticed last 2 years, that the size is size of apple is becoming very small. So there are a category in size. So if I talk about in 90s, the large category of apple, which is approximately 80 mm above size, that used to be around 50%. And if I notice in last 2 years, it has just disappeared from the category. So we are finding 310 count or 7 layer counts more, which is not bought by any organized retailer, because it is not sold in the retail store. So they will be looking for a perfect size. So if we have to increase proper size, we need GA4 for that. And other than that, resetting is the biggest problem. So for that, GA7 controls resettings. So these are two major challenges which we were facing. And then third biggest challenge is return bloom. So on and off, that is becoming very frequent in all the crops. If you see mango, right? If this year there is a good crop, for next 2 years there will not be good crop, right? So if we have to bring continuous cropping, there is no on-off year, then I think cytokinin has to be added. So 6-BA is one ingredient which is added to the product.
Well, if you have the wherewithal, I do not know why you would not be able to license it from whereabouts.
The whole world is using it, right, except India.
You should be able to license it by some special arrangement or something like that, because that may be because these apples from Himachal can go all over the world if you are able to get this problem solved. It's a huge commercial opportunity. So I mean, that's one topic. Another question I had was somebody had talked about metabolites. What is you, right? So we didn't in this discussion already. We did not talk much about metabolites in general, but in my past I had some struggles and experience with metabolites, and it's actually one of the biggest opportunities that microbes brings in. Having said that, they are the closest cousins of chemicals, like it or not, and to deal with metabolite and their toxicity or lack thereof is a huge challenge, because regulatory agencies consider them as chemicals. So you go through the entire cycle of approvals. Unless you can have a living microbe that produces the metabolite in low quantities and can then continue to produce that. How do you plan to address that in your system?
The one technology which we developed, we actually have given to the Spanish company. So in Europe, they have very defined but rather very strict legislation as compared to the India, and they deal with this very strictly, the metabolites particularly, and they put it at par with chemicals. So we have to develop all sort of data sets which we have to develop for any chemical, just to prove whether it's bioefficacy or toxicity or any other thing. So the dossier preparation is certainly a tough job for the metabolites. But as you rightly said that you can also have the living microbes producing the metabolites doing the same job. But this is being done in US actually. US is adopting this approach where they develop the formulation from the entire broth. So the microbes, they develop the formulation having the microbes plus the metabolite and then sell it as a microbe. Though it is a metabolite which is effectively working, but they sell it as a microbe. So that is a bypass which they are having to avoid this microbial metabolite based regulations. Yeah. So, so both the approaches can be approached. So depending upon the, so I think there's a need for deliberation on this one, because anyway when the microbe is there in the environment, it is also producing the metabolites. So what's the harm in having the microbial metabolites not being treated separately? So this whole that debate need to be done, like how to, because in botanicals also we face the same problem. Because botanicals also, it's a mixture, rather it's a very difficult one, because it's a mixture of many chemicals, many molecules. So defending the chemicals, botanicals also become very tedious one. And because I did filed one CIB registration for the botanical biopesticide, but fortunately it didn't go through that much of stringent regulations. So India is pretty easier to do this one, but as compared to Europe, Europe is very strict.
I did the first one for a microbial metabolite registration in the US in 1991, and it went through the EPA.
Yes.
After that, Pam Marone has done similar
Pam.
times. But we never saw the light of the day in Europe. Europe was
Pam has taken the side path, no? So she has just she has just developed a formulation based on the food dye broth.
So that is an approach. If India government would approve that, that's still a possibility.
So this is.
I want to open this for any other questions.
It's a debatable.
Sorry. Any other questions from the team? Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. So I think there are a lot of students from IASB and then Amity and from various universities which are present here. So first thing that I would like to address is I think we are not without agriculture. I think that is our base. So if we do not prosper in agriculture, then I don't know what we are here for.
Very good answer.
Yeah. So I think Kisan ka vikas, sabka vikas. So I think that is the motive why I choose agriculture and biotechnology field. There is in terms of biotechnology and in agriculture. Now that we all know that it has come into the limelight that due to a lot of chemical residue, we have incurred a lot of loss, and for it has impact on our health, which is directly our health that is showing. Only because our health is affected, this has come into the limelight that we have to focus on agriculture and improve and move towards natural and organic farming, and then to develop the agriculture productivity, not just in terms of food security. Now we are also concerned about nutrition. So I think this is a good enough answer that we have to choose agriculture. Why we have to choose agriculture? We should not deviate from what we are, from our roots. So I think that is the reason. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that commentary about that.
Dr. I have a small question. For Madam, you have a microbial based secondary metabolites. That is, as Dr. Prem told, there is a futuristic activity as far as plant protection area is concerned. Biopesticides and all these things, secondary metabolites are going to overrule biopesticides certainly. But my question is that when you have a secondary metabolites based on microbial, then what is the shelf life?
Shelf life is pretty high as far as the microbial metabolites are concerned, because the one which we had.
Sadarji.
The one which we developed the formulation, it had a shelf life of 4 years. So that is kind of formula in liquid form.
Secondary metabolites, range of the secondary metabolites, but they are heat stable and shelf life of around 5 years.
Yeah. Yes, heat is stable. At room temperature, you can keep it for 4 years.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then I would like to associate with you.
Thank you.
That is one of the advantages of having metabolites, and definitely we can take advantage of that. But again, one thing we all need to remember is all metabolites are not safe, so we need to be extremely cognizant of that.
As I said, Europe is very strict about any registration, but this has gone to European market, so, and it has passed through all the regulatory.
Madam, one thing is sure that when there is a good, there is a bad also. So their regulatory activities always come onto the way. But we should continue to do our research and see that our research is available to the common man.
I must say that many European companies are coming to India for biologicals now. Looking forward to but not only for metabolites, I would like to say. They're coming to India because they do not have that much of diversity to explore with. And they're seeing a lot of diversity in India, and they're looking forward to the India to come for the new molecules to come from it. Because I think by another 5 or 10 years, the Europe is going to ban the chemical pesticides, very strict registrations, and then regulatory regime is going to is more for the biologicals, right, and less for the chemicals.
Yeah. Because I am the beneficiary of your P indica. Though it is 10-11 years old product, still not recognized by FCO.
The thing is that we talk about more than 170 chemical AIs versus only 10 or 20 biologicals. Can we really compete? So that's the thing which we have to think over. Why can't we have 200 AIs from biologicals?
Right. Thank you.
Unless there are any other burning questions, or one more or two more, three more questions. If they are quick ones, we will do it. Please, sir.
May I proceed? Yeah, thank you. So first, I want to compliment Vaishnavi for enlightening the students over here. And I have two sets of questions. The first one goes to Mr. Dev regarding the GA4 particularly. So I want to know the process that you are kind of done the experimentation and kind of are in a stage to commercialize the product. So what kind of process you have adopted? You have adopted the fermentation route or taken the synthetic route? So that's my question number one.
We have taken fermentation route.
And then it makes very much similar to the bromelain part of it. So congratulate on that thing. You will have a huge success on that part of it. Second, my question is to Dr. Nutan ma'am regarding because Sir's mic was off during the secondary metabolites discussion that you are having. There's a lot of buzz happening around the secondary metabolites. And I particularly want to know, because there are two parallel ways going around secondary metabolites, both botanicals and microbials playing their part. And there are a lot of companies interested in research. I just want to understand why the European companies particularly are interested into secondary metabolites. What makes them believe that they would be kind of overruling the conventional biopesticide or the microbial biopesticides?
As I said, it is a regulatory regime which dictates the entire thing. No? So their regulations have become very strict with regard to the chemicals and with regard to the residues. So that is the reason that entire Europe is going to go towards the biologicals. In next 5 or 10 years, they have been given a window time to switch over to the biologicals. So that is why the companies are very much worried. If you really see, a lot of even Bayer and everything, other companies are coming forward for these biological pesticides. So it is the regulations. The European government has decided to go away with these chemicals. The regulations have become very stricter with regard to chemicals, and over the next 10 years, they have to switch towards greener molecules.
And also that brings to a case wherein if that's such a burning question and people are putting their research work in the European, that part of the world, why not take a leaf from them and have advance our regulatory process around it and build a strong mechanism to put forward and bring interested parties to do research on that piece of work?
Would you like to? As far as the European system is concerned, it is more stringent as compared to our system. And if we I think we should take the midway, like between the US and the European system. US system is much less stricter as compared to the European system. European system is has whole lot of data set is required in the Europe. But I have the experience of registering my molecules in both the countries, so I can say that way with confidence that US is easier than the European system.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Do we have statistics about the percentage of organic farmers in India?
Yeah. I'm sure it's available. I don't have it, so I'm sure people here know it. Yeah, I think even the minister was saying something about organic farming in India yesterday, right?
He was referring to particular states, actually, not in a holistic manner.
Peter
So maybe Madam Mamata or Dr. MJ can answer that question properly.
Which is relatively quite small so, for the Indian context. Well, one observation I just want to share with the team here is, and I saw some of the presenters today, one of the panelists, I think it's with Mukesh Patel, I guess, I'm guessing. Now, I saw that in the labs there was so much work going on. I understand it's a small lab, but I just do not know how you're able to manage so many projects at the same time. I think that's probably one of the challenges of an entrepreneurial company, where they try to do a lot of things, and unfortunately, things don't get progress. So, in my experience, what we have done in our companies is try to get a more focused approach. Go for the best bang for the buck by doing a clear return on investment analysis. It's just a suggestion, because many times biological scientists are drawn to newer and newer things. The research is always exciting. It's always great to go after new things. And the charm never ends. So you can keep on pursuing so many things. So if you're able to focus on a couple of ideas, a couple of big things, you can do a lot better, unless resources are unlimited, which never is. So just a suggestion for the entrepreneurs, and we have to stay focused on some things and get it done. So that's just my belief. I could be wrong. It's not just a suggestion, because it takes a lot of effort to make a new product, and it takes effort and passion. Like young people like you coming up is a very good thing, and this is what the world needs. And the more our younger generation recognize the importance of agriculture and using of biologicals and natural resources, the better for the country. So really, I applaud the effort. Thank you all for participating today. It's been a great opportunity for me, and I really am honored to be able to be here with you and talk about technology in agriculture. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead with the proceedings of this session, there's a small write-up I would like to read, is that eco-evolution has already begun in India, and India ranks 8th in the terms of world's organic agricultural land and 1st in the terms of total number of producers as per the 2020 data. And as on 31st March 2021, total area under organic certification process registered under the National Program for Organic Production is about 43,39,184.93 hectares. So this includes about the cultivated area and another for the wild harvested collection. Amongst all the states, Madhya Pradesh has covered the largest area under organic certifications, followed by Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Karnataka. So that calls for a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, supporting the organic farming. And I would now invite Ms. Ridha from Agriculture Today Group to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our distinguished and eminent chair, Dr. Prem Warrior. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for wonderfully chairing this session and all those valuable inputs we got from you. To our eminent speaker, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Director General, Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for being here with us and all for the knowledge sharing that you did. To Dr. S. Narayanan, Whole-Time Director, Green Star Fertilizers Limited. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And to Ms. Vaishnavi Machiraju, MD, Vaishnavi Biotech International Limited. Thanks, Rida, for doing the honors. May I now invite Ms. Vinita to present a token of gratitude, a small green initiative to Dr. Mukesh Patel, founder Agriland Biotech. To Dr. Shailendra Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Zydex. And to Mr. Dev Bhardwaj, founder, FESCO, India. Thank you, Ms. Vinita, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings. Breaking for lunch now. Lunch is for 30 minutes. We will go ahead with the proceedings of the next session at 2 o'clock. Kindly be back and be seated by then. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, requesting everybody to be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is on successful innovations in bioinputs. And may I invite our distinguished and eminent chair for this session, Dr. Ajit Verma, Group Deputy Vice Chancellor, Amity University. A warm welcome to you, sir. Kindly grace the stage with your presence. Inviting Shri Devabrata Sarkar, Vice President, Asia Pacific, Elga Energy. A warm welcome. Inviting Dr. L. Joji Reddy, President, Xavier College of Higher Education, India. Inviting Dr. Chandrasekhar M. Biradar, Country Director, India, CIFOR, ICRAF, CGIAR. Inviting Dr. Krishna Sundari, Dean Biotech, JP University and Coordinator, CEMAP and TSSR. Warm welcome, ma'am. Inviting Mr. T.S. Mann, Director Marketing, Heli Electro Solutions. Inviting Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Professor, SKN Agriculture University, Jobne. Inviting Dr. Rajaram Tripathi, Chairman, Central Herbal Agro Marketing Federation of India. May I once again request everybody to kindly take their seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, going ahead with the proceedings of the session on successful innovations in bioinputs. The time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair, deliberations, addresses or presentations by all our eminent speakers for about 5 to 7 minutes each. Question and answers will be in the end, if time permits, after all the addresses are over. And with those words, I hand over to our session chair, Dr. Ajit Verma, Group Deputy Vice Chancellor, Amity University, to kindly take over and carry forward the proceedings of this session with his opening remarks. Over to you, sir. Sir, may I once again repeat, the time duration would be approximately 1 hour and 5 to 7 minutes for each eminent speaker, and question answers in the end after all the deliberations are over. And may I hand over to you, sir, for your opening remarks and to carry forward the proceedings. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may kindly start, sir, and take over from here, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I think after lunch it is always difficult. So don't worry, over the next 1 hour we'll ensure that you all are awake. So let me take this opportunity to thanking BioAg Asia, Dr. Khan, Mamta, eminent chair, and enlightened members, panel members, and all the eminent personalities sitting right here in this conference room. So today's topic is about successful innovation in bioinputs. So I will start with some numbers, okay? So it should not look scary, but that's the reality of it. So I'm talking about 795 million people across the globe who are malnourished, malnutrited. So what does that mean? That means every 1 out of 9 people is malnutrited. That means this world is definitely going to have a concern, and I think each one of us is equally concerned about a food security. If we are not, we need to be very soon. So why it is so? That means this growing concern has to be addressed. So, and that is why probably we can actually sit here, discuss, and then we can get inputs, and probably we can also take the inputs from the entire group here and out of this group where we can. So important aspect is that we use a lot of we are all by birth agriculturists. So either somebody is related to those inputs or somebody is consuming. So end of the day, we are all related directly or indirectly to the agriculture. And one of the major key aspect in this topic is innovation in bioinputs. So bioinputs is definitely going to play a very important role today, and especially in the last 1 decade, and going forward, of course, to play a key important pivotal role to address this issue of food security and hunger, and to reduce or to improve the sustainability of this. So some of the key aspects here, how bioinputs can play a major role in that direction. One of the important factors is improving and enhancing the true genetic potential. So there are many platforms which, it's not about GMO, we not to be scared about it, but there are technologies, platforms, especially, which are dedicated or silently improving, enhancing, or activating, or probably you can tell that a gene tonic, or maybe something like a gene energy, without deviating the true character of that gene, actually exploring or enabling the true potential of gene to express in every plant. So that will lead to the higher production, productivity, sustainability. Another important factor in the innovation in bioinputs is probably improving soil fertility. We are too much concerned right now about the soil. I think everywhere we are talking about improving our soil. Bioinputs definitely can play a very important role in improving the soil fertility and overall health of soil. So we are talking about a lot of microbiomes, we are talking about microbials, we are talking about metabolites, secondary metabolites, so many stuff related to that. Similarly, so these are the factors, and some of this is, of course, we produce. It's not like that in India, or we do not produce. We produce a lot, but how many of them post-harvest are being, can be consumed by us? So we make a lot of losses. So here also bioinputs can play an important role to address that issue, so that post-harvest losses can be reduced, so that we have more foods, we can address more effectively to this global hunger. So, and of course, there are many aspects like, we have in this innovation line for biostimulants, biocontrol. Just to give you an idea, in 2000, bioinputs, when we talk about bioinputs, specifically the biostimulant and biocontrol factors in that line, so the market size for biocontrol is close to around 3.2 million. 2000, it was 2018 to 3.2 million. And the way it is growing, it is expected to have a CAGR of more than 15%. India will be definitely one of the major chunk in that. So India is supposed to have more than 25% CAGR in that, and expected to touch around 780 million in the year 2026. So that means it's not only about us. A lot of people believes that the bioinputs, innovation on bioinputs can definitely play an important role. And of course the biostimulant, that is also increasing significantly. And in this morning when I was seeing Dr. Prem Warrior, he was talking about the last 10 years has been, he has seen a lot of improvement activities in this space. And so here we are. So we have, I don't have the name. Thank you. So I think no, there's name list. Name list. Yeah, no, I just have the name list. Thank you.
Mr. got ready.
Okay. Okay. So in this topic, I think we have an eminent personality sitting right here to talk about this topic furthermore. So I will rather invite Dr. Verma. Okay. Okay. So Dr. Verma, if you can enlighten us with this topic. Okay. He's not there, Dr. Verma? Oh, I'm so sorry. So Dr. Sharma, so if you can start with this topic, please.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Professor of Horticulture of SKN Agricultural University, Jobner. Today we will start from the agriculture, the development of the agriculture, the evolutionary phase, the development of agriculture taken in the last 20th century. A lot of innovations was taken in the development of agriculture all over the globe. The agriculture shifted from subsistence, livelihood agriculture to green revolution to gene revolution agriculture by genetically modified crops, but in the world some of the countries are not taking it, accepting the genetically modified crops. So looking to the adverse effects of chemicals and pesticides, the field remains in front of the consumers, and farmers is only the organic farming. Any revolution comes with the awareness of fear. Now, whenever you will see, mostly the pesticides and chemicals are being used in vegetables, fruits, and cotton. And where, in which pockets the pesticides are being used in majority on large scale, particularly in cotton growing belt, the people are facing the cancer and other related problems. So now the farmers and consumers both are forcing towards the production of organic agriculture. Looking to the future of organic agriculture, even big multinational companies are also coming in the field of production of organic bio-inputs. Some of the examples of these are Monsanto have tie-up with Agridis, Monsanto Noyam, Bayer Profita, Bayer Agraquist, and Bass Bocker Underwood. These are some of the examples that they have made tie-up with the companies producing bio-inputs. So agricultural biologicals enhance plant productivity, fertility, access to critical nutrients needed for survival and ability to take the nutrients also, and also the quality. Perhaps in the initial phase, there may be reduction in the yield, but after a certain period, gestation period of 3 to 5 years, whenever there is buildup of organic carbon is sufficient in the soil, there will be the yield will be at par with the chemical inputs. I will like to focus the history and current scenario of biologicals, that is bio-inputs. On large scale, use of biologicals started in 1888 with the release of Rhodolist, ladybird beetle, to control the scale insects in the citrus industry of Florida. Thereafter, in the beginning of the 20th century, the first and still the most widely used biopesticide, including spores of bacterium Bacillus thuringiensis, BT. BT cotton was developed by this. We all are known to this, was used. And the first commercially available BT product is sporine, appeared in France in 1938, and by 1950, the second half of the 20th century, the scientists have focused on isolating different bacterial and fungal species and strains which are capable of controlling number of diseases and even the parasitites which parasitize the insect's body and control the insects. The research by scientists in public and private entities has led to the development of a plethora of products based on different species and strains of algae, protozoa, fungus, and bacteria, which can be used as biofertilizers and biopesticides for the plants. The majority of plants by which we can produce biopesticides, first is Agesta indica, neem, then Pongamia glabra, currants, and also the chrysanthemum. These are some of the plant species, the extract of which, in neem, the extract of the neem kernel oil and also the extract of leaves is being used as biopesticide. Similarly, the currants, the extract of the currant seeds, the oil that can be used as an oil emulsion for the control of the insects, and also the cake, whatever the neem oil cake, neem seed cake or the Pongamia currant seed cake is also used in the soil as a soil amendment to increase the organic carbon content in the soil. But the key drivers of the growth for biological products in agriculture are the political and social pressure for greener, safer, and more sustainable crop protection products. Nowadays, why we are shifting towards organic agriculture? Because the community, there is the pressure of the community, whatever it is the consumer or it is the farmer. Everyone wants a greener and safer environment, and there is also drastic change in the environment due to climate change, as we are also facing the problem of the increased temperature, whatever the extremes of the temperature in the summer as well as in the winter. So there is political and social pressure is there. Then retailer demands for low or no residue on food crops. Again, the retailers and consumer are also demanding the food free from the pesticide residue. And increasingly tough regulatory climate for chemical products, it is also forcing the bioproducts production, because on the chemical, whatever it is fertilizer or insecticides or pesticides, there is a hardship is there on the regulatory. Any chemical is being gone through a long chain for the use in the field conditions, and also resistance development to existing conventional chemical pesticides. It is a big problem with the pesticides, chemical pesticides. After a certain period of use, the insect pests and diseases get tolerance to a particular molecule of the insecticide or pesticide, and it becomes ineffective. So there is the scope is only for the bioproducts, because till far there is no case has been observed that any resistance or tolerance have been developed against the biopesticides. Now, new technology, whenever you talk about the new technologies, it have a good scope, but there are some constraints, the low shelf life. Whenever you talk about whatever the bioproducts like aspergillus or whatever the azotobacter, PSP culture, these bacteria, they are the living entity and they have life. So the shelf life is shorter. They have shorter shelf life, and also the lack of broad spectrum activities there. So we have to go for the development of the combinations of microbes, targeted delivery methods, and lack of information among farmers about efficient use for better results. And last but not least, the regulatory hurdles. Even the regulatory hurdles are same for the bioproducts also, like chemical fertilizers and insecticide regulatory rules are so hard, but even in the organic cases, they are the same. So there is need to impose somewhat lenient regulatory considerations for the organic bioproducts. Now, we can go through some of the new technologies like seed coating. Seed coating with biologicals have a major area of concern for commercialization of biological products, because by seed coating, the farmer will have ease to apply. the farmer can get the seeds coated with the bioproducts, so he will have easiness in the application. Otherwise, it is difficult at the farmer level that how to treat the seed with this. Like whenever we talk about the PSP and azotobacter cultures, first we have to go for the culture, then he have to prepare the jaggery solution, then prepare the solution, then go for the seed treatment.
So we have a very time constraints. We have
Yes, sir.
6 more.
There are a number of products are there.
Sorry, but
so
I'm
now
sorry.
thank you.
Life is like that.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll come back. So thank you. So I would suggest Dr. Krishna, if you can show some light on this aspect.
Respected Chair, Dr. Professor Ajit Verma, distinguished panelists who are sharing the dais with me, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience, a very good afternoon to one and all. It's an honor to be here to sharing the dais with such esteemed team of members who think alike. We all share one common sentiment, and that is to safeguard our agricultural produce and to ensure that what we put on the consumer's plate be not only palatable but also toxin free. So I believe all of us share this common sentiment. Now I'm honored for the invitation that I have received from the organizers of BioAg Asia, particularly Professor Khan, Ms. Mamta, and Dr. Sairam, who has invited me to participate in this distinguished gathering. Now, before I go ahead into today's agenda and give my viewpoint about that, today being a momentous eve of Earth Day, I would like to recite a simple verse from Bhusukta. So, being a proud Indian, Bhusukta is from Taittiriya Upanishad, and it goes like this. Ayam gauh prashnirakkramit asanna mataraha punaha pitaram cha prayan suvaha. Now what does that mean? It means that Mother Earth, like Mother nourishes us, the earth nourishes us with its richness of fields, the crops growing bountifully in that, and sun with his rays of light. He is the one who takes up the energy and gets it back onto the earth, nurturing it as rainfall like father. So I bow to them, I thank them, and for them I work. So this is a verse from Taittiriya Upanishad. So we have got this proud ancestry which has recognized the importance of protecting nature while harvesting from nature. So my submission from this prestigious forum is, while as agriculturists we take from nature, I just stop for a minute for the chair to take the seat.
My apologies for being late. We got stuck up on the way. No problem. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
With your permission, I can.
Yeah, please proceed.
So going ahead with what I'm saying, so me being an environmental biotechnologist and an agriculture biotechnologist, we all share this responsibility. While we are harvesting from Mother Nature, we also own up a responsibility to protect the Mother Nature also. here I would like to make an observation. Yesterday's Times of India headlines, of course, the major share of the headlines was eaten up with the Jahangirpur riots. But somewhere in the left side corner, there was a small news item which said that the government of India has set a food production target for 21-23 year, the coming 21-23 year, to be at 328 million tons. And this target happens to be 3.7% higher than the last year's target. So this is both encouraging and also challenging. Now, why that is so? Encouraging because if I can recollect your memory to yesterday's lecture by Honorable Minister of Agriculture, he has very categorically mentioned that despite the pressures of COVID, India was successful in achieving not only its food targets, but now it is a food surplus and food sufficient nation in many of the food products. That's, of course, very encouraging. Now, what is challenging? What is challenging is if we continue with the conventional chemical agriculture, if we keep on plundering into the womb of Mother's Earth, and we keep on harvesting each and every nutrient from the depths of it, and in addition, we dump so much load of chemical fertilizers, weedicides, pesticides, fungicides, whatnot into it, and still expect that it should give us nutritious food, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are demanding too much. Like this morning, the MD of the Vaishnavi Group of Industries have mentioned, it's not only that the food has to be bountiful, but also the nutrition value that the food containing is also very important. Now, when we are using so much amount of chemicals into the agriculture, what is it that we are doing? Yes, of course, the plants are borrowing nutrients from the chemical inputs that we are putting, building up the biomass and giving it us as food produce or the product. But what about the nutritious value? What about the important secondary metabolites which have to be coming from these plants? Are we getting them in the prescribed amount? Again, I'll take you to the one point which the morning panelist moderator, Dr. Vijay, was mentioning. He said that he hasn't bought any organic product so far for the simple reason that what's the guarantee that what we are claiming in the market as an organic product is truly free of any chemical toxicant? That's a very pertinent point to make. Now, we all being followers of organic agriculture system, we all are either on the research side or on the production side or on the entrepreneurship side. Each of us strongly and vociferously claim for the benefits of organic farming. Yes. Then what are we doing over here is we are basically saying that we agree to substitute the chemical fertilizers, pesticides with biological alternatives like biologicals or biostimulants or pesticides, fertilizers. But I raise a pertinent question over here. What about the residual pesticides that are remaining in the soil? The same was a question which was put in the morning panelist also, Dr. Vijay, he was mentioning, is it okay if a small amount of the pesticide left over by the farmer or anywhere in the agricultural produce, if it kills, is it okay for us? No, it is not. And many of our panelists have said that, have spoken about the pesticide residues in the food product. But now the question is, what are we doing about it? How we can take out those residual pesticides from those crop products? When I go to this entire spectrum of biologicals, I see many products which are biofertilizers, biopesticides, biostimulants, but is there any product which is going to cater to those residual pesticides which have partially or almost towards 60% deteriorated our soil quality. Now everybody across the nation are speaking about soil health. We scientists have been speaking about soil health since more than a decade or so, but our voice has limited reach. Now Jaggi Vasudeva speaks about it, a lot of people gets connected to it. Yes, soil health is very important, but shifting towards organic agriculture, facing the challenges of yield demands, how much time will we take to take out the pesticides which are already present in the soil? We all should sincerely accept one thing. Like it is next to impossible to take away every single unit of coronavirus from the globe, it is equally impossible to take out every gram of pesticide from its utilization from agriculture, as we say today, because it is a necessary evil. We might partially substitute it with biopesticides, but yes, we still use pesticides. So the question is, are we still going to end up having pesticides in our plate? Why are we not working on that? Why are we not working on breaking down those pesticides, residual pesticides, in the agricultural soil itself? Because let me tell you, out of the total quantum of the pesticide that any farmer is putting in the field, only less than 5% is actually doing its job of killing the target. Rest of the 90% is getting dispersed into the environment. It is entering into the food chain. It is entering into the food webs. It is entering into our stomachs ultimately. So we need to do something about it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where our innovation is. So I come from JP University in Noida. I am the coordinator for Center for Microbiology and Plant Biotechnology, and also Technology Solutions for Soil and Water Remediation. Our group, our first work has started way back in 2010 with a small group of biotechnology students.
I think we have another couple of minutes.
Yes, I'll wind it down.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
So we work with a group of microorganisms, and what we do is we try to break down the residual pesticides in the rhizosphere zone itself, so that the aerial translocation of these pesticides into the edible foodstuffs is controlled or minimized, so that the food we eat is safer. So we have been working, these are the DBT, Department of Biotechnology funded projects where we are working, and now we are at a juncture that we have proven bacterial and fungal isolates which can break down residual pesticides like monocrotophos, dimethoate, malathion, and a host of them in the rhizosphere, so that the aerial translocation of these pesticides is getting reduced, and the product that we are going to get on our plate is safer. I would like to close down with one comment. Early in the morning, we have heard Professor M.S. Reddy, who is saying, at the end of the day, we are researchers. We do research in the lab, but we need hand-holding by the industry to transform what we do in our laboratory into a technological product. So that is where, if we can build our strengths there. So there are, there was another panelist in the morning who is saying, ICAR and many other research institutes are full of many inventions, but most of the times those inventions are staying in the laboratory shelves for the want of technology transfer, for the want of industrialists who will take up the challenge to bring the products to the market. So I would like to wind off here, and this is my opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me take the opportunity. Yeah, so thank you. Let me take the opportunity to hand over it to you.
No, you go ahead.
That's okay. So
go ahead.
So, okay. So thank you, sir. So I think to continue, I think you have talked about as excellent innovation of reducing pesticide loads. So let me get back to Dr. Jolly. So if you throw some light on this.
Very good afternoon to each and every one of you. Basically, I am an academician, but at the same time, encouraging industry and academia should go hand in hand. And that's why lot of research is taking place. I am from Loyola Academy Institutions, principal of Loyola Academy. I like a verse in Bhagavad Gita, that is, karma niyevadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma nefala hetur bhuvur mato sangostva karmane. A beautiful verse. That is, do your duty and leave the rest to God. Don't expect much. But unfortunately, all of us are moving towards greed. And it's because of that greed, we are creating havoc on the planet. And if at all, if you can define life, what exactly is life? In physiology, you can say this: life is a physico-chemical entity which exhibits momentum, irritability, reproduction, etc. and etc. We need to take care of this life. We need to take care of this life. And in order to take care of this life, we need to love life, we need to know about life, and we need to leave a legacy about this life. And when we talk about life, basically we know roti, kapda or makan is required for each and every one of us. And it's because of that roti, kapda or makan, and one more thing I can say, that is well-being of human beings, and at the same time, the life itself. We need to take care of that. And a lot of responsibility is there on human beings, either to take care of the soil, or to take care of the Mother Earth, or to take care of the life itself, or the human beings itself. Lot of responsibility is there. And with all our research, with all our promotion, where are we heading to, and what are we trying to? And how best are we trying to protect our Mother Earth, or how best are we taking care of the life of human beings? And that's where we need to question, and at the same time, being an accountable and responsible people, we need to know what are the bio inputs that we need to give to our Mother Earth, and at the same time, what is the produce that we need to get it. Sometimes we think of Parthenium, you know very well Parthenium. Most of us think that is the dangerous weed. But at the same time, when you compost that and when you give to the plant, definitely it will become a very nutritious thing to the plant. And which our students are, under the AELP, they are doing this project. Most of our agriculture students, they go to Ravip, to the villages, and they stay there for 4 months, and they give whatever they have learned in the lab or in the college, and learn from the farmers. And this technique, this composting of Parthenium, is learned from the farmers, how to compost it and how to give the same thing as a feed to the plants. And definitely it has given lot of results. So likewise, not only that, they have come out, of course all of us heard, it's a jargon like Panchamrutam or Jivamrutam. No, only now in cities we don't see any cattle, but only when you go to the villages, you find cattle there. And now, in the course of the time, I don't think so we get this Jivamrutam or Panchamrutam. No, and we may have to create slowly a hostel for cattle. So where we can see, in an exhibition, the cattle. Otherwise, even in the course of the time, the cattle will be extinct. So how to protect and how to utilize this? Jivamrutam is one of the beautiful things which is made of cow urine and cow dung is a mixture of that. And when it is given as an input, and definitely again you see lot of results. With the help of Pratishta Industries, Dr. Sairam Garu, and we have organized so many international seminars. And when I was cultivating Nendram is a plantain, a very big plantain from Kerala. Generally doesn't grow in other areas. But when I used the potash and the phosphorus and the nitrogen products, when they have given, and it was a very good yield, and where our students themselves have cultivated this. So, as doctors, as industrialists, you are the doctors for the plant. You are the doctors. And you need to know what to be given to the plant. As human beings, to human beings, we know what to eat and what to get it. So likewise, we need to know what to be given to the plants. And when we know, see, each plant has its own needs. It's not only the metabolites that we get from the, from the microorganisms, be it the primary metabolites or secondary metabolites. It's not the thing. You need to know the health and the heart of each and every plant. And only when you become a doctor to to the plant, then only you can understand, you can help that crop to grow well. So that is what we need to understand from our point. So thank you for giving me the chance, sir. So I wait for your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So I think I'll get back to Dr. Tripathi. So to throw some light on this. Yeah, you have something? Okay. You can use this mic. No? Okay.
नमस्कार। दरअसल मैं किसान हूँ और जब तक खड़े होकर नहीं बोलता मुझे लगता नहीं कि मैं बोल रहा हूँ, तो क्षमा करिएगा। और हिंदी में बोलना चाहूँगा डायस से इजाज़त लेके। डायस पे बैठे हुए सभी विद्वान जन, सामने बैठे हुए वैज्ञानिक, मेहता साहब मेरे गुरु और ढेर सारे वैज्ञानिक बैठे हैं। मुझे बायो इनपुट के इनोवेशन पे बोलने के लिए कहा गया, तो मैं अपने अनुभव बताऊंगा, कोई हाइपोथेसिस परिकल्पना नहीं कहना चाहूँगा। क्योंकि 96 में सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक की जब अवधारणा भारत में नहीं थी, तो 96 में सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक खेती छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर ज़िले में हर्बल की हम लोगों ने शुरू की। और ये बड़ी खुशी से नहीं किया, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में ऑर्गेनिक और सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक की डिमांड थी, तो हमारी बाध्यता थी कि सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक पे जाएं। 1999 23 साल पहले भारत का पहला मेडिसिनल प्लांट के कल्टीवेशन पे पहला सर्टिफिकेशन हमने हासिल किया। वहीं से हमारी समस्या चालू हुई। हमारी समस्या से आप बस्तर के किसान की समस्या से देश की समस्या को समझ सकते हैं, इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, मैं कोई अपना गुणगान करने नहीं आया हूँ। साहब, जब हम हाई वैल्यू मेडिसिनल प्लांट की खेती में गए और ऑर्गेनिक में, तो हमने देखा कि प्रोडक्शन बहुत कम होता है। हमने सफ़ेद मूसली या जो भी सुनते थे इसमें ज़्यादा फायदा है, हर उस क्रॉप की ओर दौड़ के जाते थे हम लोग, मैं और मेरे बहुत सारे किसान साथी। तो अब हम देखते थे कि ऑर्गेनिक पे कर रहे हैं, गोबर की खाद उतनी मिलती नहीं, 1 एकड़ में 20 टन 30 टन चाहिए और 1% 1.5% नाइट्रोजन होता है, तो हमारी आवश्यकता पूरी होती नहीं थी। और जो हमें नाबार्ड के डाटा, मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड के डाटा मिलते थे कि 1 एकड़ में 30 क्विंटल होती है मूसली, और हम 12 क्विंटल से ऊपर कभी नहीं ले पाते थे। हम आपस में चर्चा करते थे कि हम कहाँ गलती हो रही है। तो हम इस समस्या को हल करने के लिए लगातार प्रयास किए, 30 साल लगभग लगा मुझे, और एक मॉडल तैयार किया हमने। मैं आप सबको आमंत्रित करूंगा, कभी आए देखें। डॉक्टर एम जे खान गए थे, वहाँ देखे हैं, तो कई कंट्री के भी लोग आए हैं। तो हमने पॉली हाउस के तर्ज पे कह सकते हैं ग्रीन इको हाउस के बजाय होम कहें हम, होम पौधे के लिए ग्रीन नेचुरल होम तैयार किया पेड़ों के जरिए। ऐसे पेड़ चुने जो साल भर पत्तियां छोड़ते थे, इस तरीके से लगाया कि उनका मॉइस्चर बाहर न जाए, इस तरीके से कैनोपी डेवलप की कि जो हीट की इफेक्ट है नीचे ना आए और एक इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हो। कई प्रयोग करने के बाद एक मॉडल तैयार किया कि हाई वैल्यू हर्ब्स हम उसके नीचे में उगा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जंगल में नेचुरल हैबिटेट हर्ब्स का जंगल ही है, तो जंगल में होती थी, तो हमारी ज़रूरत थी कि इस तरह से करें। और जो साल भर पत्तियां गिरती हैं वो खाद बनाते हैं उनके। हम पेड़ ऐसे लगाए जो नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन करते हों, और एक हमने इन मॉडल तैयार किया कि साहब मैं जीरो बजट खेती की बात नहीं करूँगा, ऐसे धोखों की बात नहीं करूँगा। जीरो बजट नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं होती साहब। साइकिल या मोटरसाइकिल जैसे ही हम चलाना चालू करते हैं, फार्म के लिए हम जैसे निकलते हैं, जैसे मोटरसाइकिल स्टार्ट करते हैं, बजट चालू हो जाता है। मीटर घूमने लगता है। तो जीरो बजट नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं होती, बजट होना चाहिए, खेती में अधिकतम इन्वेस्टमेंट होना चाहिए। मैं कहना चाहूँगा ऑर्गेनिक खेती और जैविक खेती के अंतर पे हमने बाद में बेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर अवार्ड भी पाया सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक हर्बल ग्रो करने के लिए। करीब 22,000 किसानों का समूह है, सेंट्रल हर्बल एग्रो मार्केटिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया। इंटरनेट पे ढूंढेंगे राजा राम त्रिपाठी या हर्बल तो मिल जाएगा। तो हमने ये देखा साहब कि ग्लोबल मार्केट में मेडिसिनल प्लांट की बहुत बड़ी डिमांड है, लेकिन उसके लिए आपको ऑर्गेनिक पे ही जाना पड़ेगा। मैं बाकी वैज्ञानिकों से भी सहमत हूँ कि इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या को कैसे भोजन की व्यवस्था करें। आप लोग चिंतन कर रहे हैं, आपके हर एक मॉडल का मैं सम्मान करता हूँ, मैं किसी को खारिज नहीं कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगा अगर कृषि मंत्रालय के आंकड़ों की मैं बात करूँ तो 2017 तो कई लोग समझ भी नहीं आएगा, 2017 से लेके 2020 यानी 2020 तक जो हमारे रासायनिक खाद का कंजम्पशन है लगभग 54 मिलियन टन, अंग्रेजी वालों के लिए बता दूं 54 मिलियन टन फर्टिलाइजर से चालू हुआ है, और आज की तारीख में हम लगभग 70 मिलियन टन पर हम झूल रहे हैं। 67 से 70 मिलियन टन हम इतना रासायनिक खाद धरती में डाल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब अगर हम गणना करें 1 अरब 30 करोड़ की जनसंख्या से, तो साल में हम 54 किलो 54 kg हर व्यक्ति रासायनिक खाद को कंज्यूम कर रहा है। इसे मैं एक दिन का अगर निकालूं तो लगभग 150 ग्राम हर व्यक्ति केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर ले रहा है। मैं कपास को हटा देता हूं कपड़े के लिए तो 125 ग्राम 124 ग्राम केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर हर दिन हमारा बच्चा बूढ़ा सब हम ले रहे हैं। अब इसके डिमेरिट्स क्या हैं, जो मैं भी इंटरनेशनल फोरम में कभी कभी जाते ही रहता हूँ, डॉक्टरों के फोरम में भी जाता हूँ चूँकि डॉक्टर भी हूँ, तो मैं ये बताऊँ कि कोरोना ने बता दिया जब हमारे रोगों से लड़ने की क्षमता हमारी प्रतिरोधक क्षमता है, जब हम घुटने टेक दिए तब हमें समझ में आया कि वास्तव में नेचुरल और इंग्रेडिएंट शरीर के लिए क्यों जरूरी है और केमिकल हम कितना बचा पाएंगे। धरती के स्वास्थ्य की बात तो बाद में करिए और स्वार्थी हो जाइए, धरती गई तेल लेने, आप अपनी सोचिए, पर्यावरण को गोली मारिए, हम कैसे जिंदा रहें। तो साहब स्थिति ये है कि 100 ग्राम डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली हमारे शरीर में जा रहा है। ये शरीर का जो इंजन है साहब, बीइंग ए डॉक्टर आप जानते हैं हाइब्रिड कार होती है, डीजल वाली कार है तो उसमें पेट्रोल डाल दोगे तो नहीं चलेगी, पेट्रोल वाली में डीजल नहीं चलेगा। लेकिन भगवान का बनाया इंजन है, इसमें दूध दही स्प्राउट ककड़ी दारू सब डाल दो, कच्चा दूध दही, फिर भी दौड़ते हो आप, चलते हो। लेकिन ये केमिकल नहीं बचा सकता। 2 केमिकल रोज लेते हैं हम, नमक और शक्कर, लेकिन उसी को हर डॉक्टर मना करता है इन दोनों को कम करो। तो केमिकल और हमारा जो जीवन दर्शन है इसको कैसे आप दूर करोगे। मैं खेती में बताना चाहूँगा, अगर अनुदान की बात करें तो पिछले साल 2020 से 21 की बात करें तो लगभग हम 70 यूरिया की सब्सिडी और जो माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट और अन्य चीज़ों की दोनों को मिला लेता हूँ मैं, 13,800 करोड़ उसकी है, और लगभग 70,000 करोड़ 70 समझ में आए 70,000 करोड़ सब्सिडी हम केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर पे दिए हैं। अगर एक किसान को बांटे 13 करोड़ 13 करोड़ फार्मर गवर्नमेंट बांधती है, जो उन्होंने एक योजना लगाई है प्रधानमंत्री, ये जो 6,000 देते हैं, तो यदि सीधे किसानों को बांट दे तो 6,000 रुपीज हर फार्मर को केवल केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर से दे सकते हैं। मैं डॉक्टर मेहता साहब तवज्जो चाहूँगा आपकी, गौर करें आप, 6,000 रुपया हम सीधे और दे सकते हैं किसानों को। और जरा हम सोचें कि क्या हम जैविक खेती की बात, जीरो बजट की बात, सूक्ष्म द्रव्य की बात तो करते हैं, लेकिन क्या ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग को हमें 70,000 करोड़ में से 10% भी देते हैं, या खाली हम झुंझुना बजाते हैं, बातें करते हैं।
डॉक्टर त्रिपाठी साहब, थैंक यू। लग तो रहा है कि मैं सुनता ही रहूं।
मैं जानता हूं कि एक तो सबसे लास्ट में किसान को मौका देते हो आप, गलती से किसान आ गया, और
ये तो मुझे पता नहीं था आपको, लेकिन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि सभी का समय एक ही समय।
सरकार जी मैं ख़त्म कर रहा हूँ बात। मैं मेरे ख्याल से जितने लोगों ने जो टाइम लिया उससे मैंने कम लिया है, अभी 1.5 मिनट बचा है, उसमें आधा मिनट मैं आपको बचा के दे दूंगा, ठीक है। मैं दूसरे काम में उपयोग कर लीजिएगा। आपने टोक दिया तो मैं भूल गया। असल में मेरे कहने का उद्देश्य केवल इतना ही था, हाँ, कि मैं ये कह रहा था कि ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग को अगर आगे बढ़ाना है तो कहीं न कहीं हमें उसके लिए भी बजट रखना पड़ेगा, ये कहना मैं चाह रहा था। और मैं ये कह रहा था कि किसानों को तो वैसे ही सबसे लास्ट में मौका देते हो। मैं 2000 किलोमीटर दूर से आया हूँ, वो भी चूँकि एग्रीकल्चर टुडे मीडिया ने बुलाया है, और मीडिया वालों से डरता मैं भी हूँ कि घोड़े को गधा बना सकते हैं और गधे को घोड़े बना सकते हैं। तो इनका बुलावा मैं नहीं टाल पाया, इसलिए मैं आया इधर। और ये बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि खेती को जितने भी यहाँ साइंटिस्ट बैठे हैं, आप लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की, लेकिन आपके हाथ अभी तक किसानों तक नहीं पहुँचे हैं, लेकिन व्यापारियों के हाथ हमारे गिरेबान तक पहुँच गए हैं और हमारी लगोटी भी उतारने पे उतारू हैं। ये सिचुएशन चेंज करिए साहब, बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं कोई नेतागिरी वाली बात नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, बस धन्यवाद।
So I think, so we have another 10 minutes. So, Man Saab, and no, because the main person is still there, whom we all wanted to hear. No, it's fine. I think the best person will conclude the session. Thank you very much. You please go.
Good afternoon to all. Honorable Chair, Dr. Verma, my co-panelists, eminent scientists, doctors from the farming community, and some students are also sitting from the colleges. Welcome to you all, and I thank you and I thank Agriculture Today to give me this opportunity to be part of this BioAg Asia event. And there is a lot we have learned from this event, and we have also got this opportunity to share our ideas, of our thoughts and our observations with everybody. So since there is very less time and all the co-panelists have spoken on all the, I think, the relevant topics, so I will not probably repeat all those things. So since I am representing industry, and as with along with Mr. Sarkar, Debrata Sarkar, so we are representing the industry, so I will bit speak from those, topics. Since the topic is the successful innovations in bio inputs, it's a very wide and very, very prominent topic. There is a huge data, and there is a huge, I think, material to which we can speak on this, which can go on and on for hours and hours. But I would like to say something. All those innovations which successfully travel from the R&D labs to the trial fields, do the successful trials, and from the trial fields to the production fields, and can give sustainability and reduce the consumption of the chemical pesticides, chemical fertilizers in the soil, are successful innovations. Maybe it is a small innovation or it is a big innovation. All are successful innovations. If the industry adopts that innovations from the R&D labs, translates it into some products, gives it to the farms, and that can give them sustainability, enhanced production, or maybe the equivalent production to the conventional chemical farming, all are successful as per me. Even somebody is making an organic manure also, and adding some substances which can give them, which can give the plants more nitrogen, more potash, more phosphorus, more carbon. That is also a successful innovation, which I consider. So there are many innovations which has been done in the past, but since this particular industry, biologicals industry, is very, I will say, or at the childish, what do you say, at the young age, I think only from the couple of years or maybe 5 or 10 years, it has been started taking the baby steps. So a lot of things, a lot of work has to be still done, a lot of innovations are still to become. As Mr. Sharma was talking about, some innovations which has been done in the seed coatings are also very successful innovations. When the nano fertilizers came, it's also very successful innovation. And now recently, yesterday only, Pratishta Group has launched the organic-based nano fertilizers and fertilizers. That is also a very successful innovation. As far as it translates into production and reduces the use of the chemicals in the fields, it's very successful. So since I am coming from industry, from Heli Agro, I will like to share a couple of our experiences, which some of the products we have developed, which we have considered ki, I will say we will be maybe the pioneers in this. I can boost ourselves because since we have not seen similar products being used or being developed by anybody or being marketed in the industry till yet, I will just give a couple of products which we did in the past. From the last 2-3 years, we have been after the R&D part, we have been doing trials and we have come up to the production levels. So first product is ki in the higher this altitude areas, maybe the states like Himachal Pradesh, J&K, Uttarakhand, we have seen ki the most of the production is done for the fruit plants is of apple trees. So in the apple trees, during the snowfall period, which is called as the dormancy period, after the harvesting the snowfall starts and the dormancy period starts. To break the dormancy after the snowfall, from decades and decades, farmers have been using tree spray oil. So that tree spray oil which they have been using is presently which was being used is from petroleum-based synthetic oils. Now these petroleum-based synthetic oils though have that capacity, for what they have been used is because during this, these dormant oils are applied during the winters in order to deal with insects and mites, pests that survive the winter in the overwintering life changes, such as eggs or mature females. So the oil is used to probably kill that pests and the mites which are survived during the overwintering period, and they are hidden as an eggs or the mature females within the stems and the branches of that. But we all know that all petroleum-based products are having a lot of side effects also. So the disadvantages which these oils are having is that these dormant oils include potential phytotoxicity during this growing season and minimal residual activity or persistence they are having. Since these dormant oils are typically derived from paraffin crude oils and are the heaviest of the petroleum-based oil sprayed with the low unsulfonated residues. So what we have tried during these years is we have developed a completely natural plant-based extracts oils, formulation of 5 or 6 oils, totally organic. This tree spray oil, we did trials in Himachal extensively. I think we have touched every corner of the Himachal in the last year, and this year we have brought it to the production scale. So it has given equivalently and excellent results, completely replacing the synthetic based oils. It is not only giving that required energy after the snowfall period to the plant to germinate so that the leaf should start and that cycle, the next cycle for the fruiting should start. It is also having the property, since we are also using a neem oil also into it. So it is also having the property, it acts as an insecticide also, which kills these problems which are in the apple trees are having, like scale, and then the stem borers are there, which remain hidden in the stems and the branches during the winter season. So it kills that insects, these particular two problems also, and it also breaks the dormancy period, and the results have been very excellent. And I think this year around 100 growers only in Himachal from various regions have started this thing on a production scale, and they have also committed that yes, from the next year we will be using it extensively on whatever number of orchards they are having. They will be using this tree oil, our tree oil organic, and completely replacing the synthetic oils. So this is one product innovation which we have done. So I can say we are the only company who has developed this tree spray oil, which is totally oil, plant-based oils and organic. Second product is we have developed another product which comes in the biostimulant category. We have a license for that under the G2 category, and we have already, I think, applied for the G1 licenses also. This product is a biostimulant. I would like to share before that what is the problem which we have seen, and from where we got this demand from the various growers which they were facing these problems, and how we tried to do the R&D part and develop these products. You all know that pollination is a very important role which has to happen for the plants to bear the fruit, to increase the yield in the fruit growing plants. So due to excessive use of these pesticides, insecticides, and other foliars, we have destroyed the natural pollinators, the honey bees, the solitary bees, the butterflies and all. They have reduced to a very great extent. So I have personally seen, I have traveled extensively in these areas. All the apple growers or the growers of the pears, the other plums, the cherries, the walnuts, the almonds and all, they are now using artificial pollinators. Like they are hiring people who are having honey bees boxes. 10 or 20 boxes are kept in every field, and they pay them from 1,000 to 2,000 rupees for this 2 months period, so that the bees which are there, they can do the pollination process in their orchards. So such is the effect of these chemicals and pesticides, the natural pollinators has been destroyed. So they shared these problems with us. Then we did our research, we did our R&D, what should be done to increase the pollination process naturally. So we have come with this biostimulant product. We have named it as Pearl. So it is a combination of various formulations, and it has the property it attracts the natural bees. Maybe the honey bees or the butterflies or the solitary bees, it attracts the natural bees towards those plants where this foliar application has been done. So this process helps us to improve the pollination process naturally. So when the farmers will not do the foliar application of any insecticide or any other chemical-based fungicide, so I think this pollinators reduction or the decrease in the pollinators will eliminate slowly, and when the organic products will come, which has the zero effect on the pollinators, so they will not be harmful to them. So the pollination process will. I'll just take Mr. Sarkar 1 minute more.
Absolutely.
Yeah? So sorry for that.
Can't help it, sir.
Yeah. So this product has been given excellent. This has given excellent result. It has increased that pollination process naturally, and those farmers which have used our product this year, they have not under any requirement to hire those artificial bees from these bee growers, and the pollination has happened naturally with them. And the third product, very important thing again, what we have done in this field there, though I already said there are huge number of innovations which have been done. Maybe some have not even come to the trial fields also, and some have not even been translated and traveled from the trial to the production fields also. So I was also just having a search, since the topic was good, I was having a search yesterday and today morning on Google also to just find out which are the successful innovations in the bio inputs. And I could hardly find any. I don't know where the data has not been consolidated or not uploaded. Whatever I have been found is the technology part, like people are talking about the drones, the artificial intelligence, or the hydroponics, or aquaponics, or aeroponics. But I could not find any such innovations in this particular thing. Anyway, the third thing which we have developed is the product name we have developed is the soil mate. So it is actually diatomeous earth. So diatomeous earth is made from aquatic water plants and is naturally occurring. So it is very highly rich in silicon, and since it is very high rich in silicon, which is around 33%, it is having a huge capacity to hold water. Generally, if you will find across the Google or in other studies also in the reports, it has been found. I think you did it for me.
with purpose.
Anyway, but I will.
I think your voice is loud enough.
No, but I think I am a Punjabi. I will not stop till I conclude. So this is this product. Other than having a lot of other nutrients, which is, I think, we have recently got a report from the soil department of Punjab Agriculture University, which I have, I can also share. It is having more than 12 various nutrients, starting from calcium, magnesium, zinc, phosphorus, potash. All those are there. But it is very highly rich in silicon, around 33%. Since being rich in silicon, it is said to have 200% more water holding, 200 times, more water holding capacity than the natural sand. So we have applied it all those areas in Ganganagar, in the upper belts where cotton is there, and which are very dry areas. So it has given very excellent results. Now we have applied it in all the upper reaches in the Himachals, in the J&K, Uttarakhand, where the irrigation, natural irrigation is not available. They are all dependent on the God. If the rain is there, the irrigation is there. Otherwise, it's not there. So this application in the soil has given excellent results. It keeps on holding that water and releases when the earth is dry, so that when the plant is in the fruit bearing stage, it is under stress, and if the plant goes dry and the moisture is less in the soil, so it will go in stress, and the fruit that will not bear that size which it's required for the commercial scale.
He needs at least 5 minutes. Please.
Oh, sorry.
That much respect we need to give you.
I already said we should start with them. Anyway, so these are the 3 innovations which we have done, but we have also seen when being with all these eminent people here, many of the companies, scientists, ICR, IARI, and all the other eminent people and the industries are working, I think, very extensively, and such events will bring more energy into it, more enthusiasm in it, so that this biological products should be developed, and ultimately the farmers should actually get the benefit, which will be translated back to us as we are the consumers. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to share my observations with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think let me take the privilege to introduce the chair now at the end. So that's what it is. So I'm sorry. Oh. So I think, anyway.
So we can have 5 minutes for the chair to give the closing
Okay,
remarks.
thank you very much. I'm really privileged. So please, sir, enlighten us with the topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much. Very nice to listen. Couple of lectures, not all, because I got held up.
Okay, I'll do.
I got held up somewhere on the way. Traffic jam and is delayed. So I lost the privilege of listening all lectures. But whatever I've heard, 4 lectures, they are very interesting and knowledgeable things. I'll start with our friend, Dr. Rajaram Tripathi. He got angry a little bit because of time lag. But Dr. Rajaram, I will tell you one thing, because in every conference there is a limitation of time. Now if you look at that here, there are 7 speakers, and each are getting only 10 minutes. So you have to complete your lecture in 9 minutes, 1 minute leave it for the audience. And this is the secret of the successful lecture. I believe, being a vast experience of being professor in Jawaharlal Nehru University, now in Amity University, I always prepare my lecture and deliver it, talk to myself before the mirror many times before I go to any conference. That is the secret of the success, because if you speak too much, no one listens to you. But your lecture was very interesting, very knowledgeable. I like to interact with you. There's very good, very basic knowledge there. Unfair time limit was there. And the same thing I like to convey to Dr. Mann. Now you are the Chief Minister of Punjab. What happens? There's always chair get disturbed. It's getting late. But your lecture is very interesting, very new, very innovative, and there was not much time to question and answer. Otherwise, there should have been many questions. At least I would have asked 2, 3. For my knowledge, it was very good. Thank you. So I think always do homework before coming to any conference. That audience become very happy if you limit yourself to the time and close it, and finally you give a concluding remarks in 2 minutes. It will be very interesting. Madam, your lecture was very good, especially dealing with a very complicated subject, pesticides. It is very complicated subject. Once you put this pesticide in the soil, and you know who is the Switzerland created pesticides and made a lot of money all over the world. And this is a great loss to the soil. We're losing soil, fertility of the soil, sustainability of the soil because of pesticides. Whatever you go work hard, pesticide remain there. And now our products, anything we export, because of pesticides, they are returned back to us. So with this two things, myself and Dr. Sairam, our institute, I myself means our institute, I'm a teacher of microtechnology, and Dr. Sairam Pratishta, we have a very close collaboration. We are working on the developing novel technologies, new products, patenting them, publication, and Dr. Sairam has been an excellent person by heart and very fine by brain. Every time I meet him, I learn something from him, and his family is equally illustrious. So we are having very strong collaboration with Dr. Sairam. Our students, they go there, take training, and after training, they go abroad. That is the problem. They don't stay in India. They go run away to Canada, like that. So I am very thankful to our active chairman of this session, Dr. Devrata Sarkar.
So I'm not doctor, sir. I'm non-qualified.
But your knowledge is more than doctor. And I request my colleague, Dr. Aarti Mishra, I'll give you talk to you and gain some knowledge from your things. So I conclude in 5 minutes that it was a wonderful organization, very good job done by organizers, and Dr. Sairam, wonderful job was done, and we all learned a lot from here. A lot of my students are here, my faculty is here, they are learning, and we are going to get benefit out of it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
And may I now invite Ms. Anjana Nair from Agriculture Today Group to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude to our distinguished chair, Dr. Ajit Verma, Group Deputy Vice Chancellor, Amity University.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Beautiful.
To Shri Devrata Sarkar, Vice President, Asia Pacific, Alga Energy. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for taking over as the chair in absence
Angur
of...
on it, lot of angur on it. Have you seen the angur on it?
And to Dr. Reddy.
Bati. Angur है, stone angur. Thank you. Thank you. आरती तुम बात कर लेना.
To Dr. Chandrasekhar, he's not here. Dr. Krishna Sundari. Thank you, ma'am. To Mr. T.S. Mann. To Dr. Mahesh Sharma. And to Dr. Rajaram Tripathi. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nair, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, I thank the esteemed panel for their valuable inputs in this session. Thank you to each one of you. Thank you very much indeed. And once again, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving to the next session, which is the CEO session on global opportunity for India. Kindly give us 2 minutes while we arrange the top table. This session?
This one here, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I need to...
I'll give it to you, sir. We'll be giving it to you.
Okay.
And I'll hand over to you, and you would like to invite the speakers.
No, you can invite the speakers up.
Okay. No, up here, and then for the proceedings, I'll hand over to you, sir. And then you can invite each one of them one by one. So this one is not sure. I'll let you know if he's online.
Okay.
The first speaker, we are not sure whether he's connected or not. If he connects, I will inform you. Then rest everybody would be here.
Good. So yeah, so I just need their names. So
Yeah, just the name. I'll give it to you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you,
Just,
sir.
I don't know how you do it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we have our distinguished chair and moderator up on the stage with us, Dr. Douglas Ree Wagner, President Agribusiness Alga Energy. Please put your hands together to welcome him. May I also invite other eminent speakers. I invite Mr. Raju Kapoor, Director Corporate Affairs, FMC Corporation. A warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Dr. Santosh Sahane, CEO and founder, Forecast Agrotech Innovations. Let's welcome Dr. Santosh Sahane. A warm welcome, sir. We welcome Mrs. Madhu Dikshit, co-founder, Organic Krishi. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We welcome Mr. Rahul Mathur, National Marketing Head, IPL Biologicals. A very warm welcome, sir. And we also welcome Shri Bharat Bhushan Tyagi, Chairman, Chetna Vikas Swarajya Trust. May I request everybody to be seated. Once again, all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. And we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the session. The CEO session on the global opportunities for India. Once again, the time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair, deliberations, addresses or presentations by all our eminent speakers for about 7 to 8 minutes, and we will have question and answers in the end if the time permits. And with those words, I hand over to our distinguished chair and moderator, Dr. Douglas Wagner, President Agribusiness Alga Energy, sir, to kindly carry forward the proceedings, beginning with your opening address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm assuming this is working. Now it's working? All right, very good, thank you. So we'll go ahead and begin here. I'd like to begin by thanking Agriculture Today and Ms. Mahanta Chauhan and Dr. Khan for their excellent work in organizing this. We're joined here today by a distinguished group of leaders that I think will provide some interesting insights for us all. A little louder? Okay, I hear it echoing back here.
Get it closer to you. No,
It doesn't move. So the topic for today's session is the global perspective for agriculture, bioag in India, and how that fits into the global scenario. And what I wanted to do was begin with a few facts and a couple observations to get us started here. So the first set of facts is I think everybody here is probably aware that India is a top 5 country with regard to agricultural productivity and agricultural output. But not only with regard to its standing in the world, agriculture has a huge impact in the Indian economy, with over 50% of the workforce employed in agriculture. And over the last 20 years, India has also become a top 5 agricultural exporter, joining some of the major countries in the world with over $40 billion in agricultural exports over the last year in 2021. So quite impressive in terms of the status and the situation for the country and for agriculture in the global setting. With those trends, the increase in agricultural productivity and prowess in the global setting, and the increase in the export potential of India, we've seen that really coalesce nicely with global trends that are being driven by consumers and by governments around the world, which is to have agricultural products of higher quality and products that are free or at least greatly reduced in chemical residue. And so the opportunity for India in the global setting for BioAg is really phenomenal, and this is a pivotal time for the country as a whole and for businesses to look at how India fits into that larger picture. I think this trend really provides an opportunity for India to become a global leader, not only in the use of technologies to derive natural produced products for the export market and for the internal market, but also for the development of new solutions, no bio-input solutions here within India. And as we heard in the previous panels today, there's a lot of activity from Indian companies working on this, and I think a great opportunity for these companies to partner with those from Europe, from the US, from the Americas, to develop the best products for India and for those products to be used outside of India. However, for BioAg to be successful, and this is not just from my personal perspective, but my personal experience, having come first as an academic and then moving into industry, for this to be successful, it's really going to depend upon the active participation of companies. So the commercial aspect of this is going to be extremely important. There have been a lot of philanthropic organizations that have worked around the world to try and bring new technologies to agriculture in various parts of the world, and they haven't been all that successful. And personally, I believe one of the challenges that they've had is they haven't been able to participate in the commercial channels to market and the type of marketing and participation that's required to get growers to adopt those solutions. And while we've heard a lot of great progress in R&D and a lot of great progress with regard to the development of new technologies in BioAg, it's also very important that companies are profitable. So this commercial intersection with the technologies that we're developing becomes, I think, extremely critical for the success of the BioAg movement in India. In order to stimulate the BioAg economy, I believe there are 3 important key areas that we need to consider, and I look forward to hearing this panel touch on some of those as well as their own perspectives. The first area is innovation. Both private and public institutions need to be actively engaged in creating effective solutions, and not only creating those solutions, but understanding how those products work. The community around the world is becoming more and more demanding, not of the fact that we've got a nice BioAg product or it's a natural product, but how and why does that product work? In the world of synthetic chemistry, in the world of synthetic fertilizers, we know those mechanisms. and the growers can understand it. In the world of biologicals, we're not as adept, and we don't have that depth of knowledge. And so we need to begin to create that knowledge base for our users and for the consumers of those products that are grown with BioAg products. So innovation is the first area. The second area is regulation. We really need clear, and this is important, appropriate regulatory requirements that both ensure high quality products come to the market, these BioAg inputs. If the regulatory framework is not there, then the BioAg input sector will be crowded with products that are not of high quality. Growers will become disenfranchised, and we'll see a decline in the reliability and the confidence in the BioAg community. So the regulatory aspect is really important to ensure high quality products, but the regulatory framework needs to be reasonable with regard to the lower risk level that BioAg products present versus synthetic chemistry. And then finally, the last area after innovation and regulation is education. We develop some of the best products that the BioAg community could recognize and use. But if we don't get the growers and the consumers to understand what they are, how they work, how to use them, and their benefits, then we may never be successful in the market. So that education piece needs to happen all the way from the grower who's using your products through to the consumer. Why are these products beneficial to us? What benefit are they bringing not only to me as a grower and the profitability I can have and the sustainability of my agricultural practices, but also to the consumer in terms of reduced reliance on chemistry and the potential to reduce the level of residue. So innovation, regulation, and education are the three tenets that I think will make this sector really grow. I think India is well positioned to take a leadership role in that sector, not only in the Asia region, but globally. And I know that a lot of global companies, including our own, have looked to India as that sort of leader and partner in our process to develop these products around the world. So with that introduction, I'm pleased to turn this over to our expert panel for their perspectives on the role of the companies in the global ag economy and the role of India in that economy as it develops. I think, I'm not sure here, I think we'll start to our left with Mr. Mathur. If you'll please introduce yourself and take it over from here. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Wagner. My name is Rahul Mathur, and I am representing a company which is working on biological from not last 5 years or 10 years, but for more than 25 years. For last 28 years, we are working in microbial and biological business. I am part of IPL Biologicals Limited, which was previously known as International Panacea Limited. And I'm really very privileged to be part of this panel. So I'm really thankful to Agriculture Today and to the organization giving me this opportunity to represent and share the thoughts of us. Like I mentioned, we are in this business for last 28 years. So we know a lot about what are the biological challenges and how we can, industry can grow into this segment. What we have seen in last 50 years is first phase of green revolution in India, and globally also we saw there are many progresses which happened because of introduction of new technology, because of introduction of chemical fertilizer, because of introduction of some advanced chemicals which ultimately addressed some pest and disease problems. But ultimately it led to a next level of problems. And those problems are the reason we are sitting here and discussing about the bioagriculture. So what I'll try to do is in next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll try to address those global problems or issues and how we can contribute into those solutions. And what we have done in IPL, I'll try to share some examples also. So one of the things is, as everybody discussed, soil is the main element of agriculture, and because of those innovations of past, we somehow degraded our existing soil layers. So that is, I think, one of the key issues that we need to address. Degradation of soil, soil biodiversity loss is something which has happened and we need to reclaim it. Pest resurgence and resistance is happening because of excessive use of pesticides. residual and crop nutrition. So all these three elements are impact of chemicals, fertilizer or chemical pesticides that we are spraying in our crops, which ultimately lead to the bigger impacts, which are like imbalance of environmental ecosystem, health hazards in humans and in animals also. So the solution to these problems are obviously either go for organic or natural farming or microbial or biological farmings. In IPL, we are focusing 100% focuses on biological farming. We are leader in microbial and we are not at all doing anything in chemicals. So that's our focus, our aim, and we are working on this aim since last 28 years. What we believe is we can restore soil health if we use the microbial solutions. Everybody knows about the multiple options which can increase nutrient uptake, increase nutrient availability to the plant, increase nutrient assimilation, nitrogen fixations. All those things can happen because of microbial. So I believe that is one of the very viable solution for a long-term benefit to the soil layer. It can actually rejuvenate the soil that we have actually degraded because of those issues. And we have those solutions. We can partner if anybody is interested into those things. Also, like we talk about regenerative agriculture, microbial agriculture. So for all those two things, you actually need microbial solutions. So if we focus on how we can actually create a balance in our IPM models or INM models, and we introduce microbials or biological solutions into those things, then only we can actually make it a long-term sustainable solutions. And just to give an example, I believe many of senior people must have heard about the Kasaragod endosulfan tragedy of India. And to the students who are sitting here, I'd like you to just Google it, find out. It is a place in Kerala, and there is a tragedy that happened because of excessive use of endosulfan chemical. It impacted soil layer. It is a spray of endosulfan on the cashew plantation, coffee plantation, tea plantation, which ultimately impacted the human health, animal health of that area. And IPL partnered with the DBT funded project, and we actually worked in those areas in kind of bioremediation of contaminated soil in those areas. So those things are possible only with the help of microbial solutions. So what I like to highlight is there are problems and there are solutions. There were some solutions which are available. We degraded because of use of chemical and those things. We need to once again go back to those basics, and we need to work on those microbial or biological solutions. Also, everybody knows about the cancer train in India. I believe everybody must have seen some of the news articles and a lot of reports, and that there is a train which runs from Bathinda to Bikaner and known as the cancer train. Why that has happened in India? It is just again because of excessive use of chemical. And that can be addressed by the biological solutions. We hear news of export restriction on grapes or on vegetables which are happening from India. Why? Because again the same thing, residual impact, the levels are not maintained, so ultimately those countries are not accepting our food or our export quality material, although we are happily eating and enjoying those foods. So those problems are happening because we have missed our basic fundamental thing, is making a balance between nature and chemical. We have focused too much on immediate benefit, too much on chemical things, and which ultimately impacted these problems. So what we need to do is we need to go back to those solutions, microbial solutions, so that we can ultimately ensure there is a pest resurgence, there is a no resistance issue, there is no increase in number of pests or number of sprays in the chemical things, and we can maintain our residue and crop nutrient issues also. I like to share that IPL is already doing a project with NRCG in grapes in Maharashtra, and we have observed with this, if we follow the biological solutions, then you can reduce up to 40% sprays in grapes crop, which is one of the most extensively used crop where the chemicals are used most extensively. So up to 40% reduction can happen, which ultimately gives better ROI to farmer, a better food to consumer, and also there is no residue and no resistance to the pest also. So those kind of things also can happen. We also know there are many times we have heard about tragedy, like farmers are doing suicide and those kind of things. And if people remember, in 2007, there was an attack of whitefly in cotton crop in Punjab, and because of which many farmers committed suicide. But there was a news article which is in my hand, I can share with anybody. It reads like, it impacted those farmers who were too much dependent on chemicals. Those farmers who were adopting biofertilizer, they scored better as compared to those farmers who were 100% on chemical dependent. So ultimately, it gives an indication there is something in these biological things which ultimately balance this natural phenomena of growing crop and maintaining nature also. So what I like to close with this remark, that there are opportunities not only for India, but I think for anybody who has the very clear vision, focus, that what they want to do and how we want to achieve it. In IPL, we are very much focused and very much clear that biological and microbial solutions are ultimate things which can ultimately give a long-term solution and a sustainable solution for these kind of issues. And we will like to partner with like-minded people. If anybody want to know what we have done, how we have done, we will be more than happy to join hands and work together into those things. Just to give you a brief, if time allows, for 1 minute about the company. As I mentioned, we started in 1992, we started our R&D. I think one of the oldest R&D in microbial in India is with IPL Biologicals, and we started our commercial business in year 2000. So almost for initial 8 years, we were working just on R&D and on product development. Then we built our production capacity, and now we have some advanced molecules like high density microbial products we are having. We have recently started seed coating through microbials also. And we are giving these solutions not only in India, but abroad as well. We have presence in more than 10 countries, and we are very happy to share, like, we have already addressed few of global issues. Like in Kenya, 2020, there was a locust guard problem, and IPL partnered with Kenya government and provided those solutions. In Spain, there is a problem of green mites in lettuce crop, and we are working with the partner in Spain and providing those solutions. We have products for nematode control in vegetable and fruit crops, white grub in groundnut and sugarcane, even red rot in sugarcane. So we are very happy that we are not only addressing those bigger issues, and we are making farmers' life happy. We are providing those solutions which are giving better ROI to the farmers and ultimately helping sustainable agriculture also. So with this, I'd like to thank the chair. Again, I'd like to thank Agriculture Today Group to give us this opportunity. And as I mentioned previously, we will like to join hand with the like-minded people if we want to work together and if we want to grow together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview, not only of the sector, but of your company and products. I'd like to turn it now to Mrs. Dixit from Organo Krishi, right? Organic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I start with the gratitude and thanking the organizers of Agriculture Today, and especially Madam Mamta ji and Mr. MJ Khan for inviting us today here. And thank you all the eminent speakers and guests. I guess you all are, in fact, I believe that you all are the best in whatever field you do. And we are recent, organization. We are a group of techies who started Organic Krishi just 5 years back. And we are a bootstrap company who are self-funded, and we haven't taken a day off in last 5 years. So like 9 to 5 on Monday to Friday we are working as an IT professional, and Saturdays and Sundays and after 5 we are working as farmers and as a company who's supporting farmers, who's learning every day a lot of things from all of you. And today also I think I'll not be the same, my team will not be the same after going from here and learning from all of you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So the topic is global opportunities for India, and I think and we believe at Organic Krishi that every failure is a trial and has the possibility of improving in the next attempt. So we saw that Europe failed Indian products. It's an opportunity for the farmers to improve quality and control the outlier chemicals, which are the basic reason for this detainment. Next, Russia-Ukraine war. We know sunflower oil import was impacted from Ukraine. So it's again an opportunity for our farmers to grow sunflowers in India and, with all the processes and controls, and then export it. Then we have vanilla flower, which is imported from South Africa, and I think there is a small region in South who's growing vanilla. We can extend it to more regions growing such, an essence which can be used in multiple products. Then we have Jeevamrit and Ghan Jeevamrit, who was created within India, and we can export it. It doesn't have a shelf life at all. We can export it. I traveled across a few countries, and for rest of them, I watched on internet, and I found that almost all the countries are using pesticides and chemicals in the crops they are growing. And we have an ancestral background of using the natural practices, and we know from our Upanishads and Gita, we know that there are ample text available for us to learn. And also we have some eminent people over here, like Harpalji, like a lot more of you who are using the basic and the natural farming practices, which are indeed zero budget, because they are not using any external input. Whatever you grow, you are consuming it within your farm. So we can learn from such people and then create more and more natural farming practices, and our government is also supporting the same. I see an opportunity for Indian agri-research companies to create a better preservative substitute for organic products to increase their shelf life. So we all know that juices we extract, like amla, aloe vera juice, etc., there are a lot of juices, and they all use a small amount of preservative. So if our researcher or R&D companies can create something which is not actually a preservative from a natural content that we can use as to increase the shelf life of these products, so that will be wonderful, and again an opportunity in the global markets as well. Then I see the opportunity in preserving our indigenous seeds who are high in nutritional content, and rather than importing GMO seeds that we are doing today. And maybe our government now is more conscious in stopping the import of GMOs and preserving our indigenous seeds. And one of the dignitaries spoke in yesterday's sessions about the surplus production of proteins by India. So again, the golden opportunity, keeping quality and process intact, we can grow and export. Our R&D based companies can come up with bio packaging. So currently, we at Organic Rishi are selling all our products in a glass jar, considering that plastics are not safe for food. But we are really facing a challenge when we are exporting or shipping these glass bottles, because it increases the weight of the shipment, obviously. So, and the only option left then is the food grade plastic, which again is a plastic. So I would request the companies who are research based to work on the packaging material to make it more sustainable and healthy. So this will be again a global opportunity for all of us if we are able to come up with such a product. We believe that technology can be helpful for detection and alarm. Prevention and cure lies within the Mother Earth. So the soil itself, like our bodies, is capable of correcting itself. The only need is to stop using the pesticides and the external inputs to it and let it breathe in order to, so that it gets healed itself. So thank you. With this, I will close my speech. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Pankaj.
Thank you very much. And so we'll turn now again to my left to Dr. Shahani. Dr. Shahani, please.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas, our moderator, and all our fellow panelists, and all the respected friends from the bioagriculture community. First, I will take opportunity to say thank you to Agriculture Today group for giving me a chance to share my views on this session. The session is Global Opportunities for India. And in introductions, already Douglas told that India is a leader, will be a leader in the globe to supply the residue-free food, organic food. Does it really happen, or still it will be only a thought process? Why I am asking? Because see, from 1990s, we are promoting biofertilizers among the farmer, but still not more than 5% farmers are using the biofertilizers. From 99 or 2000s, we started to promote the biopesticides, but still not 2% farmers are really depend on the biopesticides formulations to control the pest. From 2012, because of the phosphate fixation problem in the Indian soils, Government of India promoted the phosphate-rich organic manure in FCO, and then some companies started to produce the PROM and provide it to the farmers, but still so many farmers are refusing to use the PROM because they doesn't see any results in the field. See, why I am asking so many questions from this the dais to the, because I am sticking with the 3 words which already Douglas told, that global opportunities for those who having innovations, who having regulations, and who having the education system. So friends, my company Forecast Agrotech Innovations, basically I am work for NARS systems, National Agriculture Extension System, as a scientist for plant protection under KVK, and then I left my job in 2017, and I started to touch the untapped segment, that is the waste available in the India. Fellow friends, we are promoting the organic agricultures, but many times the organic growers is saying that it's okay for the plant protection, you have options, but for nutrients, what you are the options? For nitrogens, it's okay, there are azotobacter, azospirillum, rhizobium, but for phosphorus, what is the options? Phosphorus has no substitute in agriculture. Potash have no substitute in agriculture. So, India having the potential to fulfill the demand of phosphorus and the potash. How? See, we are importing the rock phosphate from the Jordan and so many countries and producing the single superphosphate and the diammonium phosphate. But at the same way, we have the rock phosphate sources in our countries also, like in Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, some part of Meghalaya. Unfortunately, we forget the science behind the production of the PROM. I am not blaming to the companies, but in PROM production, there is a major process is a co-composting, because the rock phosphate is acid soluble. And by just mixing any organic matter and putting into the dryer and supplying to the farmers will never show the results of the phosphorus. There is a role of a co-composting. Dear friends, fortunately, we are the leader in the bovine populations. We have a 300 million bovine population in the world. We are a leader, and every day we are getting near about a 3 lakh metric ton of a cow dung, which is really an untapped sector. So to gather it my company came ahead and we started to one theme, that is relooking to green energy for a sustainable agriculture. Why? Because to use the cow dung as it is a threat to environment also, because it emits the methane. To use the cow dung as it is, it harbors the weed seed. So again there is a problem of a weed population. It harbors the insect eggs. So in many areas we found the problem of a white grub in our sugarcane area. So once we will put the cow dung in a biogas digester, we will produce the energy, methane as a gas. So this is the environmental friendly solutions. The digested output already all over the world declared as a supreme fertilizer. So once we will promote that digested sludge and we will incorporate our rock phosphate and we will give the better options for the phosphatic fertilizer as a PROM, farmer will accept it. Also in our country, friends, we have a large number of sugarcane factories. More than 1,000 sugarcane factories in India and more than 340 to 350 distilleries over there. So they have a molasses productions over there. The molasses, once the spent was separated from the molasses in ethanol productions, it will burn into the incinerator boiler. The ash contains near about 24 to 25% of the potash. And that's why fertilizer control order now incorporated the potash derived molasses. But it needs a proper co-composting process to deliver this potash, to deliver this phosphorus towards the farmer. So my company started working in India since 2017. My second words I took from the Douglas statement, that is the PPP model. The waste is available up to the public entity. It may be a village panchayat, it may be a Goshala, it may be a municipal corporation. The private company should be come ahead in a PPP model. My company already worked in 12 states on the PPP basis. Our tie-up with the Goshala for the conversion of the cow dung into the prom and the potash derived molasses, my tie-up with one village panchayat, where all village panchayat crop residues and all cow dungs we are collecting and we are converting into the gas. The electricity we are giving to the villagers for the street lights, school, village panchayat office and their schools. And the rest of the biodigested sludge we are converting into the two products. First is the prom and second is the liquid fermented organic manure. Fortunately, it has also comes under the FCO. Also, we are giving a customized solutions. Just Douglas told that it should be a customized solutions. In some area where there is a problem of a white grub, our liquid organic fermented fertilizer, we are mixing the metarhizium anisopli and we are supplying to the farmers. So they have a control of a white grub. In some area, we found the root rotting where we are incorporating Trichoderma bacillus subtilis like microorganisms and they are getting rid from the soil pathogenic fungus. So this type of a technology, our company is already promoting among the, across the country in a PPP mode. In last my summation, in education system also, because unless and until the extension systems will took this ahead, fortunately, I am associated with one of the leading company in the country, which is very powerful in extension system, that is the Dhanvantari Distributors Private Limited. Our company having a pan-India across our presence. In 27 states we are working, we are teaching, we are educating the farmers, rural youths, this whole technology, how to use the microorganisms, how to use the pheromones, how to use the traps, and how to use them. Our company has tie-up with the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and as a gratitude of the 75th years of our independence, our company has took the challenge that we are promoting seed treatment. It is very basic. We are promoting rhizobium, but we are very poor to promote the seed treatment of a rhizobium or seed treatment of the azotobacter among the farmers community. Our company has took the challenge, and up to the 15th of the August, our company will definitely fulfill that challenge. That is the 75,000 acres area we are going to do the seed treatment, and on the 75,000 acres area we are going to do the waste management through the composting culture. Thank you very much. And thanks again to the ATG group for giving me an opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll go back here to my right, Mr. Kapoor from FMC. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Douglas. My fellow panelists and the dignitaries present here, thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity to be sharing some of my ideas with all of you. Thanks also to Mamta ji and the Agriculture Today group. I think this is a very important topic that we're discussing today. And this is a topic which cannot be politicized or cannot be played around emotionally. This is a topic of science, and we need to treat it as science. So when we treat science with emotions, it kind of creates commotion. So let me just start with where are we right now? Right now, globally, I think the 2 or 3 key challenges that we are faced with. The biggest challenge is sustainability, where we are continuously challenged by the increasing number of mouths to be fed with continuously decreasing number of decreasing resource base. So we need to produce way more than way little compared to the past. The challenges that we face sustainability-wise is that the kind of resources, natural resources being used by agriculture are simply unsustainable. For example, water. 90% of the fresh water is being used by agriculture. Can it be sustainable? Can never be. So what do we do? So we are looking at second challenge is that the third challenge is the climate change, which is pushing us to have a relook at agriculture and say how can agriculture remain sustainable, how can it remain viable. So sustainability is one big issue that we are faced with. The second and more important issue that we are faced with is the challenge of consumer preferences. The consumers have become very alert, they have become very conscious of what is being put in front of them on their plate. They're demanding traceability, they're demanding food, they're demanding integrity of food to the level of saying, okay, how was this food produced? You know, you mentioned about natural products and you said about how it works, but the consumer is simply asking, I know you produced it, thank you so very much, Mr. Farmer, but tell me, how did you produce it? What did you use? What was the residues? And the next level is how much resources did you use and how much pollution did you leave behind when you were doing all this stuff. So we are not only faced with the challenge here of depleting resources, we are faced with the challenge of consumer preferences, which in Europe ultimately culminated into a concept called Green Deal, which is significant, which says, okay, off with everything else. Of course, some of the countries went overboard, somebody like Sri Lanka, which said, okay, 100% organic, and today, I think they are one of the examples why science cannot be politicized or cannot be an emotional subject. The country is today rolling in dirt, and the debt there is so much that I don't see them coming out of this in the next 20, 30 years. Forget about the kind of destruction they have done to the larger ecosystem of farmers and farming in that country. So, having said that, when we think of solutions to these problems, I think the solutions have to be integrated solutions. They cannot be that you will only have a chemical solution, you will only have a biological solution, you will only have an organic solution, That can't be. It's a time where everybody needs to be working together and not in isolation by playing one against the other. You know, you do hear people saying, okay, because of pesticides, this happened, cancer train happened, all that stuff. I think scientifically these claims have been rubbished multiple number of times, but, well, you know, if you have to sell organic, you want to talk about chemicals and play the what we call as fear psychosis. But we need to move from there. So in my opinion, and that's a concept which I very strongly believe in, the concept of safe food, so safe and sustainable food. I think that's where I belong. I don't belong to the organic lobby and chemical lobby, right? So when you are wanting to do chemicals, I think all of us know there's a lot of science that goes behind chemicals. We discussed about it just now, and I was also discussing with people outside here. When we come to organics, or let's say the plant health larger section, I think the global market today is roughly about $11 billion of the whole larger plant health business, out of which about $5 billion goes into biologicals, another $5 billion comes into, you know, something like an inorganic crop and soil amendment products. Within these biologicals, again, something about 50% of that, say about $2.4 billion comes into biopesticides, and another $2.7 billion remains in the organic crop soil enhancer segment. If you come closer to India, which is Asia, we have roughly about $1.2 billion market today available. And I would say this is a market which is growing very rapidly. In Asia, the growth rate itself is 14%, whereas globally, if you look at it, I think we've been growing at something like 12.4%. So this is a very, very strong growth compared to just 2 to 3% in the chemical crop protection area. So I think this is a significant amount of role that biologicals can play in largely addressing or being a part of the solution when we are talking about sustainability, or we're talking about the nutrient use efficiency, which is pretty low in India. Like, for example, the urea is about 25 or 27%, I think. Phosphate is still lower, and potassium, same level. So obviously there's a very significant role biologicals have to play. All we need to do is we need to think scientifically, we need to come out with viable scientific solutions and deliver solutions on the ground. Most of the products today which are reaching the farmers, if we did a survey, and it's a repeated survey for the last 5 years, farmers are not at all satisfied because they feel the quality, the stability of the product, or the promise, delivery against the promise is low. So that's one place where companies like ours can play a very big role. We are largely the 5th largest crop protection company globally, FMC. In India, we are the 2nd largest company in the crop protection area. We are largely in crop protection, biologicals, and crop nutrition area. Those are 3. And precision agriculture, of course. That's the latest area that we are in. We have a very dedicated R&D capabilities which can design, which can develop and launch very potent, rich pipeline of biologicals. There are significant investments that we are making in bio-discovery of these products and development of them. There's a whole process where we look at identifying a strain and then kind of screen that whole thing out, come to greenhouse trials to look at them, and then develop process and kind of do the field trials and take them forward. But if you look at India, I think the challenges that we currently faced with and which need to be addressed immediately, and I was talking to Prem about this outside also, are these. Number one, I think globally the biologicals knowledge has grown significantly ahead of what we today in India are thinking of. I think we are living with those concoctions that were developed by certain people, and we continue to call them biologicals and continue to push them through government tenders, assuming that we are doing a great job. But I think markets have moved. There are significantly improved products available globally, but I think the challenge remains, like you said, innovation, regulation, and education. All the 3 challenges remain. In the innovation front, I think we have not been able to innovate here, but innovations are available globally. What is important is to make them available to the farmers. Now, to make them available to the farmer, the challenge is that the import of these strains into India is really, I would not say it's banned or prohibited, but it is somehow managed not to be allowed. So it's a great situation. You talked about regulation being fair and reasonable, but I think there's no regulation here right now, but there needs to be a very clear-cut articulation of regulation as to what would qualify to be imported into the country. So the strains import has to be allowed. That's the first thing that needs to happen, because once the strains come into the country, you can do n number of things with them. We can develop n number of combinations. Number 2, I think the guidelines for registering the premixes of biologicals globally, I think in most of the countries, markets have shifted towards premixes. They can be premixes of biologicals or biologicals with chemicals and so many other things. So I think that part, there are no guidelines right now available either from Central Insecticide Board or from Fertilizer Control Board or wherever. So I think that's a gray area that we need to address in case we want biologicals to move forward. Third thing, I think there's a real challenge about shelf life in the country. Any product that goes to the market, the kind of heat that we have today, the outside temperature, yesterday the outside temperature was about 43 degrees, right? At 43 degrees, would the biological survive? And the kind of storage that they meet at the dealer shop. So, but there are technologies that have been already frozen. I mean, we have developed those technologies which can make these products stable for 2 years. So allow us the 2 years stability period, 2 years shelf life for our products, so that we are able to bring those products, molecules into the country, strains into the country and run them. And lastly, I think it's a more of a philosophical idea, but the whole concept of integrated approach with other available solutions such as synthetics is a must. We somehow get carried away, and I'm coming to the same subject. because Sri Lanka has really hurt me. When Sri Lanka government was taking this decision, there was a discussion that took place, and I happened to give some inputs which went through one of the associations to them by saying that you should not be doing what you're trying to do, and they ended up doing exactly what we were saying, don't do it. And same thing we are talking about India, because there's a lot of talk we are doing about going organic, the whole country going organic, going natural, going whatever it means. I mean, as a scientist, I don't understand those terms. For me, I don't understand what is organic. I don't understand what is natural farming. I only understand there's a farming. There are means which make farming safer, which makes the end produce safer. But the whole idea of incorporating all tools into one and delivering to the farmers in an integrated manner is a very important thing. So sorry about taking slightly more time, but I thought, looking at what I heard from the panel, I thought it possibly needed some intervention. So thank you so very much for allowing me this time. Appreciate that, and I'm available in case there are questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I think it's important that we really realize the challenge we have in front of us globally, as well as here in India, in terms of feeding the population, both with quantity and quality of food, and it's going to take a balanced approach to be able to make that possible. I think I just want to state three things that I heard from my colleagues up here that that I really value. I heard, and throughout the Congress, quite a bit of the use of the word sustainability, and as Mr. Kapoor just said, do we really understand what these terms mean? I find that more and more of these venues that I attend, there's more and more question about what each of us means when we use these types of words. But one of the things that is beginning to take root around the world is moving from sustainability to regenerative, to looking at what we can do to bring more life back and actually increase the benefits that we leave behind after we harvest our crop, rather than just be sustainable. Sustainable implies, to me anyway, a neutral, or we're not creating any degradation, but we're not making it any better. And if we're going to really move forward, we need to go from sustainability to regenerative. And so I would encourage people here to think about that. And I heard some of that from the colleagues here, everything from the packaging of our products, which is a huge challenge in terms of the big and overall picture, to where we need to be as a society. Second thing is I heard challenges about adoption. What percent of farmers are really using these types of products? And to me, that leads to one of the things that we do have in the synthetic or chemical world is a better understanding of mode of action. How do these products work? How does your microbial product really do what you say it does in the soil? And how can you explain that to the grower, to the consumer, all the way through? So that feeds into education. We really need to look at both education and innovation around understanding our products. What information can we get about why they work? Why do they do what they do? That's happening in many parts of this sector around the world. And I don't see it happening to the same degree here in India, but it's happening in other countries. And I think that you're going to find that in India, it's going to be demanded by your growers as they become more and more sophisticated. And then finally, I like the concept of safe food. We really need these clear regulatory guidelines. Whether they're reasonable or not, they're important. They're important to make sure that we're only taking to market quality products, and we're able to ensure those quality of products and the path forward, but they're reasonable in my sense, that given the cost of creating new products and taking them to market, that we're able to get them to market, and companies can generate the profit they need to stay in business. So I really appreciate I really appreciate all the comments from everybody here. And we've got a couple minutes left, I think, for a question or two. Is there a question? So, yeah. So can I slow you down there? I can't tell if that's one question or three questions. So can you?
Can I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I can answer you in a simple line. One organism's survival is second organism's pest, definition of a pest. So a mosquito, it needs to survive sucking blood from you, but you want to kill him thinking he's a pest, right? So he or she, whatever. So it's a pest. So unfortunately that's true in the world. So it's not a zero-sum game. So there's no place like this in the world where there are, Ram Rajya mein bhi nahi tha, yahan bhi nahi. So, great, great, sir. Fantastic, sir. Fantastic, fantastic. Sure. Those are the ideal places to be created. Agreed with you. So any other question? Anybody?
So we just have 1 minute left. Any additional questions before we break?
I think I'll have to come now. Question. I'm talking about the prom you were talking about. We can make it at home, right? And where would we get the rock phosphate from?
See, in India, there in 5 to 6 states having the rock phosphate sources. Firstly, in nearby from Punjab, you can carry out from the Rajasthan having the major source near the.
See, that's where the problem lies. I know about prom and where it started, I know it. But getting the rock phosphate is the problem. As well as, you see, like the panel can recommend the government, the rock phosphate itself should be subsidized because only 10% would be used. Rest is all going waste. Everybody knows about it. So at least I was expecting that you will recommend to the panel to subsidize the rock phosphate to make prom.
I think I agree with you. So, but the only thing is, all the high quality rock is already being diverted for manufacture of synthetic fertilizers right now. All those which are below a particular level of phosphate content are already available, and your point is very valid. If we can grind them, use them for converting them into proms and using them, that is a great source. But I think, as far as I know, I have seen prom for the last 20 odd years. I haven't seen it moving forward. I don't know why, but somebody needs to look at that. It's a great product, especially now when we don't have phosphates and phosphate prices have gone up 3 times. That's a great solution that we have. And this year, I think phosphate is going to be anyway in deep shortage. So I would say this is a good suggestion, Arpalji. Thank you.
Very good.
Works
I think,
better. We can introduce so many, sorry sir.
okay, we need to move on
Yes,
here.
sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, I want to thank the panelists and the questions, and there's time for discussion afterwards. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And may I once again request Ms. Sanjana Nair to do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude and appreciation to our chairperson and moderator, Dr. Wagner. To Mr. Raju Kapoor. To Dr. Santosh Sahane. Santosh Sahane, sir. To Mrs. Madhu Dikshit. And to Mr. Rahul Mathur. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of this session. I would request everybody to kindly remain seated as we move into our concluding session, which is on the roadmap for sustainable bioagri models. Kindly give us a minute while we arrange the top table for the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to go ahead with the next session. I would like to invite So ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our chair for this session, Shri Tarun Sridhar, former Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fisheries. Please put your hands together for Shri Tarun Sridhar. May I invite Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG, Agriculture Extension, ICR and Agriculture Commission, Government of India. Inviting Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG, Agriculture. May I also invite Dr. M.H. Mehta, Chairman Working Group on Eco-Agriculture, ICFA. May I invite Dr. M.J. Khan, Chairman, Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture. Dr. KVSS Sairam, Chairman, Pratishtha Industries Limited. Mr. Harpal Singh Garewal, Chairman, Heavenly Farms. And Mr. Ashudeep Garg, Corporate Development Head, Absolute Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as I once again invite all our eminent speakers. We have on the stage with us our distinguished chair, Shri Tarun Sridhar, former Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fisheries. May I invite Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG Agriculture Extension, ICAR and Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India. May I invite Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. M.H. Mehta, Chairman Working Group on Eco-Agriculture, ICFA. Dr. M.J. Khan, Chairman, Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture. Dr. K.V.S.S. Sairam, Chairman, Pratishtha Industries. Mr. Harpal Singh Garewal, Chairman, Heavenly Farms. And Mr. Ashudeep Garg, Corporate Development Head, Absolute Foods. May I request everybody to kindly take their seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the proceedings of the session, the concluding session on Roadmap for Sustainable BioAgri Model. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to be seated. We request you to kindly respect our eminent panelists on the stage for their presentations. All those who need to discuss may kindly move out and carry forward their discussions, but you will have enough time after this session during the tea break for the interactions. You may kindly be seated as of now. So, ladies and gentlemen, to carry forward the proceedings of this session, the concluding session on Roadmap for Sustainable BioAgri Model, I hand over to our session chair, Shri Tarun Sridhar, former Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fisheries. Over to you, sir.
Could we settle down, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I find that somehow the enthusiasm seems to be waning. Maybe it's a end of the day fatigue, or I don't know, but let us move ahead. Well, the topic for the concluding session is, which ideally should be as it is, at the end of the deliberations, two-day deliberations, it is a roadmap for sustainable bioagri model. You see, I am particularly at a disadvantage to be chairing this session because I have not attended any of the previous sessions except for the last one. And I've just driven half an hour back from Ludhiana non-stop just to be here on time. And I was looking forward to a hot cup of tea before we can start the session. But Mamta just put me in the hot chair. So I think I'll try to do my best. The topic as conveyed to me electronically was a roadmap for sustainable bioagri model for evergreen revolution. So I was wondering that why a former secretary of livestock and fishery sector is being called to talk on green revolution, and there's no mention of white revolution or blue revolution. Now that I find the word evergreen missing, I think I can take over and expand the ambit of the bioagri model. I'll just take over from what Mr. Raju Kapoor was mentioning in the last session with respect to good balance between science and belief. So I'm reminded of a quotation from Albert Einstein, who said that science without religion is lame, but religion without science is blind. So it's not a question of this or that, either this or either that. It is neither good to be lame nor good to be blind. But if there is some exclusivity and there's a choice given, it is better to be lame than to be blind. But I would not go into that. So ideally, I would like to start from this, that when we talk in terms of biological agriculture or the biological models, we have to give precedence to science and of course blend it with our traditional methods and traditional knowledge. One of the speakers, I'm forgetting his name, in the last session was mentioning about the quality of our grapes or other horticulture products which do not find acceptance in the international markets and other things. I do not know whether he had some hard or robust data to substantiate that this is on account of pesticides or use of chemical fertilizers or not. He also quoted from some newspaper item with respect to the suicide of farmers, cotton growing farmers in Punjab, just to substantiate that the ones who use chemical fertilizers committed suicide or not. I would again take this information with a pinch of salt. Now, I would not question the credibility of this statement or the truth or otherwise of this statement. All I wish to say is when we talk in terms of biological models for agriculture, we are governed more by our beliefs, to some extent our fears, because of eroding consumer confidence in the food products, and also the question mark put on the safety of our food products. When we listen and get carried away by the narrative of unsafe food products or adulterated food products, again we are driven more by what we like to believe rather than what the hard data puts forth. To just illustrate, I'll just give you a small example from milk. Now, when we talk in terms of agriculture, I would say that we should start by talking milk, because milk is the single biggest and the single most valuable agricultural commodity that we produce. Today, the total value of the milk we produce is nearly 8.5 lakh crore. It is double the combined value of paddy and the wheat. So this is how important milk is. Now, there was this propaganda all over that bulk of the milk being produced is adulterated. And Dr. Grewal, particularly in Tribune and in Punjab, there was a media was flooded with the news items that the milk in the market was unsafe, it was adulterated. So through the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, we conducted a nationwide survey and collected nearly 1,000 samples all across the country from urban and semi-urban areas of milk, both from the packaged milk produced by Amul, Mother Dairy and these dairy cooperatives and even private dairies, as also the various milk vendors, halwais, which are selling open milk. Now the results were very revealing, but so was also the interpretation of those results. Now, some of the newspapers carried the results that more than 40% milk being sold in the markets is adulterated, reveals the survey of FSSAI. So generally the newspapers dramatized it and scandalized it. The fact of the matter is that about 9.5% of the samples could be termed as to be adulterated to the extent that they posed risk to the health of the consumers. Rest of the about 30% samples which they said adulterated were not adulterated samples. They merely failed to meet one or the second parameters laid down in the standard of milk. Now, if today you subject any edible product, any food product to laboratory testing, I don't think there will be hardly a sample which would confine 100% to the standards laid down, especially in a perishable commodity like milk. Well, if it is packaged in the morning and the sample is being taken in the evening, in the heat of the summers, the quality would have deteriorated. That does not make it adulterated in the context of the health of the consumer. It makes adulterated only in the legal sense of the word adulterated. So what I mean to say is when we talk in terms of promoting biological agriculture, it should be a conscious decision in terms of offering consumer a choice, an alternative of food safety and food security, a choice to the farmer to go in for high value crops and fetch greater this thing. When we talk in terms of sustainability of bioagriculture models, I think first thing is we should talk in terms of sustainability of agriculture. If a bioagri model is leading to and promoting sustainability of agriculture, only then the model itself will be a sustainable model. Secondly, it will be a sustainable model if across the production and value chain everybody benefits. If it is only the certifying agency which is benefiting, or if it is only the branding agency which is benefiting, but it is not flowing to the farmer, and then it is not leading to an actual benefit in terms of health and nutrition to the consumer, then it is not a sustainable model. So, you know, what is happening is, if on the one hand the integrity and the safety of our food is being questioned, on the other hand is also being questioned the organic labels and the models which we are creating. And we may end up creating a false narrative of organic without it actually being organic. And lastly, before I hand it over to a very learned and illustrious panel we have, just repeating what I said right in the beginning and taking over from what Mr. Kapoor was saying, organic and chemical fertilizers, they are not exclusive to each other. I'll just give you a very small personal example. 2 years back, I wanted to do a fresh plantation of apple trees in my orchard. So I had dug 250 pits, and I had to put 250 plants. Now, typically, apple tree, when you are planting it, it requires both manure, cow dung, and it also requires the NPK. Now, for one tree, you require 40 kilograms of cow dung and 500 grams of NPK. This is the mixture which the scientists and the horticulture scientists have recommended. Now, getting that 40 kgs of gobar for one pit, 200, it was a Herculean challenge. One speaker mentioned that 30 million cattle and buffaloes, and how much manure is produced. Okay, it is produced, but how to use it, and whether it is worth using or not. Now, believe me, first I struggled for 1 week to collect 40 kgs into 250. How much? Now, it was available at 20, 30 different sources. Now, how to get it? Now, organizing a transportation vehicle, they were asking for 5 times the normal fare. Why? They will be transporting gobar. That is one. Then after they have unloaded gobar, they need to not only wash it, they need to disinfect it. How to disinfect it? Using chemicals. They have to use chemicals to disinfect for transporting an organic manure. So we need to understand that at the end of the day, our farming and livestock farming too has been traditionally organic, and bulk of it continues to be organic. Ideal would be a good blend of an organic with the scientific advancement which is doing, because at the end of the day, you need productivity also. And what is the bane of our agriculture, livestock farming? In absolute terms, we are the best in the world. We are huge. We are number one. It's like a tale of two cities. It was the best of the times. It was the worst of the times. It was a spring of hope. It was a winter of despair. When we see the ideal numbers, 198 million tons of milk. Number 2 is USA, 98 million tons, half of us. But when we see productivity, 1,800 kilograms per cattle per lactation, whereas Israel, 13,000 kilograms per. So we are poorest when it comes to productivity, right at the bottom. We are at the pinnacle when it comes to production. So we need to address these productivity issues also. How would we address these productivity issues also? Need to address the value issues also, as to the economic asset in terms of land, in terms of livestock the farmer has, is what is the kind of value it is generating. The value it will generate if it is a good blend of both organic, which has a niche market, a niche consumer base, and the use of the latest technological interventions and inputs, whether it is fertilizers, whether it is practices, whether it is pesticides. So I would stop here and hand it over to my illustrious, very knowledgeable panel. I think I've taken more time, and moderator should be speaking less. So I think Dr. M.J. Khan will start with you.
Thank you very much. In fact, let me thank all the previous sessions, the session chairs and the speakers, starting with the inaugural session where Honorable Minister spoke very well. In fact, very comprehensively he touched upon the subject, and so were the other speakers. Let me also thank and congratulate for very good initial remarks by the chair of the session, a person who I always knew as a very able administrator, but he had a scholar in him, which I can see now, very regular articles that comes from Tarun Sridhar Sahab. So he's a person with multifarious talent and a persona to actually, which can impress anyone of us when he speaks. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair Tarun Sridhar Sahab. It's a challenge that we all of us have to be part of that and take upon to translate that into reality. And that comes from, as I mentioned yesterday, the call given by the Honorable Prime Minister of promoting natural farming on a national scale. Since then, I see a lot of energy in all the agencies and key stakeholders who are involved in biological agriculture or natural farming system to get aligned with what the national priority in terms of what we see kind of national movement that it has become. A few things that come to my mind I can share. One is, of course, the entire education, research, and extension system that was built with the concept of maximized production. All of us who have studied in agriculture colleges understand that out of, I think, my time, some 42 subjects were there in BSc Agriculture. There was none, if I recall, that was dealing with it, natural farming systems. So the scientific farming systems that evolved post Green Revolution period, so that was built upon, and all these educational course curriculum particularly is built around that, and so are the research institutions, their mandate and the research priorities. So complete reorientation of that is required, not complete, at least this subject which we are assembled here to deliberate upon, that need its due, orientation in the entire course curriculum, and so in the research system and extension system. And I'm happy that from ICR headquarters, after the cabinet note, the DG ICR himself has written to all the institutions to actually start pilot testing the different models that are available. So a lot of research is required to be done. After the academic reorientation, where the students get adequate exposure, understanding of different success models, the research institutions also have to get oriented and geared up to validate different models that are in practice in different parts of the country and all over the world. Industry has played a key role in terms of a lot of innovation, research and innovation in coming out with very good products, but that itself is not complete. So this has to be, best results have to be obtained out of those technologies and products. One of the constraining factors in India for some time has been that registration and quality enforcement. To an extent, that registration system has been streamlined. In fact, 2 days back, Honorable Agriculture Minister has launched a portal. I think it helps to some extent or a large extent, and also there is a committee which Agriculture Commissioner, earlier Agriculture Commissioner chairs. But in terms of quality enforcement, there is still a problem, because for a long time, mixing some chemical fertilizer and pesticide into the bio products that was sold as a bio product, that has to be little more strictly implemented, and that is where the role of the state governments come. So state agencies have to be on board for any kind of effective delivery on the ground. Second point I would like to mention is about subsidization of chemical fertilizers. That puts biofertilizer at a disadvantage. In fact, if level playing field is at least minimum to be done by the government side is the level playing field, which means to the extent that the chemical fertilizers are subsidized, whether in the same proportion we are compensating the subsidization of bio inputs, biofertilizers. If not, then the entire talk of promoting or boosting the natural farming by agriculture is not very, one must not take that seriously on that. There is a procurement system also that can support what we call market intervention system. In the way we are looking at that, if substantial production takes place of organic products, in fact currently India's exports are not even 1% in the participation in the global trade of organic products. But the way it is becoming national movement, and if organic production goes up massively, probably that much export may not be possible. So in order to ensure that farmer does not get into losses, market intervention system may on preferential basis handle this organic produce. One more point that I wanted to bring to this attention is that organic value chain development, as in case of northeastern region, there is a Northeast Organic Value Chain Development scheme, some complete name I don't recall it, but that need to be now, that because many other states like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, state after state is coming up with the natural farming policies. So therefore, we are expecting that if backward and forward integration of the value chain is not established, then probably there will be difficulty. So therefore, this central government scheme need to be extended to nationwide. lastly, about funding, because if everything is talked about, farmers need to be trained, and different models that are being adopted, practices that are adopted, that need to be little standardized, perfected, and replicated. So for that, farmers need large-scale training programs also. So are we ready? Are our Krishi Vigyan Kendras, which are about 900 in numbers, are geared up to this challenge? If not, then they need to be, and the budget required for that. In fact, Agriculture Ministry has already announced plans of rupees 2,100 crores of budget for promoting natural farming. My suggestion is that if industry and the state governments can be onboarded, so this could be a partnership or a consortia approach where the budget gets 3 times more, but more importantly, the experiences of states, the experiences of the industry that are also onboarded. From our side, yesterday we have launched Asia BioAg Forum with I think 15 members initially, but we may take it to 25 members. Already there is a WhatsApp group of about 200 plus members working. So this forum, we are expecting that exchange of ideas, exchange of experiences, debate on policy issues, on trade, on technologies, that all it should be, and promoting the cooperation among stakeholders and among countries, the nation region particularly, because we may learn from Europe and US of their experiences, but greater cooperation probably among the Asian countries. So this is one in the way forward that we intend to contribute. Second is that whatever recommendations since yesterday, and this session is the last session before the awards function, that we need to compile, and before we submit to the ministry, because yesterday twice the Honorable Minister emphasized that we are looking forward to the recommendations. So we'll have a small group deliberation on that, and that's what Harpal Grewal Sahab also mentioned, that we must deliberate upon those before we recommend. We may circulate to all of you to have your input, those who have not been the speakers in the panels, but they have ideas, so they can share and their inputs to finalize that. And subsequently, this kind of maybe not a large conference, but some kind of roundtable meetings can be followed every quarter basis to see that where the constraints are, what has been done and what needs to be done, and how to take forward further, and maybe at the state level also. A lot of discussion has already taken place on the certification and the related aspects, so I would stop here. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. I think you made a couple of very important points, and the most important, according to me, was we need to orient and restructure our entire governance of research and extension regime so that they can validate the available models of bioagriculture as also create alternative models. And I think you also very appropriately highlighted the need for investment in the sector. Investment not in terms of only direct infusion of capital, but also investment in terms of training and human resource and other resources. Thank you so much for these valuable inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have with us Dr. M.H. Mehta. I think he's a doyen in the field of eco-agriculture. He's a proud recipient of Padam Shri, and he heads the working group on eco-agriculture of the Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture. And I think I would not say any further, sir, and we're very eagerly looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and friends. I thought I'll just make 3-4 points. I think any seminar or conference like this, and we have had many, we find that a lot of time, most of the things get discussed in the same way, but what is most important is that during the concluding, we talk about the way forward. There are 3-4 things which I thought I would make. You know, in the working group, we had several excellent roundtables, and working group, as you know, represents people from all sectors.
Welcome, Dr. A.K. Singh, Agriculture Commissioner of India. Please join us.
there have been several such things. First thing which often got discussed during these seminars is the very definition: organic, eco-agriculture, agroecology, natural farming, dynamic, and so on. And in fact, yesterday only I was invited by the Namami Gange project. If you know, they have declared that on both the banks there will be 5 kilometers of organic farming. But frankly, still not very clear that what exactly is the way ahead for that. And they need the model. So Mr. Chairman very rightly mentioned that the kind of model that we have to give. Let's make one thing very clear. All these are not contradictory, whether you talk natural, organic, cleaner agriculture, agroecology. So we have put the broad term eco-agriculture. And there need not be any time lost and in fights regarding the definition of this and against this and so on. And this is applicable to all the aspects, including the white revolution sector, the milk and the co-products, the animal feed, all the agriculture, crops, horticulture, and so on. So this is one part which is very important. The second thing is very convincing, is that we have to see that after Green Revolution, the time is now for eco-agri revolution. In fact, the book some time back which I wrote with the title Eco-Agri Revolution, Practical Lessons and the Way Ahead, the foreword was written by none other than the father of Green Revolution, Dr. Swaminathan himself, who wrote that now is the time to move from green to eco-friendly or eco-agriculture for evergreen revolution. So let us be very clear that eco-agri revolution is bound to come, and India as a country is in an excellent position to take a lead and show the way to all the Asian countries as well as the African countries and so on. The real thing is how. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I can share some years back, the PMO had called a global committee meeting. There were 4 of us. I was the only one from India. And the meeting started by the PM saying, you do not have to waste the time in telling us that organic farming is good or eco-agriculture is good. We all understand that. Tell us how. How is the most important thing, and that is what I think we should conclude in this, at the end of this conference, that how do we go about it. Let me also share that in the last 30, 40 years, ever since I can say, I can set up probably India's first biofertilizer, biopesticide unit way back in 1990, and against a lot of resistance and trying to convince a board which was otherwise so strong about the chemicals, that this is the time, and I mean this is the future, and this is where the whole thing will be coming. Ever since that, that the chemicals will be whisked away overnight, that's not going to be possible. It's an evolutionary process. This is, we have seen that out of emotions, out of wishing, when saying that cow urine will solve all the problems, is one extreme, and using a lot of chemicals is another extreme. I think there is a middle path in between. And this middle path in between is the eco-agri revolution or evolution process. In fact, that is the reason that we, after all these studies, we came out with a 2020 model about which I'll talk to you later. But 2 things I want to say. chemicals have done their job in those years, but no technology is final. And the eco-friendly products, if you see the growth of biofertilizer industries, biopesticide industry, biostimulants, and even scientifically managed biocompost, the whole thing has been rising globally as an industry at the rate of 18%. And mind you, this is all strong R&D base and most of it in small and medium scale industries. And this is 16 to 18% when you say as against 1 or 1.5% for chemical pesticide and chemical fertilizer. But the volume wise there is a long way to go. And it is going to grow because as we see the newer and newer technology, newer and newer products, whether algal based, you talk about the microbial understanding, you talk about the botanical extracts and so on, there is going to be continuous improvement, better performing, more eco-friendly products will be there. That's why when we work with thousands of farmers, on the practical field, we realize those who suddenly change over to 0% input, they often fail. We know the examples of Sri Lanka, we know the examples of so many things. And a bad example set by even one farmer does more harm than good. So what is needed is a model where 20% bio input in the first year and has given 20% more production. There is improvement in organic carbon, improvement and lowering of the cost by 20%. So that's why I called it 2020 model, which is now getting very popular. Then you double it and can even triple it in the time to come. So that's the kind of model which at the end of the thing, our mandate in the eco-agriculture working group has been to give the roadmap and action plan to the government, even the planning committee, the Niti Aayog is waiting for that, PM also is waiting for that. That's what we will be doing in the time to come. But the most important part is going to be that this is the, and together with this, very rightly mentioned by the Mr. Chairman also, was that even a simple thing like biocompost is not totally understood. It has to be done very scientifically. One example I can give you is the big problem, apart from the standard high quality biocompost, the crop residue burning. We have demonstrated with the microbial spray that the entire thing in situ can be converted to high value biocompost. But it's been done only in a few thousand kilometer square area. It will have to be done in millions of. So scaling up is going to be the major challenge. And that is also, we will have to come while we are giving a model for the benefit of all the farmers, even the smallest farmers, as well as to the other. So thank you very much. I think we should, at the end of it, go with a clear-cut recommendation and the way forward, which we will take it up in the time to come. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Dr. Mehta. You made a very, very pragmatic suggestion that now is the time to deliberate upon how and not quibble upon what and why, especially quibbling upon whether we call it natural farming, organic farming, biological farming. The overarching understanding and definition is eco-farming. And I think that's a very practical thing. And you also, again, emphasize that it's not this or that. And there's no scope for taking extreme positions, either on the basis of pure logic or on the basis of pure emotions. It's an evolutionary process. Biological farming and inputs and technologies should be gradually introduced so that we create good models which can be emulated. And in case there is a failure on account of bad practices, the whole edifice can can come down. Thank you so much for these very pragmatic suggestions. I think Dr. A.K. Singh, I'll come to the end, because he represents the government, being the Agriculture Commissioner, that how, whatever the issues you raise, he is to answer them. He is to take forward, and he is to tell how. So that's why, Dr. Singh, if you permit, I think you'll be the final icing on the cake. So I think Dr. K.V.S.S. Sairam, Chairman of Pratishtha Industries, should take the floor now.
Good evening. See, we have wonderful sessions from yesterday till late evening today. The conclusion has to come by way of recommendations, so that the ATG will prepare a document and submit to the ministry. That is what is the theme of this BioAg Asia program. Here, some questions have been raised by one or two persons. They have asked Mehta Sahab that what is the difference or what is the meaning of organic agriculture or natural farming or biological agriculture. So they are confused with terminologies. You made the life little peaceful now, saying that eco agriculture for evergreen revolution. So to answer them, sir, I don't know the gentleman is available here or not. See, basically, whether it is a natural farming or agriculture, organic farming or biological farming, whatever you say, or eco agriculture, evergreen revolution, whatever you say, the end conclusion is that the farm produce should have no chemical residues, and the product has to be consumed with no chemical residues. And then when we export our commodities to various parts of the globe, it should not be rejected because of chemical residues. So the goal is that the terminology is that we are going for such a farming which you call natural farming or organic farming or evergreen revolution or eco farming. The bottom line is that chemical free farm produce is the important requirement for India in order to while sustaining our food safety and food security. That is the most important requirement. So in order to happen that, certainly there should be a second green revolution has to be taken place. There is no doubt about it. So there are a lot of initiatives the government of India has taken, bringing out biological act, so many things, organic, so many new products have been added in the FCO Act to encourage new technologies. So there is need to be a radical approach with respect to adopting such type of initiatives by the policy makers as well as even farming community, so that this evergreen revolution or ecology protection or soil health programs are reducing the groundwater pollution, which has happened because of excessive use. If I use a little bit aggressive word, dumping of chemical fertilizers. It's not excessive use, rather. It is dumping. So today's scenario, in certain parts of India, unless you add 25-30% of what you have used earlier year, excessive fertilizer, you are not in a position to sustain same farm productivity which you achieved last year. That is what is the present scenario. So that means the dumping has been happened and the soil health has been eroded. So groundwater pollution has already happened, and environmental protection has gone out of the hands, and there is no doubt that unknown diseases have surfaced. We don't even know, our forefathers or grandparents don't know the diseases names which have come up on the surface because of chemical residues food which we are eating, as Dr. Tarun Saab has told, that even the milk adulteration area, we have, certain research revealed that even mother milk has pollution, sir. It is because of chemical residues which are being eaten, by way of the food and etc. So certainly ICR has done a fantastic job through NIP program earlier, about a decade back. They came out with more than 200, 250 technologies, most of them on the shelf. They have to be popularized, in order to bring them to the common man, because any technology which has been developed, if it is in the shelf, it is having no value because the government has invested a lot of money. So obviously the technology and knowledge of sharing has to transfer to the farming community. It should not remain or retain between the four walls of a conference hall or a AC room. So the translation has to happen to the farming community. So this is what is the requirement of the hour, requirement of the day. So in conclusion, sir, we need to have a radical approach in the policy making decisions, because there are a lot of innovations happening in ICR as well as in academic institutions. For great example, I will tell you, sir, almost like we are interacting with Dr. Ajit Verma for the past 14 years. He published more than 100 plus books. He is carrying a world record in the book, publishing of the books. The microarrays, you have replacement of microarrays of P indica has been developed. Till today, that has been not approved under FCOI Act. How many books you have printed, how many publications have come up. So there is necessity that we need to find a way that a science and technology which is being developed in the ICR laboratories or academic institutions have to be transferred to the farmers, for which industry has to play a major role, and industry has to come forward, join the hands along with the academic institutes and ICR laboratories, and then transfer the technology to the farming community, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sairam, especially for underscoring the desirability and need for innovative approaches and a radical perspective to take this agenda of eco forward.
Very bad language, but
no, I'm appreciating your language.
Thank you.
It's you see, because we somehow missed out on the issue of innovation. Unless we come forward with innovative solutions, we may not be able to create the models which Dr. Mehta was referring to. And you again highlighted the issue of chemical residues in our food products, which is raising question mark on the integrity of and the safety of our foods. And it may be correct or may not be correct, but consumer confidence, especially when it comes to food products, is of utmost importance. Only then we can take this agenda forward. We have with us Dr. Harpal Singh Grewal, who has a very, very rich experience in the field and a very practical experience. You would like to talk later? After Mr. A.K. Singh, or he will be done?
After later, because I'm the only one who was actually done.
Actually, that's why I was saying that you didn't hear your introduction. I said he doesn't only have a rich experience, it's a practical experience and a hands-on experience. Not like us, whose experience is more in the books and articles. Okay, I think we'll defer to your wishes. We'll have Mr. Ashudeep Garg, Corporate Development Head of Absolute Foods. Am I right, Mr. Garg? So would you like to go before?
Yes.
It is like batting before Sachin Tendulkar. I hope you're not nervous.
I think I'll set a good benchmark.
Good pace, huh? Like Virender Sehwag. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm very impressed with the kind of combination of audience here. Like to just kind of, thanks to everybody. So, respected ladies, gents, policymakers, factory owners, professionals, farmers, marketing guys, students, teachers, journalists, influencers, visitors, and so many people in this forum who actually have come in here to, grace us and give their views. I have been here since yesterday and actually quite impressed with, a lot of talk across versatile, considerations different people have. And it's actually a forum like this which will actually bring everything together for the benefit of everybody. I represent Absolute Foods, and Absolute Foods, I'm head of the corporate development there. I'd like to just talk about Absolute Foods a little and how we are actually participating in the entire food chain. So food has been a building block for our civilization. People have migrated for foods, where people live near forests, people traditionally have lived near rivers, ponds, water sources. and essentially where food was available, and it all was available naturally, right? Now, imagine 30 years from now, there'll be a 10 billion population in the world, right? There'll be 1,000 crore people across the world, and the food has to be there for these 1,000 crore people. The current solutions for food growth, which require chemical intervention or non-chemical intervention, are inadequate to actually meet those targets. So one has to take actions to make sure that our kids, grandkids, and future generations actually get sufficient amount of food. And part of that solution is actually not just good food, also to make sure that our capabilities remain to actually bring those food in the world. So at Absolute, we think that the best traditional practices merged with modern scientific advancements in agriculture can actually dramatically improve how the world grows their food, what it eats, and how it can change. So that's been the pursuit. And what we are doing is essentially trying to integrate plant science with biological inputs to produce biological food. So we are an integrated company. We are a company which propagates the use of biological inputs into farming and also ensure that the product which is produced by the farmers is picked up by us. Imagine a situation, we are all talking about producing the best quality of food. But if you were to sell that same product at the same price which it sells today, or it doesn't reach the customer, and the customer doesn't appreciate the quality of it, because it gets cluttered with the current thought process, that organic food is all, misrepresented, then I think you didn't get the solution. So effectively, it is important that you actually have the entire integrated food chain where you're able to not only produce the right quality of products, you're also able to market that right quality of product. So we are an integrative approach. We are an agri-tech company funded by a couple of financial investors, and we are looking to grow this, residue-free food value chain. That's what we are. I think we are actually happy to see such a change which is happening in the entire thinking, the entire propagation of bioagriculture, how different companies are coming together, bringing in technology, bringing in innovation to the extent possible. And there's so much left, when I hear the doctors talking about so many new products still being available which have not been harnessed. And imagine what we can do over the next couple of years to actually bring that to fruit. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
How to feed 10 million people by the year 2050? I think that's a very valid question raised. We may be talking of biological farming or natural farming, well, over the overarching definition of eco-farming. But the issue is 10 billion people, another 30 years. Do we have enough food? Are we retaining the capacity to produce that food? These are the questions Mr. Ashudeep Garg has raised, and I think we can miss these questions. And these are the basic questions. First thing is whether farming would produce enough for everyone. Thereafter comes the question of what would be the, as he said, integrated food chains, and whether what food is produced would be affordable, it would be safe, and it would be of good quality. And that is where, again, the eco-farming or the biological tools of farming would come into play. Thank you, Mr. Ashudeep Garg, for raising this very pertinent question. And I think we all need to introspect and answer this question, especially the experts.
I have a question.
अब ग्रेवाल साहब जवाब देंगे इसका. डॉक्टर साहब एंड च बोलेंगे जी, वो सब दा जवाब देंगे. हाँ, वो सब दा जवाब देंगे. हाँ.
मेरा विचार ये था कि सिंस पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है मेरी लाइफ में कि मैं 92 से कर रहा हूँ और सडनली द एप्रिसिएशन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एंड द इंटरेस्ट फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट हैज क्रॉप्ड अप and this has overexcited me, and I wanted to go a little longer on the subject, and I didn't want anybody to disturb me on this. You see, organic is a way of life. Organic is not just about, you see, putting some inputs or not putting some inputs. It's a way of life. The way we used to live. And there are small little questions here and there, and and anyways, I won't take that sort of long, because each and every subject takes a long time. It's been 31 years. I cannot sum up in just few minutes. See, I was saying how to control this problem, which is like total transparency and total traceability. I had suggested from there as well. I can take it again and explain. You see, what is happening now in organic field, what people are doing. People are going to different remote areas where there are poor farmers. They cannot afford to buy, fertilizers or something, so-called fertilizer, which I call booster. It's not a fertilizer at all. They go to those areas and they have sometimes a shortage of money, sometimes they have a shortage of, some other means to use the fertilizers. So what they do, they don't put so much. Maybe traditionally they don't want to give so much because they still consider it a poison. So they go in those areas, and the fault lies, with the regulations which you are following from EU and the rest of the part of the world. Now they go and talk to the Tahsildar, talk to the Patwari, and get the records of different villages. So they have the record, and they never buy it from the farmer. They have few touts which they buy it from, or they have it on their panel list, and they say, okay, you vouch for us for this village and this village and that village. The farmer never knows that he's organic. This is what is happening. I'm telling you what is happening presently. Now, what happens is they go to the Aarti or the miller or somebody who's a middleman. He keeps the produce for themselves. He gets it tested nowadays. Previously they used to be taught. Now they get it tested, and these millers, the big ones, I don't want to name it, and I don't mind naming as well. It hardly makes any difference to me. So they go and buy it from them and just fill the forms. It has come from this farm, this farm, this farm, and this farm. And ultimately, who's being blamed? Farmer. Farmer ne chemical dala. He never does. See, the traceability is not correct up to the mark. It's a fault of APIDA. And APIDA's job is not to get the farming done. APIDA should be just a controlling body, whether, it complies the, organic food laws or not. That's all APIDA's duty should be. It was just for the beginning that APIDA came into it. Now it should be given it to Ayush, plus organic, which is under the Agriculture Ministry, or in coordination with the Agriculture Ministry. Because why I'm saying Ayush? Basic farming, what we are doing is, it's inspired from Ayurveda. We have been living it, we are still living it. All our rituals, ceremonies are based on the farming only. People don't even know that the rituals they are celebrating is basically connected to the farming. See, there will be long things in different parts we can talk on the subject. But unless the total traceability, total transparency is maintained, whatever we are talking, it's all false. It's got to go no meaning, we can never be successful. Because when they are procuring, a person like me, see what is organic to me? If the produce becomes non-allergen, it is organic. Otherwise, it's not organic. I have experimented. I have given it to different people, though the small kids, 5, 6, 4 years old, they were having allergy from wheat. Somebody was having allergy from the rice. And when they consumed my produce, and I was shocked to see that they did not have allergy, and they very, nicely, they were consuming wheat and rice and gram and things like that, whichever I was producing. And it took me some time to understand that the fault lies with the chemicals. And the chemical mafia and all that, Dr. Saab is better to explain, and other people will explain better, but let me talk about organic only. And how organic is, you see, we have lost the faith of our consumer. I'm a member of Consumers Association of America. Shouldn't we have one consumers member of Association of India? This hall will be absolutely jam-packed when next time you have a seminar. If we had Consumers Association of India, we won't have so many empty seats here. People will be standing outside. There is no participation of consumer. See, any new thing comes into three phases: passion, profession, and fashion. Since government has accepted it, it's at the fashion stage. Organic already had become a fashion up to a mark for so many years. But government was not accepting it. Now government wants to do it, and thanks to the pandemic. For organic growers and people, I think pandemic's been a boon. People have started recognizing us. We were less than a dirt I have gone through myself. Now, TT and TT is the most important thing. There are so many different suggestions I can talk on the subject. Now, money should go. What's the solution? See, when they are paying it, they name the farmer that we paid him so much. If the money is going to the bank account of the farmer, the businessman cannot take out the money from him. There might be some people with an understanding or their manipulation things can happen, but not once the money goes anybody's account. Nobody would be willing to give it back to the company. Why? It's my money, it has come to me, why should I give it to you? So all fictitious accounts are fabricated, all fictitious records are fabricated. There should be an inquiry, CBI inquiry on the subject. Farmers have suffered, the consumer has suffered. Farmer is not getting his due, the consumer is not getting his due. That is the plight. Now for laboratories, in 99, we sent 4 samples to Germany for testing. But let's see where we stand. To my surprise, all 4 laboratories gave us different results, to an extent which was not acceptable, up to 30%. Where is the science? This chemical farming is not based on science. I'm sorry, at this age, I can say I challenge. I am for science, but where is the science? There has to be some uniform code for the laboratories. If you're checking it, organic farming was not initially designed to be fixed into organic. Is it a mock meat? Haven't we converted organic farming into a mock meat? I went to California, and over there my friends took me to a restaurant, a Buddhist restaurant. They said, it's a vegetarian restaurant. But as soon as I saw the menu, it was written meat on it. I just couldn't relish, I couldn't eat it. Mock meat. See, this is what the word was mock, I was ignoring, but meat I was reading, it was getting registered in my mind, and I couldn't really eat it. This is what has happened to organic. It is virtually, nobody's talking about farmers. Nobody's talking what is happening to the farmer. How should a person start? What should a person go through? What should be the crop rotation system? What should be the supplementary and complementary crops? Where would we sell it? How would we sell it? How will we store it? Pre-harvest, post-harvest. There is no seed law at all, my friends. There is no organic seed law. What are we talking about? We are talking organic, do organic, do organic. Where is the seed law? You don't even have the seed and you're talking about organic? In last so many years, Kuhn's age, I started in 92, introduced this concept in 2000. And you see, the department was open, this and that, and I was working like a madman. Till date, there is no seed law. And mind you, one of the seminars I was attending, Dr. Khan's have done it, and over there the seed industry said seed industry is in loss. Imagine the prices of seeds, 100,000 per kilo, 200,000 per kilo, 50,000 per kilo, and the industry is in a loss. Why? And the chemical industry say, no, it has. You see, बच्चे को कौन chemical देता है? When the child, the infant is there, you don't feed the chemical to the child. You feed something which a child is able to digest. This tea, the coffee, all these things have been imposed in North India. I have seen myself how people accepted tea. It's not part of a food. Total food habit, system, approach, everything has been changed. And coming to the organic scene, I guarantee chemicals are not required. They are enforced on us. Anybody, any scientist, scientifically, anytime, I'm ready. I don't want to waste public's time, but anybody who says no, chemicals are required, I'm available. Nobody's talking about the root. What is happening to the root when they put the chemicals? When you release a seed, you don't even tell what's the seed, root structure of that particular seed. And it's, effects with the chemicals, without chemicals, what type of a soil, what type of a geography, nothing. Yield has not been defined. We don't even know what yield is. Yield is, it should suit the human being at least. So much yield, so what do we do with the yield? That's why the farmer is putting so much this thing so that he gets the gross weight. Because he's getting money through the gross weight, not its food value. Everybody is talking about yield. Arey Baba, yield kahan hai? What sort of, nutrients that particular product is having? One of my friends, we went to Kapurthala, where is there's a potato research center. The minister came to that particular potato research center. This friend of mine was heading it. He said, I want a potato which should yield 10 tons or 20 at par with that. Sir, only water can be increased, nutrients won't. I said, I don't care. The yield should be that much. Where is the science in this chemical agriculture? You see, every point the science is missing. Every point the science is missing. And I call it intellectual corruption. The biggest corruption to my experience, to my mind in this world is intellectual corruption, giving the wrong information. People are sitting, I've been listening, किसी ने काम किया नहीं और वो धड़ाधड़ expert बन रहे. As soon as you are retired, सारी उम्र हम लोग chemical propagate करते हैं, suddenly we become experts in organic agriculture. Dr. Bhattacharya, he was, appointed the first, this director of NCOF.
National Center for Organic.
National Organic Farming. So he comes, and I was invited, I came, and he started saying, look, we cannot convert right away, and this and what will the nation do? Same question what my friend put, can we feed the... अरे बाबा आपने स्टडी नहीं किया तो आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि नहीं फीड करेगा? लुत्फे मैं तुझसे क्या कहूँगा, जाहिद हाय कमबख्त तूने पी ही नहीं. आप काम करोगे, आप उसके बाद में आपको रिजल्ट आएगा. एक साल के बाद में ICR आपको रिजल्ट दे रहा है, ऐसे हो जाएगा. कैसे हो जाएगा? कितने साल आपने उसमें पॉइजन डाला है, अपने क्या नाम, शिव जी ने पॉइजन पी लिया, ये हमारा माइथोलॉजी में है. These things are symbolic for us to understand. There are two types of energy in this world, my friends. Negative energy and positive energy, everybody knows. Even in electricity, if one is missing, the lights won't be there. Same thing is in the food. Same thing is in our living. Same thing is in the food. What is poison? See, there are 5 elements and their limitation. Anything which goes beyond the permissible limit is a poisonous food. And who's the parameter? It's basically the human being, not the rats. Because we have all the 5 living elements present in our body. If we are not able to digest it, it's a poisonous food. Sir, this is why I said last
We'll come back to you.
Then it's okay.
Latest. We'll make you the latest.
Oh, sir, as you wish, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Grewal. I think, you see, Ashudeep Garg had raised this issue of the need for an integrated value chain. And I think you also mentioned that. This one end is the farmer, other end is the consumer. ये दोनों बाहर कर दिए हमने.
दोनों बाहर कर दिए.
तो जो main stakeholder है, they are missing from.
Sir, with your permission. थोड़ी एक चीज बताने लगा. अपीडा के पास मैं गया, ये मेरी शिकायत है, और वो बोला जी आपसे तो बात ही नहीं करनी है, हमने तो अपना ICS से बात करनी है. Just imagine.
They were overawed by your personality, perhaps. So नहीं, आपने बड़ी अच्छी बात की. And I think this traceability is a very, very critical issue in terms of our competitiveness in the export markets, especially. Unless we have very strong and robust traceability systems, we can absolutely forget about competing globally. और दूसरा सबसे बड़ी बात आपने ये कही कि जो प्राइमरी स्टेक होल्डर है हमारा फार्मर और कंज्यूमर, somehow we have totally ignored that person. But just a clarification, Mr. Grewal, when you mentioned that people become wise after retirement, I hope you're not hinting at me.
You're taking middle path, but I definitely hint at the people who do it.
Okay, I think we have Dr. A.K. Singh with us, who would probably be able to respond to the issues raised by you and by the other panelists. But what I would request Dr. A.K. Singh is, because he's got this very diverse experience. He's got experience in research and extension, and now he's also responsible for policy and governance and administration of this entire regime. If Dr. A.K. Singh, you could throw light on how the government, in terms of taking this agenda forward, would respond to the various suggestions and issues which have been flagged, and what is the roadmap which the government is looking at in terms of biological farming or eco-farming or organic farming, whatever name you give it.
Thank you, sir, the Honorable Chairperson and all the distinguished panelists and all the audiences here. Thankful for giving this opportunity, and that too in the last session I could hear 2-3 viewpoints, and very particular one. Now, see, we have come from an era where there was deficiency. There were deficit of food grains, and we opted for green revolution, and we produced enough, and today we are producing that much that we have almost 3 times of the buffer stocks what we should have, and we are able to feed to other countries also. And this is one sector where we say that we are self-sufficient. Except oil seeds, I can very surely say that in all other commodities we are producing as much, even more than what we require. So this is one thing, and many of the social sector schemes the government was able to pursue because there was enough food grains. And there is also, we come from the rural background, and I know the kind of situation which was earlier and what the situation is now. So there is tremendous change, and you will find that, and there is lot of labor scarcity because food grains are easily available, and people are not striving for smaller activities on lower wages. So that is one issue which is arising. There are 2 issues which are discussed as of now. One is that it's a chemical farming, and the other aspect is the organic and natural farming. I mean to say that the government is very keen on organic and natural farming. Government is willing to promote, and none other than the Honorable Prime Minister himself on many occasions. He has come up with the idea to go for non-chemical agriculture. Gradually, of course, as mentioned by many of the panelists, it has to be gradually done. And as a measure, you will find that urea bags were made of 45 kg. So that was also a message. 1 urea bag a farmer purchases, so he used to get 50 kg, but he is getting 45 kg. Basically, less application will happen. So that was a kind of strategy which are taken up by the Government of India. Now, organic farming since 2015-16 is being persuaded by the Government of India, and many schemes like Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana was launched, And if I go into statistics, you will be very happy to know that last 6 years, more than 26 lakh area was added into organic farming. So it's not a less statistics by any means. And in global ranking also, India is standing at 4th place in terms of area and largest in terms of number of farmers doing organic. So that is also a kind of figure which we have. The Government of India also brought Mission Organic Value Chain Development for North-East region. And these two schemes, Paramparagata Krishi Vikas Yojana and also this Mission Organic, they have added more than 12 lakh hectares area and brought more than 15 lakh farmers to the organic fold. So this is all happening, but at the same time, many nitty-gritties are being discussed about the quality seed of organic, and all these means, see, this aspect has been taken up lately. So we are graduating on many aspects. For example, quality testing laboratories were not earlier, but now getting established. Also, the quality seed was not there, which is in the thought process and also in the action plans. Once we look into the 11 lakh hectare area under 30,934 clusters and more than 50 lakh farmers, and each cluster Government of India has come up with 20 hectares. So on any magnitude, if you look into, the figures are quite encouraging one. Under Namami Gange project itself, 120 crores has been released for 6,000 clusters involving 1.23 lakh farmers. You can say 5 kilometers area around the Ganges, and districts have been identified, villages have been identified, and we are trying to link all the KVKs who are there in those districts. So that way you will find that this project, Namami Gange project, and also the states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Himachal Pradesh, these three states, the governments are very active on front of natural farming, organic farming. I will tell both one. Natural farming in particular, there are many concepts. See, we have analyzed at the farmers level also. Ingredients of natural farming you will find different at different farmers' fields. Though there is a group of people who are communicating one set of organic natural farming packages, but once you go to the farmer's level and see the data, what the kind of inputs he is using, it is all diverse. One farmer is including something, some other solution, the next is including some other. So that's why the standardization of practices on natural farming are very, very important. ICR on its 22 locations involving ICR institutes and agriculture universities, we have started the research program on natural farming. We have not done any research on natural farming till date, but last 1 year we are working. But there are long-term trials, chemical farming and non-chemical farming. There are 50 years of trials here right at Pusa, 50 years same field. And it is not with only IRI Pusa, but there are many institutions, and we know that what are the results. Dr. Singh is sitting here, he was agronomist here, head of the division. He knows that what has been the result in those fields where the nutrients, fertilizer nutrients were put, chemical nutrients, and where there was no application from outside. So all those results are there, but since certain combinations of natural farming are being advocated, so those are being analyzed very critically by our research institutions. Many meetings have been taken place, but at the same time, because this is one, you can say, situation where we cannot wait very long, and we want to push its application also. So at that same time, its demonstration on farmers' fields have been taken by ICR institutes, all the KVKs in the country on its own, you can say, campuses. And also many of the demonstration programs have been brought by the Government of India. So both together they are working. At the state level also there is differentiation. Andhra model is different. They are making a combination of natural farming and organic farming together. So their combination is altogether different. But other states like Himachal Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh, they are following the true to the, you can say, natural farming which is being advocated by many. So At the same time, I would like to say that 12 brands have been developed by 8 states, and marketing is being done under these brands for organic products. Similarly, the states of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Odisha, they have organized PKVY clusters under FPOs also. So many of the farmers producer organizations, they have been also roped into 10,000 FPOs are being created, and many of them are opting for organic farming. Business tie-ups have also been framed with different business groups for marketing of organic produce, and we know that if there is no marketing linkage, probably farmers will not get the benefit, and that may be a deterrent to the whole effort. So that we are trying. Government has also initiated a large area certification programs in 2020-21 to certify large traditional default organic areas also. See, we have taken those areas also where default organic is happening. A mention is also being made, and if you look into the states like Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, for many of the products there is no application of chemical fertilizers. And under this also more than 22,000 hectare area has been certified in Union Territory of Andamans, Lakshadweep and Ladakh. Recently 60,000 hectare area has been also supported for certification continuation in Sikkim, which is the only 100% organic state in the world. And Sikkim is one which has sustained for 2-3 years time since it was launched. There has been debacles also, but now it is stabilizing because marketing linkages are getting developed. As far as organic value chain development for Northeast region is concerned, government has come up with a proposal of 400 crore rupees for 3 years, and it's working on different aspects of linking growers with consumers and also creating value chains. Now we find that 170 farmers producer organizations are working on organic farming. 1,53,000 farmers are roped into these FPOs, and almost 1.55 lakh hectare area is also covered by FPO. 242 collection, aggregation, grading units, custom hiring centers, 74 processing and pack houses have been created under FPO scheme itself for promoting organic farming. A marketing facilitation of ginger, turmeric, pineapple and king chili have also been done through FPOs, and so many other aspects have been taken up for promotion of organic farming. So I can say from the Government of India side that organic farming is a priority, and even ICR institutions, they have come up with more than 50 packages of organic farming. Our institute at Modi Puno for different crops, they have standardized practices, those practices in which there is no loss as compared to the chemical farming. So those practices are there, and if they are promoted on a large scale, we are promoting through KVKs, and messages are going. See, we have created a network of 700 KVKs and 100 research institutions, and they are researching different products, but at the same time they are able to transfer technologies on a very faster rate. A mention was made by Dr. Sai Ram that technologies are lying on shelf. Actually, all the technologies of IC are in the open domain. There is no, you can say, any technology hidden. And we are commercializing also. I know even IRI varieties, one variety is commercialized to 100, you can say, entrepreneurs who are coming forward. Anybody who is willing to buy those technologies, they are openly available. So private can come forward for all those technologies, and our institutions are selling on very minimal cost, maybe 1 lakh rupees or 2 lakh for any of the technology. They are very lowly paid. That is one issue. And I can mention that even one variety of IRI, it covers almost 10 million hectares of wheat. So what return he is getting? The institution and the breeder who has developed that variety. But even then, even that variety is being licensed to 100, 200 people, whosoever is coming forward. and he has to pay rupees 1 lakh only. So all those technologies, whether biofertilizers are there, biopesticides are there, even biofortified varieties are there, which has been produced recently, released by Honorable Prime Minister, all are available for anyone who is coming forward to take those technologies. For farmers, it is free of cost. We are providing all the advisories, all the technology is free of cost, but for private, those who are trying to build some money out of it, they have to pay very minimal amount, 1 lakh to 2 lakh, and very precious one may not be 5 lakh. I don't find that there will be any technology for which ICR will be charging more than 5 lakhs. Now some more issues were discussed that you sir mentioned about the crop residue, and we have come up with the solutions. PUSA decomposer has come up, biological control measures for residue, but at the same time, in situ management we did through our KVKs in the states of Haryana, Punjab and Western UP, 60 districts, and we mapped it through satellite, and we could find that with the efforts of 3-4 years, burning of residue came down to 52%. I don't find it's lesser effort on any standard. 52% of residue burning reduced because of only, you can say, creating a kind of awareness and going for in situ management. Now since biodecomposer has also come up, many companies have come up, IRI has come up, others have come up, and there is a solution which has to be taken up. But at the same time, it's not only biodecomposer. See, it has to be the entire cropping system to be looked into. The problem is that when paddy is harvested in this belt and wheat has to be sown, there is a window of only 10 to 15 days. So we have to advise farmers that they have to go for those varieties which can be produced in a shorter span of time. So there is enough time for biodecomposing and even in situ incorporation of all residues. So if that happens at the farmer's level, all residues will be consumed. Earlier it was used for, you can say, fodder for the farmers, creating hatches and other things, but those usages are not now. So it's become useless, that paddy straw, and there is no industry also to utilize all those products. And in that case, farmer finds it easier to burn. But there are solutions, and that has come up. Many companies are also coming, and ex situ usage also are coming up. So hopefully in the years to come, and this residue burning is not only in case of paddy. You will find in many cases wheat residue burning is also happening. When animals are reducing, what people will do of that residue? So probably we are concentrating only this aspect, paddy residue burning, and that too around Delhi, because it gets polluted due to congestion of air in those 2-3 months. And that attracts our whole attention, and we are bugged about that situation. So there are solutions. In the recent past, some good things have also happened. One is the pulsage revolutions has happened in our country, and from 15 to 16 million tons in 2016-17, now we are producing almost 26 million tons. So we have been talking more about the, you can say, green revolution which happened because of wheat and rice, but in recent past you will find that a quite, you can say, wonderful thing has happened in terms of almost self-sufficiency in pulses. So there are many ways out in terms of, you can say, pushing organic farming, natural farming. There is intention with the Government of India, with the research institutions we are trying, and we also know that the consumers want a kind of product which has nutrition and which has quality. There should not be any kind of residue. There has been a kind of sensitivity around. But once you go to the farmer level, we interact with large number of farmers. 5 crore farmers are in our network to whom we are reaching through mobile messages. The first parameter any farmer asks is the productivity. He needs, because there is no payment for inequality in our country. Who is going to pay the price if he is producing 10 quintals less? So even breeders who are breeding the variety which is rich in quality, rich in nutrition, and also organic, they find that takers of those varieties are very less in our country. So the first criteria for any farmer becomes that it should produce higher and higher. There should be no infestation of diseases and pests. And then he is able to capture some market in which some prices he is getting. So all this production system which we have been talking about, some mention was also made about the food system. And if we start thinking holistically, in which all the aspects are taken care of, whether it's soil, whether it is water, whether it is production, whether it is organic production, natural farming, and then bringing a situation where people, when they are producing, there are buyers for those products. Otherwise, who is getting the benefit? Farmer is not getting the benefit, even in the name of organic. I know this, you can say, this Ramdana itself, it's bought with 10 to 12 rupees, 20 rupees from farmers, and 200, 300 rupees being sold in the market. So who is getting the benefit? Can we make a system where the farmers also start getting benefit and not those who are actually marketing all these products? So with these words, I will conclude, and I will be giving my thanks to MD Khan Sahab and the organizers. Thank you very much.
You've given very useful information. I think many of us would be benefited. We had a lot of information and data gap, which Dr. Singh has fulfilled. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. And you've also highlighted some of the steps which the Government of India and the state governments are taking. And one very important thing is Dr. Singh reiterated the issue that the switch and movement and evolution has to be gradual. It cannot be a sudden switch from this to that. And I appreciate that you very candidly admitted that till now ICR had not done much research or extension on organic farming, natural farming. But now for the last 1 year we have moved in this direction. It was a candid admission. Although I'll come back to what Dr. Mehta said, organic farming, natural farming, let's get out of this terminology, this eco-farming. Okay, we were supposed to end this session at 5:45. We've already overshot time by 15 minutes. But if Mamta Jain ji permits me, I'll use my privilege as a chairman and extend it by 15 minutes, the session, so that we allow the participants to ask questions and or give suggestions or give their inputs. Yes, sir, we'll start with you. But make it brief so that everyone gets a chance.
I'm R.P. Singh. I started my career in 1964 with Dr. Swaminathan, the father of the Green Revolution. And still we are in touch, for your information. Actually, I have seen all the phases, even earlier also, because I was coming from a farmer's family, the crude farmer's family, whose sons and daughters used to be in the, used to practice actually the farming system, farming assets. Now, it was a need at that time when we were stopped PL 480 in 1959. We were in a begging bowl. Our minister has done everything, but came empty hands. And then Paddock and Paddock brothers wrote on the first page of the US paper, half of the Indians will die within 6 months. That was the situation that has enhanced this situation to prove that we are Indians, not to be bogged down with such like things. And that is how I am talking nowadays on Green Revolution, its problems and way forward. For 37 universities, I have given this lecture. For 25 other countries in different universities, my first lecture was at CIMET, which was organized by Dr. Borlaug himself, because India has done so very well that he wanted to take, he has really taken advantage of Indian Green Revolution.
Dr. Singh, sorry, I would not like to interrupt you, but could you come to the question or specific suggestion? Because we are woefully short of time.
Yeah, questions are, now it's a change of life always. It goes like that. We are having number of farming systems already operating. Now we have depleted the soil also. We have gone the water depletion also, and there are number of other carbon sequestration and all that. So those things are being taken off through conservation farming. And you can name it in any way, because 5-6 names I have come across during these deliberations. My suggestions are, it is a pressing need to change the system. We have already exhausted our soil, we have depleted our water. Water is on, India is on drying water situation. And we have to now, conservation agriculture is doing still a model which is being floated not only in India, world over. Organic agriculture came from US first.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think we will.
Now we have to change.
Thank you. It's a very good suggestion. Idea is that green revolution is now a thing of the past. It was the need of the hour, but now because of depletion of natural resources and our assets, we need to change the way things are. Thank you so much. And I think we've taken note of the suggestion. And Dr. Singh probably, yes, sir. You wanted to raise an issue.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. I think I'm attending this session since yesterday, and I have only one thing to say, with all due respect. I think what is the need of the hour is what Mr. Anurag has touched about, feeding 10 million people. Probably the one solution could be if we educate our people not to waste the food. The amount of food wasted every day. Our Honorable Prime Minister has started the Swachh Bharat Mission. I think there is a need to educate everybody, not only in India, but all over the world, stop wasting the food. Probably lot of solutions will come up. That will also ease out the pressure on our Mother Earth. If we'll run the engine 24 hours, this intensive cultivation, one after the other crop, there are a lot of problems has cropped up. So that's the submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very, very valid point. We have, on the one hand, we have surplus, on the other hand, people are hungry. People are malnourished. And the FAO studies, the latest FAO studies puts these figures at more than 1/3 of the food is wasted. And this is wasted, it's not lost. What is lost? So it's a very, very, very valid point. Because at the end of the day, what we are discussing is food, quality food, nutritious food, safe food. Because bioagriculture is not an end in itself, it's a means to this. I think very, very valid point, and thank you for that. Yes, sir, at the end, yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My suggestion to the panel is, I am one of the input manufacturers in northern India, in Jaipur. I think there is less subsidy being given to input manufacturers. We can only see that there is some start happening in this domain by subsidy given to PDM, potash derived from molasses. But that is one of the product, and that is quite a pertinent and a good product. Similarly, there are other products like PROM, compost, which, as you also mentioned, the distinguished chair, that it's hard to get compost. So initially there was subsidy was given, but the subsidy was withdrawn. So if the subsidy is maintained and organic input, there would be incentivized, and we would be able to stand out and compete, as Dr. Khan had also mentioned. So I would suggest that we improve and we get in subsidy for PROM, which is really a very good product, which has been tested by University of Udaipur, Rana Pratap University of Udaipur and Bikaner University, and has given very good significant results. So that is one, that subsidy should be reinstated for compost and should be given for PROM. Secondly, I would also want to mention, and it's just a suggestion that I would want to make, that UN is also saying that's a decade of conservation. So we as organic agriculture fraternity and we as talking about sustainable BioAg agri model for evergreen revolution, I think we should not miss out on the fact that agriculture has to be holistic, the microclimate has to be improved, the soil has to be enriched. So therefore the other parts which could be really good in reducing climate change and to make agriculture resilient is by plantation, water harvesting. Farmers should be able to improve the land and the surrounding by, by doing plantation. And I think, as we are doing at our level, but if the government promotes and everybody in the hall comes up and the fraternity, the agro fraternity comes up and work for it and make their agenda to at least educate farmers about plantation, native plantation, that could create a major impact by reducing climate change.
Right, thank you, sir. Resilience of agriculture, very, very important point. Holistic agriculture, very valid point, not this or that, holistic. And in terms of subsidies, I would say what Dr. Khan had said right in the beginning, Dr. A.K. Singh, just a level playing field. Whether it's subsidies or any other incentives or benefits, let the bioagriculture inputs also get the same treatment and the same level playing field as the others are doing. I think very valid point. Now, very quick, okay, last two questions, very quick. I see 3 hands raised. Okay, I'll give 1 minute each to 3, no more. Last row, sir. Okay, basically promoting crops which do not consume the natural resources as much as some of the other crops do. Okay. Yes, sir. Last row, sir.
Hi, sir. Good evening. This is a question to the board. Today in India, we know that pesticide consumption is the lowest, probably the lowest in the world at 250 grams to 700 grams per acre. Whereas countries like Japan, United States at 5 kilos, 10 kilos, 15 kilos respectively. Today the debate is that, how is the organic agriculture, the biological agriculture sustainable while your benefits are there in the pesticides and chemicals? How sustainable, the question is, how sustainable is this, this journey moving towards a total organic or a partial organic way of farming, as opposed to, given the current levels of chemicals are already so low. I'm talking on a very macro level and a very average level, and playing the devil's advocate out here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you've gone back to the initial question we raised when we started this discussion, the sustainability of agriculture and the sustainability of organic agriculture. Yes, sir, you wanted to say something, sir.
My question is directed to Dr. Rajiv Kumar. I am NRI, returning after 50 years. I lived in US and own and operated businesses. Meantime, I have developed certain technologies based on India's need. I have certain projects and technology that could double the farmer's income in 3 to 5 years when they're implemented. I have also a crop replacement that could eliminate essentially farmer suicide. Also have technology that could eliminate the pollution problem here we have in Delhi. So I need your guidance and help how to put this thing across India.
Thank you, sir. Unfortunately, I am not Dr. Rajiv Kumar, so I will not be able to respond to that. But I think after this session, you could have a word with Dr. A.K. Singh, who is the Agriculture Commissioner of India. He would probably be the right person to guide you. I'm sorry I have to now put an end to the questions, but before we conclude the session, I'll give 1 minute each to all the panelists, 1 minute each, to have one final word, if in case they have missed out on some important point, or in case they wish to respond to some of the suggestions or issues which have been raised by the... We'll start with you, Dr. Mehta.
Yeah, okay.
You're okay?
No, I think it's okay. I think, yeah, let's make clear-cut recommendations at the end of it. and make it available to all the concerned government departments as well as all the bodies. Thank you.
Mr. Garg.
Thank you, sir. I'll just like to add one or two points. I think to Mr. Khurakiwala's question. I think one, on the organic side, we as a company see that if you're able to actually make the entire business profitable, the consuming side of it, then it pays for it. Actually, you will not be complaining of converting everything into organic. Today, the worry is that the entire pesticide-driven growth in yields is basically supporting the farmers. But the same thing can be done if the things can be done profitably and at scale, and where you actually produce everything at scale. When you say exporting from India, if you're selling your horticulture products, if you can actually make vessel loads to go from India, it's a very different economics, and the global world will not accept products which are having residue. So if you are able to sell those residue-free products, which are vessel loads and all, the economics will be far better than the other things.
Thank you, sir. Grewal Saab, just 1 minute. One minute, no, 1 minute, 1 minute. Last word. Precisely 1 minute. 1 minute means 60 seconds.
Sir, my points, I would like to read out those points.
ग्रेवाल साहब का 2-3 मिनट तो बैकग्राउंड बनाने में लगेंगे।
लंबी है।
चलिए फिर चाय पे चर्चा करेंगे।
हाँ जी सर, लंबी है दास्तां, फुर्सत में सुन लेना।
ठीक है, चलिए। Yes, Dr. Sairam.
Need of second green revolution, sir, for India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sairam. Dr. A.K. Singh, would you like to add something or?
Sir, not much, but as I said that it has to be holistic effort. It's not a production-oriented only, but looking into the sustainability aspect of all those which are involved. But I will like to mention most importantly that whatever we are discussing here, it has to be done by a farmer. So how to bring him into the fold, that should be major concern for all of us.
This is what Grewal Saab's point was also there. That ultimately, at the end of the day, farmer and consumer, हम तो बीच में ही है ना. We just have to bring them together. उसके अलावा हमारा कोई role नहीं है. And the gentleman who raised the issue was also mentioned about the need for holistic agriculture. Thank you. I think Dr. M.J. Khan, one final word from you.
Thank you, sir. Being the last speaker, I presume I can carry on speaking as long as I want.
1 minute means 60 seconds.
No, two my co-panelists have surrendered their time.
Okay,
so I have got 3 minutes at least, and 1 minute to respond to Huzaifa. His point was very good. In fact, it is not about the average consumption in context of India. That actually is sometimes very misleading. It is like that कि कुनबे का एवरेज हाइट नापा और पानी की गहराई और आधा कुनबा डूब गया. So that is actually applicable in context of pesticides average use when we talk about in the context of the country, because certain states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, larger parts of Odisha, Jharkhand, many other states where there is very little consumption because different kind of cropping pattern, but certain states where there is a heavy consumption. So the concern is about reducing the load of chemicals on crops and soil of those states like Punjab, Telangana, parts of Karnataka, Maharashtra, parts of Gujarat, and so on. So therefore, comparing that, Japan has 1.2 kg, China has 1 kg, US has some 700 grams, and we have only 250 grams, that does not hold good. But there is definitely appreciation to the industry that it was not the government or the environmental lobbies which put the pressure, but the industry on its own did come up with the innovative, next generation molecules, which now we term as green chemistry molecules. So where it used to be about 1.5 kg per hectare of use of pesticides to control pests, now that has come down to 50 grams. So that is the beauty of the research that new innovative products and technologies that have made possible, and these are the biodegradable. Earlier we used to have chlorine-based pesticide, then phosphorus-based and so on, then synthetic pyrethroid. Now that green chemistry-based molecules, you need about 40-50 grams to cover 1 hectare, and these are biodegradable. So there is, even if there were no innovations in bioinputs, the trend that was going on in the chemistry itself would have made, it's quite safer food production system. So that is my answer to Josefa, who is left. As a national strategy of bioagriculture or natural farming or eco-agriculture, as Dr. Saab has said, and many other forms of names we know it by, traditionally, India has a treasure of traditional knowledge of doing the Jaivik Kheti. I believe that two objectives I mentioned, that food security, which is now by and large is well taken care of. We are, as Dr. Singh says, the second objective of safe food production, and by extension of that, organic certified for export purpose and so on, that needs to be looked at very carefully how to go about it. It cannot be blanket, otherwise the first objective gets defeated. So therefore, the zoning can be done. For example, where the states which are naturally using very little chemicals or are organic by default, they can be made organic by process so as to get the certification done and get the price of the market. So many parts of the northeastern region, except the low-lying areas of Assam, rice fields particularly, whole of northeast can be converted into as an organic zone of the world. In fact, today's positioning very important, because decision making is through secondary information. Today people are not, first level contact, but go about what results the Google show up. So therefore, perception matters a lot. If we think of quality technology products, we think of Japan or South Korea and so on. If we think of tea, probably Darjeeling used to come earlier, now Sri Lanka and so on. So if we think of IT, probably Bangalore, of course Silicon Valley and so on. So today perception matters a lot, and perception comes out of positioning. Positioning comes out of consistently confirming the standards you claim for. So therefore, states like Madhya Pradesh, ideal state, very little consumption. State like Odisha, rice, districts apart. Jharkhand completely can be converted into organic. Then Himalayan states and so on. So this will address the, both the objectives. So therefore, as a national strategy, that is what is required. And let me thank Dr. A.K. Singh for giving a holistic picture and sharing a lot of data. Dr. M.H. Mehta, who has been a crusader to the concept of eco-agriculture, which largely fits into the overall concept that we think of natural farming systems and so on, but not going as strictly as the organic food production requires, because certification requires 3 years of compliance and so on, a strict system. Mr. Grewal, as a farmer's passion, is very passionate. In fact, he is crusader in his own way. In fact, I recall a conference in Vigyan Bhavan where many ministers were there on the dais. He was given appreciation. So, Minister recalled his contribution. So, thank you very much. Like industry people, in brief and to the point, as that was Dr. Sairam and the friend from Absolute Food. I just look at your name, I forget what. Mr. Garg, I'm so sorry. Asudeep Garg. Thank you very much. Let me conclude by appreciating the tough job done by the Honorable Chair. As a administrator, as the Secretary Government of India, he must have had much tougher challenges. So that way, it must have been little lesser difficult challenge. But for me, it was a very good session moderated by him. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And I think there is a session after this also, no?
Yes, sir. We have now we break for tea, and then we have the awards.
There is an invitation for tea. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sapna.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that interactive session. As I request Dr. Sairam to do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent speakers panelists. We begin by presenting to our Honorable Chair, Shri Tarun Sridhar, former Secretary, Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fisheries. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sparing your time and wonderfully chairing the session. We present to Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG Agriculture Extension, ICAR and Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for all your valuable inputs. We present to Dr. M. H. Mehta, Chairman Working Group on Eco-Agriculture, ICFA. To Dr. M. H. Mehta, sir. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Harpal Singh Garewal, Chairman, Heavenly Farms. Thank you, sir. And to Mr. Ashudeep Garg. Thank you, Dr. Sairam, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now break for tea. Tea break is of 15 minutes. I would request everybody to be back and be seated for the award presentation ceremony. Thank you. तो ममता मैम
कार्ड लेकर के ले लीजिए।
हाँ कार्ड दे दीजिए फिर।
कार्ड ले लीजिए।
आई थिंक रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे देख लीजिए अगर कोई होगा तो। Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to everyone once again. Our Honorable Chief Guest will be joining us in another 5 to 10 minutes, and we will begin with the proceedings of the award presentation ceremony. से कोई गिरे ना इस पे ना, पैर स्लिप हो जाता है कई बार इनके। या इधर वाला इधर भी एक स्क्रीन है शायद. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our honorable chief guest will be here any moment now, and we will begin with the proceedings of today's award presentation ceremony as soon as he arrives on the stage. Thank you. Meanwhile, kindly be seated, be comfortable, and all mobile phones put on to silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all those who are outside the hall are requested to be seated inside. Our Honorable Chief Guest will be here any moment now. All the students, may I request you to kindly call your other students to be seated and kindly occupy the seats in the front rows. We would request you to kindly move ahead and occupy the seats in the front rows. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, Director General ICAR. As I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your presence. Also inviting, along with Dr. Mohapatra, I would like to invite Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority. And joining them is Dr. M.J. Khan, President Agriculture Today Group, and Mrs. Mamta Jain, Editor and CEO, Agriculture Today Group. May I request everybody to take their seats, all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Kindly move ahead. All the students requested to occupy the seats in the front rows. All student participants. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we all have been looking forward to, the award presentation ceremony. And we have with us, as our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, Director General ICAR. Requesting everybody to be seated, all mobile phones to be put on to silent mode. Namaskar and good evening. Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, Director General ICAR, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, excellencies, distinguished delegates, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the award presentation of Bioagriculture Asia Awards 2022, which are being organized by the Agriculture Today Group. May I now request Dr. M.J. Khan to present a floral bouquet and welcome our Honorable Chief Guest. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would request Mrs. Mamta Jain to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Mrs. Mamta Jain, Editor and CEO, Agriculture Today Group, to kindly say a few words in her welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining in today, and a very warm welcome to all of you for the first BioAg Asia Awards 2022. And I guess I don't need to say much about bioagriculture because already there has been a brainstorming on the subject for the last 2 days. So before wasting any further time, of course, first I need to welcome DG Sir for kindly agreeing to be the chief guest tonight because this is a technical subject and getting an award from him would be a matter of great pride and honor for all the winners. So congratulations to all the winners, and I hope it has been an enriching session for all participants and all delegates, and we look forward to many such sessions in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for those warm words of welcome, ma'am. May I now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, to kindly address the August House present here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together to welcome him.
Good evening, everyone. Respected chief guest of this evening, and my dear friend, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, the fulcrum of this organization, Dr. M.J. Khan, Madam Mamta Jain, Editor and CEO of Agriculture Today Group, all the distinguished scientists, academics, entrepreneurs, farmers, and the invitees, and more importantly, the young students. Once again, good evening to all of you. I think first, it is important that we recognize the persistent contribution of the Agriculture Today Group, led by Khan Saab, driven by Madam Mamta. So let's all give them a big applaud. They really deserve this. It's not easy to organize these kind of events by mobilizing supporters, getting them to agree with your idea, and then bringing people from different parts of the country to put their heads and hearts together on a subject related to agriculture. And I've been seeing this for a long time, month after month, year after year. And I'm always surprised at the number of people he's able to attract, including the political leaders, the bureaucratic leaders, and the practitioners. So it is a cauldron where not just one stream, but all the streams have got together. All the time we keep talking about learning from one another, sharing with each other. By dividing our egos, by bringing down the walls that separate us and create that beautiful unison, a bouquet. For purpose of convenience, we have divided our science, our philosophy, our life into convenient functional departments, pigeonholes. We have gone into specialization and super specialization. Increasingly, the world is recognizing the importance of breaking these walls and creating seamless transition of knowledge, experience, and expertise across all these domains. To illustrate, nanotechnology, for example, is now the new flavor of the season. We all appreciate that nanotechnology is what will drive the new future of the entire economy, society, civilization. We have all been working at the universal level. But when you talk of nanotechnology, we're talking at the micro level, nano level, that means below micro level. At the cellular level, even below that, into the world of cell, at the genetic level, at the chromosome level. Now there, the biologists who are concerned with all these genes and chromosomes and the world of microcell or nanocell, now realize that we need to actually understand physics to appreciate this. So this convenient division that we had adopted of biology, physics, chemistry, is now being appreciated that it is inadequate. Because life finally is not either physics or chemistry or botany or physiology. It is a combination of all these things. Therefore, one of the books that you must all read is Nanotechnology Comes to Life. We are now talking about quantum biology, not quantum physics alone. Quantum physics, we talked about it during the time of Einstein. But now we are talking about quantum biology. And then interestingly, it also talks about, unlike what we believe so far, that if everything is either genetic and that environment will have influence only after it has been expressed in some particular form. But now it is being said that both genetics and environment will combine at a very micro level, nano level, to produce what we see, the phenotype. See, the purpose of telling you all this thing is that when people like Hansab and all bring all of us together, we exchange our ideas, information, expertise, and see how we can actually think wholesomely. So when we are talking about now bioagriculture, agriculture is biology, primarily. But then in the context of what I said, it also has engineering, material science, it has got extension, sociology, psychology, everything. So it has got not just the physical science to its side, it also has social science to its side, psychological side, sociological side. So when we have people of your nature from different backgrounds, you are bringing all that wholesomeness. So bioagriculture and the awards that are being given under this rubric of bioagriculture is extremely appropriate because it is talking about wholesomeness. So now when increasingly we're talking about alternate agriculture systems, whether organic or conservation agriculture, or we're talking about natural farming, there are so many kinds of systems. All of them are talking about integrating various things. So we must all really thank that we got an opportunity to exchange our ideas over these 2 days and then enable ourselves to think unconventionally. A conventional approach is that we get stuck into a particular groove, into a particular pigeonhole. But an unconventional approach is to think foolish, to think something where people will laugh. Only when we can make others laugh at our foolishness are we contributing to taking the society forward. When we stick to established norms and goals, we are not thinking unconventionally. Therefore, there cannot be any progress. So if we want progress, and progress is a must because environment keeps changing, The demands keep changing. The requirements keep changing. The 21st century is not 20th century. 20th century was not 19th century. In fact, 21st century differs from all other centuries in the past. We'll have absolutely a new society, new world, new thinking, new kind of people. So, it's always necessary that we keep our minds open and let's all together contribute to agriculture. And it's my firm belief that agriculture is an evergreen hero, or let's say evergreen heroine, lest we annoy the women here. It's an evergreen actor for all times to come. In fact, in the 21st century, I feel that agriculture will play a key role. It is going to be the basis of industries. It is going to be the basis of the entire civilization. Because we have come to a time when all the fossil resources are near exhaustion, or even if they are available, they contribute so much of greenhouse gas that we feel that it is not sustainable. So it is now time for us to shift from this non-renewable form of fossil resources to renewable form of resources which will come from biology. Therefore, agriculture farms are going to be the best mines. They are going to substitute the iron ores, they are going to substitute the coal for energy, they are going to substitute bauxite mines, anything that everything we think of. The reason is that these can be grown, used, reused, and recycled. And with the new science that we have in biotechnology, bioengineering, bioprocessing, we'll be able to combine all this new knowledge to produce all that we require. The biomaterials, or the biofuels, enzymes, all kinds of things that run the modern civilization will now be possible to be produced from our agriculture and forestry resources. So we now need a new science, new orientation, where the hypothesis is not just producing food or nutrition for the human beings or the fodder for the animals, but more importantly, the inputs for our industries. And that's how a new demand will be created. So we are going to now have a new orientation, and as agriculture gave birth to our civilization 12,000 years ago, it has sustained us over the last 12,000 years. At a time when all of us thought that we don't need any more agriculture, we're all being proved false, and in 21st century, we'll have a new agriculture system. And that's where we need more of scientists, more of new policies, more of entrepreneurs, and more of course, new academic young students will produce us new knowledge domain. So thank you very much, and wish you all the very best in continuing this particular forum, and then creating that interest in the people, particularly the youngsters, to become part of this domain called agriculture. And that's how we shall take our whole society forward. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are proud to announce the awards of the BioAgriculture Asia 2022. And may I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatraji, to kindly do the honors of presenting the awards. May I request you, sir, to kindly step forward to do the honors of presenting the award. And ladies and gentlemen, we begin by presenting the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is presented to Dr. Ajit Verma. Dr. Ajit Verma, Group Deputy Vice Chancellor, a distinguished scientist and professor of eminence, Amity Institute of Microbial Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, is an eminent scientist and academician of repute who has dedicated more than 6 decades of his life to research and innovation. And Professor Verma is the inventor of root tonic, which has been commercialized and extensively adopted by the farmers. The next award is the Best BioAgri Startup Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the Best BioAgri Startup Award, which goes to Organic Rishi. Organic Rishi, founded with a vision to improve the quality of food and to make natural food available to all, has been carrying forward this noble venture since the year 2017. And coming to receive the award, Ms. Madhu Dikshit, Mr. Mrityunjay Dikshit, and Mr. Rajat Saini, the founders of Organic Rishi. The next award is for the Best Bioagriculture Products and is presented to Biostat India. Receiving the award would be Mr. Huzefa Korakiwala, Director International Business. Biostat India Limited started its agri-business with a biostimulant called Biozyme. A flagship and pioneering brand, Biozyme has made a significant mark as the largest selling plant growth stimulant for 35 years. So let's put our hands together for Biostat India. The next award for the Best Biostimulant Products, Alga Energy, goes to Alga Energy, and receiving the award is Dr. Douglas Ree Wagner, the President Agribusiness. Alga Energy, the global biotechnology company headquartered in Spain, has been using advanced technologies to create and commercialize best-in-class microalgae-based natural biostimulant products for agriculture. The next category is of bioagriculture innovation, and the award goes to AgriLand Biotech. And receiving the award would be Mr. Atul Srivastav, General Manager Marketing. AgriLand Biotech Limited is one of the fastest growing bioagriculture companies, has developed an array of innovative solutions for organic agriculture. The next category is of bioagriculture market impact, and the award is presented to Green Star, and the award will be received by Shri S. Narayanan, Whole-Time Director. Green Star Fertilizers Limited, a Chennai-based fertilizer company with a stronghold in the supply of fertilizers in the southern states in the brand name SPIC, has made its impact in the organic input sector also. And the next category is Best Bioagriculture Company in Research and Development, and the award is presented to Pratishta Industries. And may I invite the Pratishta family to receive the award. Pratishta Industries Limited is one of Asia's largest industrial fermentation establishments, has been manufacturing and marketing a wide range of eco-friendly and biotechnology products. An India-based MNC, Pratishta is technology and R&D driven, which has led to the development of many unique and the trailblazer products. The next category is of the Best Bioagriculture Company. And the award for the Best Bioagriculture Company goes to IPL Biologicals Limited. Receiving the award, Mr. Rahul Mathur, the National Sales Head. The leader in microbial solutions in agriculture, IPL Biological Limited focuses on developing indigenous microbial-based solutions to cater to the needs of farmers and address the global challenges. Improving soil health, yield, and quality of crops, along with managing crop resistance and residue, are their core objectives, and the company has invented more than 50 microbial solutions. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up, the next award is for the Best BioAgriculture CEO, and the award is presented to Mr. Devabrata Sarkar. With more than 25 years of experience in the international agriculture sector, has been leading all functions and development of the Microalgae Solutions India Private Limited. Under his experience guidance, the company has achieved 100% year-over-year revenue and PAT growth in key markets within 3 years from the date of incorporation. Congratulations to you, sir. And the Best BioAgriculture Farmer Award goes to none other but Shri Harpal Singh Garewal ji. He's from a village, Theri Baba Sawa Singh from Sirsa, Haryana, is a pioneer in commercial organic farming, an organic farmer as early as 1992. He was self-taught in ways of organic farming, and most of his learning came from books and his own mistakes. And ladies and gentlemen, the Policy Leadership Award is presented to Dr. S.K. Malhotra. He is a renowned agriculture scientist and administrator with more than 3 decades of experience in food and nutrition security. Has served in top leadership positions as the Agriculture Commissioner, Horticulture Commissioner, ADG Horticulture in the Ministry of Agriculture, and Farmers Welfare and ICAR as a Commissioner. And ladies and gentlemen, the best district in bioagriculture, the award is presented to Pilibhit District, Uttar Pradesh. Receiving the award, Dr. Vinod Kumar Yadav. Pilibhit is home to Pilibhit Tiger Reserve, touches 72 populated villages where incidents of tigers straying to either snatch away livestock or have direct confrontation with villagers are common. Man-animal conflict was regular incidents and saw many losses of lives. Many farmers were killed on their way to sugarcane farms. And ladies and gentlemen, the award for the best state in bioagriculture is presented to Andhra Pradesh. But unfortunately, we don't have the representative here. But nevertheless, congratulations to the state of Andhra Pradesh. And ladies and gentlemen, the next award, the BioAgriculture Asia Leadership Award, is presented to Valagaro, and receiving the award is Dr. Prem Warrior, the Chief Operating Officer. Valagaro has been supporting farming communities in over 80 countries with an integrated focus on safety, health, and sustainable future of people and planet through sustainable agriculture. Valagro Biosciences Private Limited is an Indian subsidiary of Valagro SPA, has introduced the same world-class cutting-edge technological products, portfolio of biostimulants, etc. And ladies and gentlemen, the award for the bioagriculture global leadership is presented to the UPL Group, and receiving the award is Mr. Ankit Ladda, the India Head for Bioagriculture Products. UPL, a global leader in sustainable agriculture products and solutions, is one of the top 5 agriculture companies worldwide. With presence in more than 138 countries, UPL reaches more than 90% of the world's food basket, building a robust portfolio consisting of biologicals and conventional crop protection solutions. And ladies and gentlemen, the Special Recognition Award is presented to Dr. Ashok K. Yadav, an acclaimed expert on organic farming and biological and organic inputs. Dr. A.K. Yadav spearheaded the organic farming movement in the country as well as abroad. His stellar contribution in the development of regulatory system of organic and biological inputs, organic certification systems, organic package of practices and organic crop management protocols. And ladies and gentlemen, the Special Achievement Award is presented to Dr. Nutan Kaushik. Dr. Nutan Kaushik has been in the forefront of developing several biopesticides, technologies and IPM packages. Her notable achievements were development of Bolcure biopesticides from eucalyptus leaf extracts, which was proved to have broad spectrum activity and bio-nematicidal endophytic fungi. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the award for special recognition is presented to Dr. M.S. Reddy. Dr. Reddy is professor in the Department of Entomology. And Ms. Vaishnavi will receive the award on his behalf. He is not here. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for kindly giving away the BioAg Asia Awards 2022. And I would now like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra ji, for his address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest.
Very good afternoon, evening rather, to all of you. Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. Dr. M.J. Khan, President of Agriculture Today Group. Ms. Mamta Jain, Editor and CEO, Agriculture Today Group, all the dignitaries, stalwarts, industry representatives, scientists, experts, guests from abroad, researchers, youngsters, ladies and gentlemen, heartiest congratulations to those who just received awards and honors. Plenty of thanks, profuse thanks to Dr. M.J. Khan for spearheading and promoting the cause of agriculture, not only in India, but also at the global level. Thanks, Dr. Khan and Ms. Jain, for inviting me to be part of this program. I am associated with the group's activity for a few years now. In the past, I have been there in the program. And today, in fact, I was invited to be part of yesterday's program as well as today's program. It was very difficult to manage time. My sincere apology for that. But today, I thought after finishing all my work, I'll be here. But still, I was delayed by about 10 minutes. It's always a great pleasure to be part of this group's activity, because the essence of having this Agriculture Today group is quite inspiring, and it encompasses in-depth and in very broader and wider context agriculture and economy as a whole. And in essence, the group's activity inspires today's workers to become tomorrow's leaders. And this is very, very important. Without leadership and without inspiring leadership, I do not think any aspects of our economy would succeed. And you know that how important agriculture is for country's economy. Not just for food security, as it was highlighted by Dr. Dalwai, even for energy security, for sustainability of whole ecosystem. You know that the civilizations which came up and subsequently perished they were largely agriculture centric. So the total civilizational needs of present and future generations requires agriculture and agriculture related activities which need to be strengthened, and for that to happen it needs in-depth deliberations, deeper insights, and Agriculture Today group provides a platform of that kind to express, to innovate, to ideate, to collaborate, to partner, and prosper in the process. And that's the reason why the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, while appreciating the efforts of the group, entered into a kind of understanding to work together and explore and exploit the complementarity which can further strengthen what we are doing in agriculture. So while I appreciate what the group is doing, what Dr. M.J. Khan has been pursuing, and what way the country is deriving mileage and benefit and advantages out of all these activities, I do take into cognizance the theme of these 2 days deliberations. Awards, honors, as I said, do inspire and supports and promotes leadership. A small contribution by way of recognition ignites the fire which is latent within. And that is what actually the objective of such programs, very eminently designed, strategically delivered, and very, very successfully implemented. And in that context, Dr. Khan, you deserve all appreciation. So, thank you very much. Certainly, it is not the time to deliver a long lecture and give you sermons, do this and do that. You all are so knowledgeable. You are all not just workers, but performers. And in your own right, in your own respective fields, you have done exceedingly well, for which you have been recognized. So, few points that I would like to emphasize, that this century would be driven by innovations. This century and beyond would be driven by disruptive innovations. And disruptive innovations without motivated, deeply motivated science, original science, would fail. So that's why at the root of all these future BioAg or whatever you call is deep motivated science. And we should not really forget that. Science needs original thoughts. Are we having original thoughts to lead the world? That's the fundamental question. Or we always would be the followers. Something happened at global level, we just copy it and then do some minor changes here and there, and then claim leadership. So I believe that if we have to have that disruptive innovation, we have to have original thoughts, deep research surrounding that original thought, adequately solving the problem that we face today and visualize for tomorrow, and then build leadership. Otherwise, we in India or we in Asia would not be the leaders. So this is where I would emphasize that Khan Sahab, in one of our deliberations, our focus should be highlighting this. Because that original idea of zero, or whatever you call it from the ancient times, so they are all original thoughts. We are not able to actually give any original thoughts to the world in recent times. Why it is so? Why are becoming copycats and then not really contributing to that kind of advancements and advancing the frontiers? So I believe that should be the fundamental point and aspect to deliberate further. How do we bring in original thinking to our research and development? Of course, there are many aspects to actually deal with. I don't want to really keep listing them, but what should be our approach? Obviously, if we say that 21st century agriculture should belong to India, if I have to say that, 21st century agriculture leadership should be there with India. 22 years gone, another 78 years to go. How do we build India's leadership? Digital agriculture? Do you have that capacity to lead? Youngsters at IITs, the best brains of India, can lead in digital agriculture? Some of them coming back to agriculture to have something here and there, nibble. But can they have a deep dive and provide global leadership in this area? We say, Dr. Dalwai keeps emphasizing that the next green revolution has to come from post-harvest management and addressing the issues thereof. And not only that revolution, but also conquering the global market would depend on how we address the post-harvest issues. Largely, also the pre-harvest issues, of course. What is that innovation that we need to do in that space? Can we innovate in our IITs? Can our industry invest to innovate and develop those disruptive innovations for India to be a global leader? If we have to decide our future path for India's global leadership in BioAg, and in bio, as it was mentioned, could be nanoag. There could be various other aspects of agriculture added to this. Example, if you have to have a drone for imaging and sensing, do you have sensors? You get sensors here and there, assemble some pieces, and then say, I have a drone, and here and there. Our presence is abysmally poor, I would say, at this point in time. As the leader of the whole agriculture research institutions and organizations leading all these institutions and universities. I say we are very badly lagging behind. We have such a huge resource with regard to bioresource. We say bioresource to bioeconomy. And bioresource to bioeconomy is a huge, long, winding path. It's not just bringing them from the wild and domesticating and then saying and claiming that I have added value. But in real sense, adding great value there and becoming world leader. I believe there is a great deal of innovations, gap there. And we need to really work on that. How to convert bioresource to multi-billion-dollar, industry in the sense strengthening bio-based economy. And in the process, improving the rural economy. So we keep talking about it. There are small interventions here and there, but it's a long way to go. I cite example, Professor Burma's area of microbes. We have, some of these prescriptions for natural farming. We say that you collect soil and then multiply using, cow dung and then this and that. And then, you have some, agricultural produce, added there, multiply them and that. This is only tip of the iceberg. The whole microbial world is greatly unknown. Greatly unknown. Deep sea microbial resource, for instance. What gives rise to these corals? Corals becoming big hills, the reefs, and civilizations getting established on them. Imagine the contribution of biology there. Dr. Dalwai Saab was mentioning the materials. Biology contributing to material development. Today we say that you can, and there is some innovation, that you can have microbial resource for building material production. So I believe the microbial world is unexplored, unexploited, and we know only the tip of the iceberg. So 21st century bioagriculture would require this area to be actually deeply explored and exploited. We know very little. But anyway, I can keep talking about, so you have a whole lot of things and you are all so knowledgeable, so learned, that I highlighted some of these areas. We are initiating. I would say it requires investment. Unless there is investment, we would be losing out. The competitive advantage of Indian industry would not be there. Indian industry cannot just borrow technology and be global leaders. Indian industry, to be global leaders, have to base their business on solid original research and technology. And that needs investment. So you can flourish for some years, but not very far. So I believe that we have brilliant minds in the country, and that can be deployed, can be utilized in a strategic manner with appropriate investment and partnership. Partnership, not just public or public-private, but global partnership. So in that context, Asian partnership or anywhere, the global partnership should be explored. I believe that this platform would provide that. Entrepreneurship should be promoted. For what? Entrepreneurship for what? Small interventions here and there, entrepreneur is burned after 5 years, perished. So I believe this aspect needs to be really thoroughly examined. What needs to be really promoted to have those kind of entrepreneurship which thrives, which succeeds, and which flourishes. So your platform certainly would be serving this cause as we go along. So it's already 8:05, and you are all tired, sitting for the whole day, and there is plenty of opportunity for all of us to move forward and do this soul searching, and how do we bring in original thoughts. So in our sleeps, in subconscious state or conscious state, so we need to really work on this and discover new microbes, new biomolecules. How many our pesticides, how many molecules we have discovered, and what is their contribution? What is the research we are doing to discover new molecules? Biomolecules. Some work we did, and very little, and it's a long way to go. So I believe, when I say you, I mean we are also part of it. We have many successes. It's not that we have failed miserably. Feeding 80 crore people for more than 6 months, providing free food. It cannot be possible. Think of 1950s and 60s when we were going with a begging bowl to, get some food to fill the hungry bellies. I mean, we have moved quite far. And $50 billion export. Certainly it would not happen unless you have that kind of technology, that kind of production systems in place, but sustainable food systems for tomorrow. Sustainable food system doesn't include just production. Post-production, value chains, and all that, consumer requirements and markets and everything. Sustainable food systems at global level, the way they are being talked about. Immediately meeting the sustainable development goals, it's a big challenge. Life on earth, life underwater. What do we understand about life underwater? How much we understand? It's such a big challenge. I was just mentioning. So it's a big challenge for all of us. Long way to go. I only brought these issues not to discourage you, not to demolish what good work all of you are doing, for which you have been recognized. Just to highlight some of these challenges so that we are conscious of these challenges, take into cognizance these challenges while designing our future path. I am sure through partnership we will succeed. Through higher investment we will succeed. Through innovative science we will succeed. Thank you very much for being here, and wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. And thank you for inviting me. All the very best, Khan Saab.
With you we will succeed, sir.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that noteworthy and inspiring address. Thank you once again, sir. And may I now invite Dr. M.J. Khan, President Agriculture Today Group, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Director General of ICR and Secretary Agriculture Research and Education, Government of India, Dr. Tilwachal Mahapatra Sahab, Chairman of Prime Minister's Interministerial Committee, Task Force on Doubling Farmers' Income, and CEO of National Rainfed Area Authority, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, my colleague Mamta Jain, important guest of the dais, recipients of first BioAg Asia award this evening, and all the delegates and students. Thank you very much for sitting here and being part of the first BioAg Asia conference and the award function this evening. Let me thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for doing the honor of presenting the awards, because bioagriculture essentially is a science-led agriculture. And a person heading the world's largest agriculture scientific institution presenting the awards means so much to all of us. So thank you. Also, let me thank Dr. Mahapatra again for his kind words of appreciation for our group. But थोड़ा सर हमको personally आपने ज़्यादा credit दिया. My colleague Mamta deserves more. And in fact, her colleagues Anjana Nair, Rajni Chopra, Rida Khan, Vinita Singh, and her other colleagues Anil and Ankit and others, and they all deserve to make this evening wonderful. And we may continue debating that India could have done better, may have performed more, but what has been achieved is incredible. From the ship-to-mouth situation to godowns overflowing with food grains and in fact every other agriculture produce, this is the journey that we have traveled. Farmers have played very central role. In fact, from the Green Revolution days, we have very properly documented, but since the civilization began, in fact, farmers produced the food which fed everyone. In fact, ICR's museum, there is a film that shows from Harappan days how the agriculture has progressed. I don't know if you all have not seen it. It's worth seeing. Just opposite this hall, there is a museum. Farmers continue to play that central role, and they deserve all the appreciation and applaud for getting us the food security, and through food security, a proud nation. But their efforts alone could not have succeeded, and this is what we have seen. Green Revolution was not the contribution of farmers alone. Similarly, after that, the journey that we have covered is the entire support ecosystem that helped farmers perform. If there are no conducive policies, progressive policies, whatever we do will not succeed. If there are no technologies, farmers, no matter how hard they put in their efforts, it will not yield results. If there are no industries, the products are not there, and the product delivery system is not there, if there is no extension system, it will not happen. So every key stakeholder that has played its role and is playing its role, together we create an ecosystem where the farmer succeeds and where the consumer gets the food, and a safe food and affordable. So therefore, all these stakeholders deserve to be recognized because they are putting in their best efforts. So by that thought, we conceptualized first time in 2007 to start Agriculture Leadership Awards. Somehow we couldn't do it that year, so 2008 was the first time that
Agriculture Leadership Summit Committee was chaired by Professor M. S. Swaminathan himself, and next 11 years he continued to chair that. And first award function committee was chaired by the Governor Haryana, and next 3 years he continued chairing that, and then subsequently change happened. We thought two things. One, to motivate all the stakeholders, including, of course, farmers, scientists, the policy makers, the extension personnel, the industry people, and so on. Also, another objective was that I always believed, in fact, there was one discussion with the earlier DG Aipan Saab, that we needed to create attraction in agriculture, because if we all only keep on talking good about agriculture, it means little. The people who are not part of agriculture system, if they talk about the opportunities and they are attracted to agriculture, it means a lot. In fact, ICR has its own program attracting youth in agriculture. So not only attraction and charm to be created, but also an element of glamour, because today's youth is driven by the glamour. So we decided that we will have this leadership summit. Before that, I do not recall in the last 25 years that I have been active in agriculture system, that that kind of program was conceptualized. So we thought, which is the best hotel in Delhi, which is the best hall in Delhi, who could be the best leaders to be invited, and that is how the first agriculture leadership summit that happened in Taj Palace Hotel. Speaker Lok Sabha went 2-3 days later to Chandigarh, and he stayed with the Governor Haryana, Raj Bhavan. So Governor Sahab telephoned me after he left, that the speaker said that he could not believe that a program in agriculture could be as glamorous as it was, because he came to present the leadership awards. And that journey continued. I believe that, as DG Saab has said, and before that, Dalwai Saab, very deft, what you shared actually made a lot of sense. Future development is going to be innovations-led development. And global leadership is only possible where the countries have, the basic science and research and the technology development. We have been, from industry perspective also, we can say that industry has always took a philosophical view that there is a lot of investment for any innovation. So better is why to reinvent the wheel, get it from somewhere, little improve upon the processes, reduce the cost of production, and maximize the global competitiveness. That is what the industry philosophy has been. But this cannot be the sustainable model. You'll have to actually invest. You'll have to come out with original research, with the products and technologies to lead the world. I believe that because of the huge social diversity, Indian minds are very fertile. The imagination power, the creativity, the innovation. So that is because of this huge social diversity. In fact, we have more diversity than what probably Europe will have, the entire all countries put together. In fact, first Indian CEO who became global CEO of Citibank, Mr. Vilas Pandit or something, Mr. Pandit from Bombay, he was asked what is the greatest challenge before a global CEO. He said managing the businesses in diverse cultures, something an Indian boy is, grows up learning. So one city you have greater diversity than probably one continent will have, and that surely gives a lot of creativity and imagination power and mental agility. So therefore, now as the knowledge businesses are emerging worldwide rapidly, in fact, services sector in India is about 63%, and so is around that the world's average. So as knowledge economy emerges, the Indians will have definite advantage, because street smartness that we have got. But the point that DG Saab mentioned, that we have to be leading the world by technologies. The startups are doing great job, and I hope that youngsters sitting here in this hall, a pretty good number, will actually set the examples of successful innovations, at least in business modeling and business-led development. So thank you very much, all of you, for being very inspiring with your presence here and being part of this program 2 days. Let me share my understanding also on the concept of infinity. In Hindu philosophy also अनंतता की जो concept है वो exist करती है. Neither we have been able to understand the most micro part what exists in the nature, and nor the most macro existence. Therefore, future researchers, in fact, knowledge is doubling every 8 years. In fact, latest if documentation is done, I'm sure that it will be every 7 years. So what the human civilization in the last 12,000 years could understand, we are understanding, generating more knowledge in 8 years' time. So imagine what we will see on this planet in next 80 years. Last 2-3 centuries have been the centuries of advances in physical sciences. But this century, as DG sir mentioned, and I have my own conviction and belief, that this century and the centuries to come will belong to the biological sciences. So far, we have only been able to little shorten the process in life sciences, but not circumvent the processes. It is quite possible that we are able to do that because only imagination will be the constraint, not the delivery, not the pattern. So thank you very much, sir. आपके बैठे हुए मैं ज़्यादा बोलूँ ये तो बड़ा ख़राब लगेगा साइंस के बारे में कुछ भी. So let me thank my all colleagues and all of you and the awardees for excellent work that you have done, which deserve to be recognized, and you have been recognized today. And finally, Sapna has done a great job as always. Yesterday I saw the Hindi part of the speech of the minister, so nicely you translated for the foreign guests sitting on the dais. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the proceedings, may I invite all the awardees on the stage for a group photograph with our honorable chief guest and other dignitaries. And after the group photograph of the awardees, I would like to invite the complete ICFA and Agriculture Today group team. So for the benefit of all the awardees, you can collect the boxes for your trophies from backstage after the group photograph. Kindly carry your trophies for the group photograph. And once again, you may kindly carry your trophies for the group photograph, and you can collect the boxes for the trophies from backstage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us for dinner, which is served on the basement. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for all the distinguished awardees for winning the first ever Bioagriculture Award, the BioAgriculture Asia 2022 Award. And on behalf of Agriculture Today Group, I invite all of you to join us for dinner, which is served in the basement. And now the group photograph of the Agriculture Today group and the ICAF staff.